Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Yinhua City, shelter number 915. Wu Yin opened his eyes and sat up from his bed. Today was November 2nd, the third day since the silent hour rule began. It was only the third day, but he already felt extremely uncomfortable. As an extroverted personality, social interaction was the source that replenished his mental energy. He liked face-to-face conversations, being able to see the other person's face, hear their voice, even smell their scent. That gave him a tangible sense of social interaction. If it was just communication at the network level, he found it very boring. Because people online could just be putting on an act, their personalities vastly different from reality, giving a sense of unreality. So from the moment the rule began, unable to speak, he could only relieve his gloom by sleeping. Sleep at night, and sleep during the day when he had nothing to do. But after sleeping over 10 hours a day, you just can't sleep anymore even if you want to. Wu Yin looked at the other three people in the same room. Two were sitting at computer desks playing games. One was lying in bed playing with his phone. He got out of bed, left the accommodation area, and came to the outside leisure area. The officially built shelters were generally divided into 5 areas: living, leisure, exercise, dining, and storage. Except for the living area, which was divided into several small rooms. The other 4 were all shared large areas. Like in the leisure area, there were large-screen TVs, pool tables, soft leather sofas, and other things for relaxation. Wu Yin saw someone sitting on the sofa in a daze. He walked over and sat down next to him, typing on his phone. "Hello, what are you doing?" That person saw the text, looked at him in surprise, shook his head, waved his hand, got up, and left. Wu Yin's expression darkened. This situation wasn't the first time he had encountered it. After the rule was announced, it seemed like everyone was trying their best to avoid any form of communication with others, even if it was just text-based communication. This made him feel very uncomfortable and at a loss. The suffering this rule brought him was much stronger than the first rule, sleep deprivation, or the fourth rule, the snow disaster. Thinking that there were still over 20 days before it would end, Wu Yin's expression became very complicated. After a moment, he returned to his accommodation room, sat at his own desk, turned on his computer, and logged into the Ascendant Home website. This forum, which he had only discovered the day before yesterday, had already become his new preferred choice for communication, because it gave him a sense of real, living people. Other social networking sites after October 10th had gradually become more and more lifeless, the atmosphere far from what it used to be. He opened the casual chat section. In this section, few people discussed the rules. Many were just trying to find joy amidst hardship, posting about entertainment and relaxation. Anyone want to team up and play a shooting game? Let's start a match. Let's play a word chain game. I'll start, doing whatever one pleases. Wu Yin browsed for a while and saw an interesting post. Let me show you guys the big catch we got. He clicked in. The photo showed several people who looked like they were in the wilderness, holding up a fish that was half a person's length. Wow, wouldn't that take a week to finish eating? If it weren't for this damn rule, if I caught this fish, I'd definitely carry it around the streets for a few days. Are you guys living in a camp in the wild? OP. So envious. Staying in a shelter is so boring. Wu Yin felt the same way about this person's comment. He was among the first batch of people to move into the shelter. Now, after over 20 days, he really felt more and more stifled and a bit regretful. He felt it might have been better to live outside Chungcheong City back then. He saw the original poster reply to this comment. "You envy us, but we envy you too. Living in a shelter is so much safer. Being bored is nothing. We in the wild have to sleep with one eye open at night. There are so many bandit gangs in the wild now, robbing other supplies everywhere. It's terrifying." Someone below summarized, "The shelter is a besieged city. Those inside want to get out, those outside want to get in." Wu Yin watched for a while and then posted a thread himself in the section, "The miserable shelter life of an extrovert." He poured out his gloom in the post. There weren't many replies, but they were all from people in similar situations. At the same time, at the Countermeasures Research Office, a new experiment had also begun. The test subjects were 10 people transported from outside. These people refused to communicate, their faces revealing a calm despair, as if they had long been prepared for their fate. When the testing experts asked via text if they were voluntarily participating in the test, all 10 refused to answer. Even so, the experiment had to proceed. According to the plan, sensor bombs were attached to the necks of these test subjects, and then they were made to make sounds. The sound hunter teleported in a few seconds later. While attacking the test subject, it also triggered the sensor bomb, which immediately detonated. Boom! Because the experiment was conducted in a specialized blast-proof room, there wasn't much dust. High-definition cameras captured images of the sound hunter. People discovered that this method of attack was feasible. Moreover, once the sound hunter was attacked, it would cancel its invisibility state, revealing its body. However, that slender, black snake-like body was only visible for less than 2 seconds before rapidly turning transparent and disappearing without a trace. After several analysts discussed, they believed this sound hunter was likely similar to the previous Shrieker. Ordinary weapons couldn't kill this kind of monster. Mind power-related weapons were necessary. After reporting this, a batch of mind power item explosives were urgently transferred over. Another few of the 10 test subjects were used for the experiment. The sound hunter appeared quickly upon hearing their screams. This time, after the mind power explosives detonated, they successfully blew off a section of the sound hunter's body, but it seemed they didn't manage to kill it. The remaining part still turned transparent and disappeared. The testing expert immediately reported the results upward. At the cost of a total of 6 test subjects' lives, they finally obtained a result. The key to eliminating a sound hunter lies in humans simultaneously using mind power items or abilities to attack it when it launches its attack on the person who made the sound. Moreover, the attack intensity must be sufficient enough to kill it. If it's only injured, it can still teleport away. Additionally, this method of hunting requires a price. That price is the life of the person who made the sound. Currently, there's no way to eliminate the sound hunter while preserving the life of the sound maker. This means that to eliminate one sound hunter, at least one sound maker must be sacrificed. If a large number of sound hunters are to be eliminated, a large number of sound makers will die in equal measure. Who will choose these people? Or, like before, just wait for certain people to call, then sit back and receive personnel without asking about their origins? Gao Yongwei looked at the expert's summary report, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Just then, there was a knock on his office door. He pressed the sensor-activated door opening button on his desk. The door automatically opened, and a staff member responsible for matters related to the terminal market walked in. She placed a report in front of Gao Yongwei. The latter glanced at it and frowned. The report stated that not long ago, employees in the market department had seen people already selling communication scrolls on the terminal market. The quantity was extremely scarce, the price was very expensive, and they were quickly bought. This meant that among the civilian population or abroad, it was already confirmed that some people were capable of killing sound hunters, obtaining the drop scrolls for listing and sale. The people from the market department typed a question. Director, if more scrolls appear in a market, should we purchase them? If the price doesn't exceed 30,000, we can buy. Gao Yongwei typed in reply. If it exceeds that, it's not worth it. Soon we can obtain scrolls ourselves by eliminating sound hunters. Okay, I'll notify the traders. After the market department person left, Gao Yongwei pondered for a moment, then sent out several notification messages in succession. Item Coordination Department, immediately cooperate with Dr. Gao, who is in charge of the sound hunter experiment. Query the personnel database and allocate more suitable offensive items, preferably instantaneous and cutting type ones. Dr. Zhang, have that girl from Team 4 come to the underground base immediately. The power sword weapon mastered by her Snow Trace's Mecca might have a special effect against sound hunters. At the same time, Gao Yongwei also sent a message inquiring with the network department. Haven't we found personnel with hacking abilities or items yet? He now needed to know the origins of the Ascendant Home website and the identity of its administrator. He believed that if the latter could single-handedly eliminate sound hunters, it meant they possessed extremely strong offensive capabilities. The official side needed such talent now. Moreover, many people in the research office suspected that the administrator of this website was very likely related to Shadow, the champion of the challenge tournament. Either it was Shadow himself, or someone trusted by Shadow. Otherwise, they wouldn't know the intelligence about the Holy Grail. It wasn't just the research office now. The higher-ups had also been hoping to find Shadow, urging the research office several times to make efforts in this regard. So Gao Yongwei also wanted to see if he could uncover Shadow's identity through this website. The network department quickly replied, "We found one person with relevant abilities. However, according to inquiries, this person had already attempted to use their own abilities to invade the Ascendant Home website earlier, but ended in failure." Gao Yongwei frowned upon seeing the reply. Why did it fail? Our preliminary judgment is as per the theory summarized by Zhang Kaxue. Some mind power items and abilities with similar effects might have superior and inferior distinctions. For similar abilities or items, if they interact, they will be divided into superior and inferior based on the level of mind power upper limit. The inferior will be unable to affect the effects of the superior. Gao Yongwei saw the three characters Zhang Kaxue and knew he was one of the three main lecturers at the academy, teaching the course research on mind power items. Apart from teaching students to recognize, use, and match various items, Zhang Kaxue had also summarized a set of theories about items and abilities. Among them, the superior-inferior theory was part of that theory. So you're saying the person who created that website, because their mind power upper limit is high, their ability or item is in the superior position. The person you found has low mind power in the inferior position, so they can't breach the website. That's our judgment, but we can't be certain. If the director permits, we can allocate items that increase mind power upper limit for this person to use and attempt again. No. Gao Yongwei immediately rejected the network department's proposal. Items that increase mind power upper limit were the most precious and rarest type of items. Even as the director of the Countermeasures Research Office, to allocate such items, he must go through meeting discussions and obtain majority approval votes. Now, just to test the superior-inferior distinction, to allocate such precious items, he simply couldn't bear it. Even if he agreed, the group voting stage would definitely veto it. Have that person continue trying. Also, items related to hacking, intrusion, etc. can be gathered and provided to this person for assistance. Understood. After sending multiple messages in succession, Gao Yongwei leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples with both hands to relieve fatigue. As the director of the Countermeasures Office, he bore too much pressure. During each rule period, he could hardly sleep a full, uninterrupted sleep. Back when his superiors appointed him to this director position, patting his shoulder and saying, "Liangwei, work hard. I believe you are competent for this position," he had resolved then not to betray the trust of his old commander. But over these past few months, he truly felt more exhausted than during all his years of military service. If he had a choice, he would rather carry a gun and fight bloody battles on the battlefield than tangle with these hateful Doomsday Rules. The heavy burden on his shoulders wasn't something he could just put down if he wanted to. He understood that all too well. After a brief adjustment, he opened his eyes. His computer had already received a reply. "Dr. Zhang, I have notified by Shiwu. She's on her way to the base. Also, there is one more matter I need to report to you, Director." "Gao Yongwei, what matter?" "Dr. Zhang, it concerns the former captain of the original Squad 3, Gu Fei. After being relieved of his squad identity, he refused to continue working within the official department and left in anger. Not long after, the Blood Plague Rule was announced. In Yinhua City, a case of a missing girl occurred. A girl with special abilities was taken away by a vehicle belonging to an unknown organization, participating in some kind of selection. According to later investigations by the local police department, that vehicle had also appeared near Gu Fei's residence in Yinhua City. Perhaps Gu Fei's disappearance is also related to this unknown organization. Gao Yongwei looked at Dr. Zhang's message, frowned, and sent a message. Unknown organization? Haven't all cities completed registration work? If there was an unknown organization, it should have been exposed long ago. Dr. Zhang, if this organization's base is set up somewhere outside the city, it could escape registration and hide. So I propose sending the 2nd and 5th squads outside the city to attempt an investigation. And by the way, understand the current human ecological situation outside the city. Lu Yuqiang gazed at the distant mountains and wilderness, his heart filled with melancholy. Today marked exactly 1 month since he left the capital city of Yongnan. Because Big Sister could obtain information through internal channels, he had learned about the impending wartime management long before the official livestream press conference. After Big Sister delivered the news, she ordered all members of the Qing May society to evacuate the cities and head to the secret base outside the city that she had established. Although this was Big Sister's command, Lu Yuqiang knew that even if she hadn't forced it, he wouldn't have stayed inside the city to live in a shelter. However, choosing to come outside the city meant abandoning all the accumulation of his past life. The vast majority of his surviving employees chose to stay behind, moving into or waiting to move into shelters. Only a few absolutely trusted subordinates came here with him. This Qing May base was a place Big Sister had mentioned later during that Qing May gathering. It was a base built inside a mountain, covering a vast area with comprehensive facilities. Lu Yuqiang suspected this place might have originally been some kind of doomsday command post prepared for nuclear war, but for some reason, it had been taken over by Big Sister and underwent extensive renovations. After the renovations, many functional areas were added, such as the Ascendant Prison. In the early stages of the rule releases, all Ascendants captured from various cities were imprisoned inside. As for Lu Yuqiang and the other Qing May Society members, after arriving at the base, each was assigned work and a position based on their expertise. Lu Yuqiang was assigned to be the head of the Logistics Management Department. His daily work involved coordinating and distributing various supplies. In return, he regularly received ascension coins and some items as wages. This kind of life wasn't what Lu Yuqiang had hoped for, nor was it what most Qing May Society members had hoped for. But once they boarded this ship, they had no choice. Moreover, compared to Big Sister's need for them, they needed Big Sister's resources to survive even more. Because anyone with eyes could see that the Fire Thief's rules had always favored the young and strong. For people like them, with an average age over 50, if they didn't band together and use Big Sister's influence to extract resources from other Ascendants, they would inevitably be eliminated by the Fire Thief one by one. This was something they absolutely refused to accept. Department head. At that moment, a subordinate approached, reporting to him via text on a tablet. The collection operation is about to begin. The higher-ups are requesting the list of needed supplies. Lu Yuqiang nodded and transmitted the list to the subordinate. The Qing May base had a large population, and the daily consumption of supplies was enormous. After the national wartime management was implemented, all factories across the country capable of producing supplies were taken over by the authorities. Combined with the need for documents to enter or leave cities, transporting supplies outside the city became extremely difficult. For this reason, Big Sister had previously instructed him to regularly compile statistics and create a list of supplies that were prone to shortages. She would then send people to collect them. It would ring above E. Lu Yuqiang understood very well that collect meant raiding the camps of other wilderness groups. Even if each haul wasn't large, every little bit helped. The subordinate who received the list quickly handed it over to a short-haired woman. That short-haired woman entered a room. Inside the room were 5 people, all wearing matching uniforms printed with a black Qing May pattern. One was sitting on a sofa watching TV, one was in a corner wearing headphones listening to music, one was fiddling with building blocks, one was playing with a curved knife, and there was a young girl sitting in a daze. As soon as the short-haired woman entered, all 5 looked over. The woman used a device to convert text to speech. A mission has arrived. This is your first mission since forming a team. The 5 stood up one after another and approached. The woman took out a supply list. The mission content is simple. Search the areas marked A1 to A9 on the map for the supplies listed here. Once found, you don't need to bring them back. Just eliminate any threats, then send the coordinates back to the base. The base will dispatch logistics personnel to retrieve them. The young man wearing headphones typed a line on his phone and held it up for the short-haired woman to see. What does eliminate threats mean? The electronic voice replied without inflection, exactly what it says. Gu Fei grabbed the list directly, expressing his acceptance of the mission in a straightforward manner. The others didn't object either, heading towards the door one after another. When it was the girl's turn at the end, The short-haired woman deliberately patted the girl's shoulder and said via the electronic voice, "You don't need to act when encountering threatening targets. You just need to assist your teammates by letting them know the exact number and location of the enemies." The girl nodded slightly, her face somewhat pale. The short-haired woman paused, then added, "After this rule ends, I will apply to the commander to let you see your mother." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light finally appeared in Chenna's eyes. Boom! With a series of Type 2 single-headed rounds, Guan Tong took down another sound hunter. Ascension coins obtained, 350, still no communication scroll drop. Seeing the prompt, Guan Tong felt disappointed. Up to now, he had killed over 5 sound hunters. However, only the first and fourth kills dropped scrolls. The first dropped 3, and the fourth only dropped 1. This showed that the drop rate for this item was truly low. The first time was just good luck. But, disappointment aside, in terms of whether it was worth it, it definitely was. He sold the fourth communication scroll for 25,000, bringing his total Ascension coins to nearly 60,000. As a former lone wolf, this was a number he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. However, different from before, besides him, other people had also started selling communication scrolls on the market. This wasn't surprising. Not to mention various organizations, at the very least, the official departments of several countries with strong national power had the capability to eliminate sound hunters. The reason they couldn't do it at first was simply because they hadn't figured out the sound hunter's behavioral logic. Once they understood it, eliminating it wouldn't be difficult for the authorities, at most costing some resources. However, compared to the vast blue ocean market, the number of communication scrolls currently in circulation was still insufficient, still in a state of supply, falling short of demand. After all, one scroll only allowed 10 minutes of communication. 10 scrolls were just over an hour. For some special personnel, even 100 of these wouldn't be too many. In this state of supply, falling short of demand, even though others had started producing them, due to the low drop rate, each could still sell for over 20,000. Guan Tong continued farming monsters. After several optimizations, he no longer needed to spend a large amount of mind power to summon the Great Axe Warrior. He just used Living Dead to attract the Sound Hunters, then used the Silver Hunt's Type 2 single-headed rounds. About 20 rounds could eliminate one. If using Type 3 rounds, it would still take about 10 or more. This was because the Sound Hunter's volume was too small and the large explosion area's power couldn't fully act on it, resulting in diminished effectiveness. This consumption was actually not low, but because Guan Tong had previously used the Holy Grail buff to stockpile many bullets, they were now coming in handy. At this moment, he definitely wouldn't feel heartache over the bullets, because bullets could be slowly regenerated later using mind power, but this kind of opportunity to farm monsters for coins wasn't common. After that, he kept farming until evening, eliminating another 10 sound hunters, but in total only dropped 2 communication scrolls, which made him quite frustrated. Once it got dark, he stopped farming, returned to the wooden cabin, and took stock of his remaining bullets. Currently, the Silver Hunt's Type 2 rounds were down to only 10, which he had deliberately kept. There were about 200 Type 3 rounds left. Types 1, 4, and 5 hadn't been used much because they were simply useless. Buckshot, smoke grenades, and electromagnetic pulses were all ineffective against sound hunters. The only ones that could cause effective damage were Type 2 single-headed rounds and Type 3 high-explosive rounds. Guan Tong thought to himself, with 200 Type 3 rounds, if I aim well, I can still eliminate over a dozen sound hunters. After that, I'll have to start generating bullets using mind power. Originally, he had planned to use a large amount of reserve mind power to farm, but the extremely low drop rate of subsequent communication scrolls made him abandon this plan. If they dropped every time, using reserve mind power would be very worthwhile. But if it took eliminating several on average to drop one scroll, then it wasn't worth it anymore. Because the reason he had amassed a large reserve of mind power was to use it as a lifesaver in emergencies when facing multiple enemies. If he couldn't exchange it for several times the high returns, he definitely wouldn't casually use this trump card. Taking advantage of the still strong prices, Guan Tong sold the 2 newly dropped scrolls on the market again, each for 28,000, earning another 56,000. This brought his total Ascension coins to 120,637, over 120,000. Compared to before the rule started, This could completely be considered an overnight fortune. Thinking back to how he had struggled with the wordless book to get just 10 coins, Guan Tong found it somewhat amusing, though it was also related to his mind power being too low back then. If he did that now, the number of binding coins obtained would definitely be much higher, but he probably wouldn't do it again. Guan Tong was very clear that now, every page of the wordless book was crucial. When he could finally write on the 5th page in the future, he would definitely write something that could bring him actual improvement. Currently, Shadow on the 1st page, Silver Hunt on the 2nd page, Reserve Mind Power on the 3rd page, the All-Purpose Shelter on the 4th page. Each played an irreplaceable role in his growth. Without any one of them, he wouldn't have his current strength. So when it came to the 5th page, he would need to deliberate deeply and materialize an item or ability that could continuously enhance him. Opening the Ascendant Home website, he saw many people discussing the communication scrolls sold on the market, and also many hoping that those who could eliminate them would share their secrets. Guan Tong actually didn't think there was any secret. Summarized in one sentence: attack the Sound Hunter at the same time it launches its attack. But to eliminate it, 2 conditions needed to be met. First, someone had to make a sound to attract the Sound Hunter. Guan Tong could summon living dead to make sounds as substitutes for humans to attract them, but most other Ascendants probably didn't have such items. This meant that if they wanted to try attacking an Ascendant, they needed someone else to make a sound. But who would be willing to risk their life doing such a thing just so you could test your attack? Second, the attack power needed to be sufficient. The Sound Hunter wasn't large in size, but its defense was astonishingly high. If the attack intensity wasn't high enough, it couldn't be killed. If only injured, it would quickly turn transparent and teleport away, wasting the previous attack. Therefore, meeting these 2 conditions wasn't easy. The reason Guan Tong hadn't made it public immediately was due to some concerns. Once public, there would definitely be people forcing others to make sounds to attract Sound Hunters for them to attempt elimination. He knew that groups or organizations were probably already starting to do this, but having fewer would still be better. At that moment, he saw someone had posted a thread in the commissions section with quite a few replies. Can anyone get the anti-speech masks issued by the shelters? I'm willing to buy a batch. Can exchange with Ascension coins or supplies. The poster said he was the leader of a wilderness camp. Hearing that the shelters were issuing officially designed and produced anti-speech masks, he wanted to get a batch for the people in his camp. These masks are indeed good. I'm from a shelter. Once you put it on, you can't speak even if you want to. Your tongue gets fixed by what seems like a small silicone splint. These masks are only given out for free to people in shelters and city gathering points, not to those outside the city. Definitely prioritize for those inside the city. The numbers of people in gathering points and shelters are registered for easier distribution. People outside the city aren't registered. Even if they wanted to distribute them, they couldn't determine the quantity. Isn't this equivalent to official profiteering? If someone smuggled a batch outside the city, they could probably make a killing. Those with guts can try, but if caught, they probably won't get off easy. How do you smuggle them? People in shelters can't get out. You can only buy from people in gathering points. But transporting them out of the city is troublesome. I'd say the content you're discussing is quite dangerous. Aren't you afraid of the authorities tracking you through the website and arresting you? Not afraid. We believe in administrators' website security. November 15th, underground base of the Doomsday Countermeasures Research Office. Inside the laboratory, a majestic white Mecca brandished a dazzling power sword, slashing down towards empty space. With a squelch, the corpse of Sound Hunter, cut in half, materialized and fell to the ground dead. What attracted it wasn't a human, but a scarecrow. Clack! The Mecca's cockpit opened, and a long-haired girl, around 16 or 17 years old, climbed out. Her young face showed signs of fatigue. After the girl left, the white Mecca transformed into a stream of light and vanished. The girl glanced at the Sound Hunter's corpse, undisguised disgust flashing in her eyes, and quickly left the laboratory. Dr. Zhang stood at the door, watching the girl emerge. He smiled and handed her an energy drink, picking up his phone, which already had text prepared. Good work, Xiao Bai. Did it drop a communication scroll this time? The girl glanced at it, took the drink, and gulped several mouthfuls. Then she pulled out her phone from her pocket and typed a reply at lightning speed. No drop. Also, my mind power is all used up. I know. Go back to the dorm and rest first. Come back tomorrow. Can I not come? The girl quickly replied. Sound hunters are so disgusting. Even worse than snakes. Dr. Zhang gave a silent, wry smile. That won't do. Your snow traces can deal effective damage to it, which saves a lot of attack items. So troublesome. After replying, the girl strode away. Dr. Zhang shook his head, already accustomed to the willfulness of this girl named by Xiu. Back then, convincing her to join the official team had taken an immense effort, requiring multiple rounds of persuasion before she agreed. A place others fought tooth and nail to enter, she was indifferent about, feeling that as a socially anxious otaku, staying home watching anime was more interesting. Only after much back and forth, with Dr. Zhang promising she could form her own team and wouldn't need to communicate with any other official personnel besides him, did she finally agree. The reason he went through all that trouble was because he believed Bai Xiuwu's Mecca ability was exceptionally outstanding, with huge potential, possessing the possibility of becoming a top-tier ascendant, making her worthy of significant cultivation. For such talent, forcing them to join wouldn't work. Once someone develops resistance, they might just go through the motions superficially and then deliver a massive betrayal at a critical moment, causing severe losses. Looking at it now, his initial decision was absolutely correct. Bai Xiuwu's high value had been demonstrated in the subsequent Ascendant Challenge tournament, and now in using the Power Sword's incredibly strong attack power to slay Sound Hunters. Dr. Zhang, I should probably head back too. At that moment, a young man with curly hair and glasses walked out from the adjacent room, showing the text on his phone. Dr. Zhang looked at the young man and nodded. All right, thanks to your ability, we've reduced personnel casualties. This bespectacled young man's ability was Scarecrow Doll. When used, it consumed mind power to create a scarecrow. This scarecrow possessed human characteristics, could speak, make expressions, and the only difference from a human was that its body was made of straw. After the authorities found this person's registered ability in the database, they immediately transferred him to the base. They used his ability to have scarecrows replace test subjects in attracting sound hunters. This way, they could reduce sacrifices. This is what I should do. After typing, the young man left. Dr. Zhang stroked his chin, thinking this young man was indeed promising material. If they delved deeper into that scarecrow doll ability, they could definitely develop new derivative abilities. The potential was quite good. Moreover, his mind power upper limit wasn't low either, currently over 110 points, putting him in the first tier level. Coincidentally, ever since Gu Fei left the team, Squad 3 had been understaffed. After a bit more observation, perhaps they could let this young man try joining. Somewhere in the wilderness, not far from a campsite formed by several encircled vehicles, 5 people dressed in identical black clothes were observing. Gu Fei looked at the youngest girl among them and picked up his phone. Looks like the campsite ahead has the items on the list. How many people are inside? Chenna closed her eyes, activating her perception domain. The activity patterns of all living creatures in the surrounding area formed in her mind. She opened her eyes and replied with her phone. 13 people. So few? I could handle them myself. Gu Fei was about to step forward, but was stopped by the youth wearing headphones who raised a hand. Gu Fei typed with displeasure. What are you doing? The youth with headphones typed, Get supplies, don't kill. A cold glint flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. How do you get supplies without killing? Will people just give them to you for free? The other two exchanged a glance, but didn't offer an opinion. The headphone youth typed, I'll negotiate. Gu Fei typed forcefully, Why should I listen to you? This time, the headphone youth didn't type. He just stared into Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei glared back defiantly, but soon he discovered his whole body's strength was rapidly draining away. A look of terror appeared on his face, and soon he couldn't even stand steadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. The headphone youth withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to Gu Fei, and walked straight towards the campsite. Gu Fei stared at his retreating back, his face full of disbelief, not understanding what had just happened. Then another short-haired youth, the one who had been watching TV in the lounge earlier, typed to tell him, I advise you not to clash with him. His ability is stronger than all of ours combined. What is his ability? Gu Fei inquired. Although the 5 of them formed a team, to this day, everyone only knew Chenna had a perception ability. She hadn't disclosed it herself, The short-haired woman had informed everyone, which was why she was responsible for reconnaissance. As for the other four's abilities, none had spoken about them. They just knew each other wasn't weak. Otherwise, they couldn't have passed the selection to form a team. I don't know either. I just know it's activated through the eyes. Although Gu Fei knew there was always someone better, the setbacks he'd encountered recently were just too many. First, his entire team was defeated by a single person in the challenge tournament. Now, after joining another organization, he still wasn't a match for others in the same team. This made him feel deeply frustrated. Thinking about it now, if these people all defected to the official side, with his strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to become the captain of Squad 3. He remembered Dr. Zhang had vaguely mentioned this point. Many strong individuals among the populace were confident in themselves, even arrogant. Some proud individuals were unwilling to join official organizations and be ordered around. So, even members of official teams couldn't look down on civilian ascendants, or they would suffer disastrous defeats. Not long after, the four saw people from the campsite come out one after another, get in their vehicles, and leave. They immediately went over and found the campsite people had left, but most of the supplies remained. It seemed just as the headphone youth had typed. He had negotiated and made the campsite people voluntarily abandon the supplies and leave. Send the coordinates to the base. The headphone youth typed, instructing Gu Fei. Gu Fei swallowed hard. Although he felt somewhat unwilling internally, he still complied. He knew that from this point on, the hierarchy between him and this headphone youth had been established. If this team later needed to elect a captain, it would undoubtedly be this headphone youth. Mingdao Mountain. Guan Tong stood on the mountain, gazing into the distance. As time passed, by today, the 15th, half a month of the rules period had gone by. During this period, he had been continuously using mind power to generate silver hunt bullets, eliminating sound hunters to obtain ascension coins and communication scrolls. However, as his previously stored bullets were depleted, his enemy-killing efficiency dropped significantly. By now, his output of communication scrolls couldn't compare to large-scale organizations at the official level. As of today, a large number of tradable communication scrolls have been listed on the market, with prices fluctuating around 23,000 ascension coins. Selling them slightly higher was still possible, just not as quickly. Presumably, as output increased, those forces holding huge funds also started considering cost-effectiveness. Guan Tong himself was more than satisfied. As the first to eat the crab, apart from the first 2 or 3 scrolls he sold cheaply, the later ones were almost all sold near the highest price. A few even sold for around 30,000. This earned him enormous profits. Currently, his total ascension coins were just a few thousand short of 300,000. But today, his fully recovered mind power wasn't used to generate bullets. He planned to conduct a different experiment. That was the ultra-long-distance movement of Shadow. He had this idea very, very early on and had long since tested Shadow's maximum movement distance. But back then, Shadow's movement was limited by his own visual range. It couldn't detach, so it couldn't go too far. But now, with Shadow possessing the 5 senses, Guan Tong could continuously extend it into the distance. How far it could go, even he wasn't sure. The reason for conducting this experiment today was because the Ascendant Home website's popularity kept rising. Many users' demands for transactions and commissions surged, all hoping the administrator would implement these functions soon, providing a logistics system as secure as the website. So Guan Tong also decided to start beginning the effort to build his shadow logistics. He summoned the incorporeal shadow, having it transform into its thinnest form, a shadow line as fine as a strand of hair, only about 0.1 millimeters thick. One end of this extremely fine shadow line connected to himself, while the other end rapidly moved into the distance. Since the incorporeal shadow had no physical form, it could burrow into the ground to move, ensuring secrecy and avoiding detection. Guan Tong had it keep moving in the direction of Yanhua City. Unlike when materialized, where its speed was tied to his own, in an incorporeal state, Shadow's speed was extremely fast, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. When the other end of a shadow line was over 10 kilometers away from Guan Tong, he temporarily stopped controlling Shadow. Then he attempted to materialize Shadow. Swish! Instantly, this hair-thin shadow line turned from incorporeal to solid. Guan Tong paid special attention to the mind power consumption and discovered it only consumed a single-digit amount of mind power. He was initially surprised, but upon careful thought, he understood the key. Although this materialized shadow line was long, over 10 kilometers, its width was too small, only 0.1 millimeters. So, the total volume after materialization actually wasn't much. Imagine a young woman with shoulder-length hair. Each strand is about 50 centimeters long, 0.1 millimeters wide. With an average of 100,000 strands, the total volume would be less than 400 cubic centimeters, which is less than 400 milliliters. What does less than 400 milliliters mean? A small can of cola is 330 milliliters. The volume of that head of beautiful hair is only a few dozen milliliters more than that small can. Previously, the shadow Guan Tong materialized was a 1:1 life-sized existence. Think about how large that volume was. How many small cans of cola would that equal? This discovery confirmed in Guan Tong's mind that the concept of ultra-distance materialization was feasible. Not just 10 kilometers, even 100 kilometers, several hundred kilometers were not a problem. He could completely stay on Mingdao Mountain and have the shadow line extend all the way to Yanhua City over 200 kilometers away. However, Guan Tong didn't get overly excited because the obvious problems were also apparent. Keeping the shadow line as thin as a hair strand, while achieving minimal volume, also meant it was extremely fragile. If it encountered any damage, it would immediately break. Moreover, its strength was terrible. A single strand of hair, what could it pick up? If it couldn't pick up anything, how could it transport things? These factors made Guan Tong consider again adding words to the first page of the wordless book. If he could, through adding words, make the shadow line possess extreme toughness, then his shadow logistics might not be far from becoming a reality. Guan Tong's current thinking was quite straightforward. There were two ways to transport items. One was to let Shadow handle everything from start to finish. That is, Shadow would be responsible for the entire process of picking up and delivering the goods. The other involved Guan Tong's personal participation. For example, using the body swap ability to exchange positions with Shadow when it reached the pickup point, then physically picking up / delivering the goods himself. After the 10-second cooldown was complete, he would swap back to the delivery location. Regardless, he would definitely choose the first option. The second option essentially turned him into a high-level courier, which was inefficient and also came with risks. If someone set a trap for you and you physically transfer it over, you wouldn't even have a chance to escape when the time came. Therefore, Guan Tong didn't even consider the second method. The body swap ability was one of his life-saving trump cards. He would never easily expose it by using it for anything other than saving his own life. After deciding on the first option, the next step was to enhance Shadow's resilience. Resilience, as a type of defense, was actually linked to Guan Tong himself. If he wanted to enhance it separately, he could only try by adding words to the wordless book. Ever since the Ascendant Challenge tournament ended, Guan Tong hadn't added any words to the first 4 pages, mainly because he didn't have any ideas. Now that he had created the Ascendant Home website and decided to make it successful, turning it into a major source of income for himself, he needed to think around that. So, over the next few days, Guan Tong, after a long while, resumed his word-adding work. He didn't overcomplicate things. He directly tried adding the character for firm or sturdy in front of 5 senses transformation physical form Guan Tong on the first page. This character represented toughness and sturdiness. Guan Tong wanted to use the fuzzy requirement characteristic to see if he could achieve the desired effect. To complete the test as quickly as possible, he didn't hesitate to use some of his reserve mind power. Thus, in just 3 short days, he completed the word addition. After finishing, he first summoned the humanoid Shadow, had it materialize, then fired a shot at it himself using the number 1 buckshot from Silver Hunt. Bang! The buckshot entered Shadow's body. Seeing this, Guan Tong frowned slightly. The defensive power didn't seem to have increased. It was about the same as before. He then had Shadow transform from humanoid into a shadow line and shot at it again. Unexpectedly, the shadow line did not break. Was it because it was too thin and missed? Or, Guan Tong went back into the house, brought out a short knife, squatted down, and slashed at the shadow line. Before the word addition, this slash would have definitely severed the shadow line. However, now it took the slash but didn't break. Only the point of impact dented inward slightly. Guan Tong's eyes lit up. The word addition seemed effective. He slashed several more times in succession and even tried summoning 3 living dead, having them stack up and press down on it. The shadow line still didn't break. Al-Faye. This level of resilience completely exceeded his expectations. It seems the wordless book partially fulfilled my requirement. It only strengthened Shadow's resilience in its short, thin state, not its defensive power when in humanoid form, or when materialized in large volumes. Next, Guan Tong conducted a strength test. Still a hair-thin shadow line, he tried having it materialize and wrap around a small stone. It could drag it. Wrapping around a slightly larger stone, dragging became somewhat strenuous. For anything larger, it simply couldn't move it at all. However, if 1 loop wasn't enough, use 10 loops. If 10 weren't enough, use 100. As long as the length was sufficient and the number of wraps was enough, it could eventually drag the object. This preliminarily solved the problem of moving goods. But solving one problem left others. The most pressing issue was stealth. An ethereal shadow could burrow into any physical object to hide, but a materialized shadow would inevitably be exposed. If the goods needing transport were placed inside a sealed room, the shadow line would definitely cause damage to the room when exiting. Therefore, at this stage, it was best to transport items outdoors. Guan Tong thought it over and decided that just simulating scenarios in his head wasn't enough. He needed actual practice. He returned to his room and opened the commission section of the Ascendant Home website. The previous post from someone who wanted the officially issued anti-speech masks delivered within the city was still there, and someone from City Gathering Point had already replied, offering to sell them. The two had even agreed on a price. They just didn't know how to complete the transaction. Guan Tong pulled both of them into a discussion group and was the first to send a message. Administrator, have you two finalized the commission details? Not long after the message was sent, both replied. Blackstone, Commissioner, is that the administrator? Wind like sky. Acceptor, it really is administrator. Why did you create a discussion group? Blackstone, could it be that the administrator has a way to help us complete the transaction? Administrator, first, tell me the specifics you've agreed upon. Blackstone, okay. I have a camp out in the wilderness and need some officially produced anti-speech masks. Administrator, there's still about 10 days left before the rule ends. Are you sure you still need them? Blackstone, it's precisely because time is running out that I need them. Many people in my camp are almost at their breaking point. Yesterday, someone who couldn't take it anymore screamed out loud, and the result, the closer it gets to the critical final moment, the harder it is to endure. Guan Tong nodded. He actually had similar feelings himself. It was just that his personality was relatively placid, so he could still hold on. Blackstone, this buddy and I have already discussed it. We'll use Ascension coins to buy them, 100 coins per mask. We plan to get 10. Wind like sky. That's right. My gathering point issued 1 mask per person. But over these days, several people accidentally made sounds and died, and a few more who couldn't take it into their own lives. Their masks were left unused, so I collected them all. The officials won't take them back anyway. Wouldn't it be great to sell them for some Ascension coins? So that's how it was. After reading both descriptions, Guan Tong understood the situation. Wind like sky. But the transportation aspect is a problem. I definitely can't leave the city. Forget leaving the city. Even stepping outside the gathering point. If a drone captures my face, I might get questioned. There was this guy before who went out for a stroll, and the officials came to his door and gave him a good lecture, saying it's best not to go out during the rule period. Blackstone, since the administrator pulled us into this group, do you have a way to help us complete the transaction? Administrator, I can help you, but it's a paid service. A transportation fee is required. Blackstone, no problem. That's only fair. We certainly can't expect the administrator to help for free. Wind like sky, I agree too. But how much is this service fee? Guan Tong thought about it and decided to charge a percentage of the transaction amount. If it were a fixed fee, whether set high or low, or a tiered pricing based on transaction amount, it would be troublesome and might lead to user dissatisfaction later. A fixed percentage commission was the fairest. Administrator, a 10% commission based on the transaction amount. Each party pays 5%. Or you can discuss and have one party bear the full 10%. Wind like sky. A 10% transportation fee on the transaction amount. Damn, administrator, you're way too ruthless. Hearing this, Guan Tong typed his reply without changing his expression. Administrator, where's the ruthlessness? It's not easy for me either. Maintaining the website, providing long-distance transportation, these all require high costs. Blackstone, I can accept 10%. Although it's a bit much, I can understand. After all, the administrator can transport things out of the city under the wartime management state. Not only is there risk involved, but it definitely requires a tremendous effort too. Wind like sky. Then I guess I have to accept it too. No choice. Who else but you, administrator, has this capability? You totally deserve to make money. Administrator, 100 coins per mask. You want to trade 10, so the transaction amount is 1,000 coins. 10% is 100 coins. Each person bears 50, right? Wind like sky. No problem. Blackstone. No problem. But how exactly do we do the transaction? We need to add each other as friends on the terminal, right? Administrator, send me your digital IDs. Wind like sky. Administrator, why don't you send us your ID? Hee. Are you afraid of exposing your identity? Adding friends on the terminal requires one party to know the other's digital ID. You input the other party's digital ID to add them. After adding, unless you actively disclose it, the other party cannot view your digital ID, mind power, or other related privacy. All they can see is a nickname. But since Guan Tong was going to do website business, he definitely needed to change his original nickname. Simultaneously, the other party only exposes their digital ID. Other aspects remain hidden unless they actively disclose them. If you don't even want to leak your digital ID, then have others tell you theirs, instead of you telling them yours. As the administrator, Guan Tong was definitely in the position to ask users for their IDs, not the other way around. That would be turning the natural order upside down. Blackstone, no problem, I'll privately send it to you, administrator. Wind like sky, I've privately sent mine too. Both sent their digital IDs to Guan Tong via private message on the forum. Guan Tong didn't add them immediately. Instead, he first opened his personal terminal and modified his nickname. Although many people on the forum suspected that he, the administrator, was Shadow himself, suspicion was just suspicion, without any real evidence. If he added them as friends, and people saw that his administrator nickname was Shadow, it would be no different from admitting it himself. Guan Tong thought about it and directly changed his nickname to Administrator of Ascendant Home. That's right. As a qualified administrator, he should spare no effort in advertising his own website. Then, using the digital IDs, he added both as friends. Since he hadn't set his information to public, the two could see nothing except his nickname. Administrator, friend request sent. Now send me your geographical locations. Don't be vague. Preferably include detailed coordinates. The two then privately sent Guan Tong their locations. Wind like sky was in Lipuo City, approximately 300 kilometers away from Mingdao Mountain, where Guan Tong was. The coordinate location sent by Blackstone was also over 200 kilometers away from him. Neither place was particularly close, but they weren't extremely far either. Next, Guan Tong confirmed with Wind like sky the type of gathering point he was at, learning that the latter was in a hospital. Guan Tong opened a satellite map on his computer, found that hospital, looked at it from various angles, and selected a pickup location. That was the hospital windowsill. He instructed Wind like sky to pack those masks, place them on the windowsill, and keep the window open. This way, the shadow line could later climb up the wall and retrieve the items without damaging the structure. But the route from entering the city to the hospital needed careful planning. Guan Tong didn't want his transport process to be discovered by official patrol vehicles or drones, as that might draw attention and cause trouble. He then focused intently on studying the map route, with more concentration than when he was preparing for the college entrance exams, because this was the first order for his shadow logistics. Although the 100 Ascension coin transportation fee was nothing to his current net worth of several hundred thousand, if this process could be successfully executed, it represented future income worth millions, tens of millions, even billions. He had to take it seriously. Late at night, shelter number 915, Yinhua City. A man opened his eyes, confirmed the state of his mouth, got out of bed, and went to the bathroom to use the toilet. He pushed the door, finding it wouldn't open, as if blocked by something hard from the other side. What's going on? He frowned, pressed both hands against the door, and pushed with all his might. Thud! As the door swung open, a corpse fell down, its pale face landing right in the man's line of sight. The man instinctively cried out in alarm, but was immediately stopped by the anti-speech mask he was wearing, unable to make sound. His chest heaved violently with fear as he took a closer look at the corpse on the floor. It was one of his 3 roommates, Wong Yin. He immediately lost all desire to use the toilet, went back to wake up the other 2 roommates, and promptly went to report the incident to the shelter administrator. Not long after, the administrator arrived with 2 staff members and carefully examined Wong Yin's corpse. Judging from the rope tied to the sink and the ligature marks on Wong Yin's neck, the answer was obvious. The administrator quickly concluded Wong Yin had committed suicide. The 3 roommates were immediately taken to a meeting room for a written interrogation. All 3 clearly stated they had no conflicts with Wong Yin, let alone any bullying situations. As for why Wong Yin would kill himself, they had no idea either. After the interrogation, the administrator first sent the 3 back and ordered them to keep Wong Yin's death confidential, not to spread the news casually within the shelter. Afterwards, the administrator and other staff members pulled up surveillance footage, finding the parts involving Wong Yin. The surveillance showed that Wong Yin's condition had been off for several days. He often stared blankly for long periods or simply lay in bed all day. Furthermore, looking at earlier footage from before the 7th rule was announced, it was clear Wong Yin was a very talkative person, often visiting different dormitories to chat and socialize. Omicron. After reviewing the footage for 2 or 3 hours, the administrator preliminarily concluded, due to his personal disposition, Wong Yin had fallen into deep depression during the 7th rule period because he couldn't speak or communicate, which led him to choose to end his own life in the bathroom. A major reason for the government's massive construction of shelters was to protect its citizens. Therefore, any death occurring within a shelter was a serious matter that needed to be thoroughly investigated and reported in detail. The administrator dared not slack off. He stayed up all night, writing an electronic report, and sent it to the corresponding department's email. What he didn't know was that at this moment, this email inbox was already stuffed with numerous report files sent from shelters across various cities. Also late that same night, a hair-thin shadow line slithered across the ground, approaching a city that looked utterly ordinary. This city was Lipuo City, the location of Wind-like Sky. A shadow line as thin as a strand of hair was extremely stealthy even during the day. Hard to notice. If you don't look carefully, can you spot a single strand of hair fall on the ground? At night, it was even less noticeable. Forget the naked eye. Even patrol cars and drones couldn't easily spot it. Taking advantage of this stealth, Guan Tong quickly manipulated it to reach the target location, the hospital gathering point. He made the shadow line climb up the exterior wall to the 10th floor, as mentioned by Wind-like Sky. After materializing, he checked window by window. On the 3rd window's ledge, he found a small cardboard box. Prying open the box's lid, he saw several masks stacked inside. Exactly the goods awaiting transport. From an ultra-long distance, Guan Tong manipulated the shadow line to wrap around the cardboard box several times, then gently dragged it down to the ground and retraced the route back. To prevent the brown cardboard box from being conspicuous at night, Guan Tong manipulated the shadow line to wrap around it several times, covering it completely in black, greatly enhancing its stealth. Next was getting the goods out of the city. Following a pre-planned route, Guan Tong pulled the goods through an urban village. According to satellite maps, this village had long been uninhabited, undergoing demolition work, and was almost deserted at night. The shadow line dragged the box along, quickly reaching the city's edge. Just then, an official transport vehicle drove past on the highway, its headlights bright. Guan Tong immediately ordered the shadow line to stop. The driver, using the headlights, spotted a black box by the roadside, but he merely glanced at it and looked away, assuming it was just some trash. Once the vehicle passed, the black box immediately started moving, swiftly distancing itself from the city at an extremely fast speed. Fairly smooth, Guan Tong, on Mingdao Mountain, closed his eyes, manipulating the shadow's movement based on the visual information transmitted from the ultra-long distance. Guan Tong thought the reason it went smoothly was because the shadow was nearly impossible to detect at night. Moreover, as the wartime management state deepened, almost everyone in the cities now stayed inside gathering points or shelters at night, not going out unless necessary. As a result, some streetlights were no longer turned on, making the shadow's movement even more stealthy. As for after retrieving the goods and leaving the city, the shadow could move at full speed without any worries. Guan Tong directly ordered it to head for the coordinates provided by Blackstone, arriving nearby before dawn. Upon seeing the camp where Blackstone was located, Guan Tong certainly wouldn't let the shadow line take the goods directly inside. He manipulated the shadow line to place the goods about 500 meters away from the camp, then notified Blackstone on the website to pick up the goods at the target location. Blackstone had been waiting for news. Upon seeing the message, he immediately rode a motorcycle out of the camp to the location Guan Tong sent him. There on the ground was a cardboard box. Opening it, he found exactly 10 official anti-speech masks distributed within the city. They really delivered them. Blackstone was both shocked and overjoyed, until he actually received the goods. He had been somewhat skeptical about the whole thing, because retrieving goods from a city under wartime conditions and getting them out was definitely not an easy task. The reason he was willing to try was because the administrator hadn't charged a deposit. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have agreed to pay, thinking the whole thing wasn't very reliable. But now, seeing these 10 masks with his own eyes, Blackstone was finally convinced that the administrator truly possessed extraordinary abilities, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. After the first commission transaction was completed, Blackstone received 10 anti-speech masks. Wind Like Sky received 950 Ascension coins, and Guan Tong received 100 Ascension coins. Everyone was happy. The happiest was actually Guan Tong, who received the least money because he had initially verified that the shadow logistics method was feasible. Although various details weren't perfect, as the shadow's abilities continued to strengthen in the future, further optimization was possible. After the commission was completed, both Wind Like Sky and Blackstone posted in the website's commission thread stating the transaction was complete and thanking the administrator for his help. As soon as this news broke, numerous related posts immediately popped up on the site. Has anyone tried it? Can the website's transaction system really be used? Seems like someone completed a commission on the website. Can the administrator really transport goods out of lockdown cities? How is that done? If many people previously suspected the administrator was Shadow, now many others speculated he might have connections with official channels. Guan Tong subsequently posted in both the commission and transaction sections, explaining that after understanding the situations of both trading parties and the details of the traded items, he would decide whether to assist based on the circumstances. If he agreed to assist, and both trading parties agreed to pay 10% of the transaction amount as a fee, then cooperation could proceed. As soon as his post went up, a flood of replies quickly appeared in the comments section. 10% transaction fee for a 10,000 Ascension coin transaction. That's 1,000 taken out. Not cheap at all. If the administrator can truly provide services across long distances, charging a fee is only reasonable. Getting more and more curious about the administrator's identity. Able to set up a secure website, able to enter and exit cities to deliver goods under wartime conditions. Could he be an official personnel? Actually, I also think the administrator might have connections with the authorities. No matter how people speculated, without evidence, they couldn't be certain. Meanwhile, the official network department, which had been continuously monitoring this website's information, discovered this latest development. Recognizing the seriousness of the matter, they immediately reported it. Gao Yangwei woke up in the middle of the night and went to his office. As soon as he turned on his computer, he saw numerous urgent reports from various departments. He let out a silent, bitter smile. It was almost like this during every Doomsday Rule period. Countless reports snowballed their way to him every day. He raised his rough hands and rubbed his face to stay alert and focused, then began reviewing these reports. Among them, the more severe reports concerned non-external casualties within various shelters. Due to the implementation of closed-off management, compounded with this prohibition of speech rule, the atmosphere inside each shelter had become extremely tense and oppressive. While most residents could alleviate the pressure through various forms of entertainment like reading, video games, and watching videos, a significant portion of people developed mental disorders, manifested as mania, lethargy, or even suicide. Within less than 20 days of the rule's start, over several thousand people across major shelters had exhibited self-harm or suicidal behavior. This had undoubtedly reached a level requiring widespread psychological intervention. Apart from this matter, two other pieces of news also caught Gao Liangwei's particular attention. One was related to the Ascendant Home website. Personnel from the network department reported that the website was no longer limited to online communication. There had been the first suspected successful offline transaction case, and the traded items involved officially produced supplies. Gao Liangwei frowned as he read this report. Officially produced supplies were allocated to personnel based on fixed quotas. How could they become traded goods flowing out of the city? Could there be a mole? Such a matter undoubtedly required thorough investigation. Otherwise, once a breach was opened, it would only grow larger. The other matter was a report from the two official teams dispatched outside the city, following Dr. Zhang's suggestion. Their report stated that extensive camps had already been established outside the cities. Moreover, organized gangs of thugs had emerged, constantly looting other camps. The two official teams inquired whether the higher-ups could authorize them to eliminate those thug gangs during their external investigations. Gao Liangwei pondered. Authorizing the two teams would essentially grant them the legal right to kill. When you hold a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Without establishing a proper oversight system, how could they be sure the ones they eliminated were truly thug gangs? This was a question that needed consideration. November 29th. One day remaining until the end of the 7th rule. Guan Tong sat in the small courtyard, adjusting his breathing, circulating and moving his mind power to the index finger of his right hand, similar to circulating qi. A faint layer of light appeared at his fingertip. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 8 seconds, the light finally dissipated into scattered points of light. Guan Tong wiped the sweat droplets from his forehead. Although circulating mind power for less than 10 seconds, it placed immense demands on both concentration and fine control. Compared to before when he could only maintain it for 1 to 2 seconds, now nearing the end of the rule and approaching 10 seconds was already decent progress. He had exchanged messages with Shi Jingyi a few times these past few days. She also said his progress was fast. Continuing like this, he could probably complete one full cycle of mind power flow throughout his entire body within about 3 months. 3 months wasn't particularly long, but in the era of the Doomsday Rules, 3 months could span 2 to 3 rules. As some netizens put it, it was like living 2 or 3 lifetimes. That statement wasn't wrong, because surviving each rule, especially survival-type rules, made people feel a sense of having narrowly escaped death. Surviving each survival-type rule was like surviving a terrifying disaster, with a massive impact on one's mental state. This was also why many people chose to live day by day, carpe diem. If there's wine today, get drunk today. There were also some who enjoyed excitement and challenges, treating the rules like a game. Surviving each rule was like clearing a stage. If they were still alive, after all 49 rules ended, they would have achieved the final victory. Guan Tong's mentality lay somewhere between the two. He wouldn't slack off and waste his days, nor would he view the rules as a game. For him, doing what he should and could do was enough. After doing his best, he could accept whatever the final outcome might be. After completing today's cultivation, Guan Tong stood up, stretched his limbs, and began taking a walk in the mountains. Walking had always been a way for him to relax. Especially after moving to the mountain, walking without the urban clamor made him feel even more content and at ease. Furthermore, he was quite satisfied that Yu Hong and Zhao Yu, who had set up camp at the mountain's base, had not attempted to come up the mountain to find him during this period. He had originally been thinking about how to dissuade them if they couldn't hold back and came up the mountain to look for him. It seemed now that he had overthought it. After making a round on the mountain, Guan Tong returned to the wooden cabin feeling refreshed and opened his computer. On the Ascendant Home website, following the initial successful commission transaction, Other people had also begun posting commissions these past few days. However, because the value of these commissions was too low, most received no attention. For example, someone posted a commission wanting to buy a non-consumable attack-type item, but could only offer 200 to 300 Ascension coins. At a glance, no one would accept such a commission. A non-consumable attack-type item could fetch at least 1,000 coins or more on the terminal market. Why would anyone sell it to you at a 70% discount instead of putting it on the market? Another person posted a commission, wanted to find someone with a regeneration ability to treat his severed arm to make it regrow. The fee was high. This commission might not be low in value, but the requirement was too stringent. The regeneration ability was absolutely a niche ability. It might exist, but the person possessing it might not see this post. Even if they saw it, they might not be willing to help. Furthermore, even if the two agreed, if they weren't in the same location, Guan Tong couldn't facilitate a meeting between them. His shadow could transport goods, and thus could transport people, but these were two different concepts. Especially transporting people would partially reveal the shadow's secret. Guan Tong wouldn't do such a thing for a fee. However, there was currently one commission that caught Guan Tong's attention. This commissioner, like the previous Blackstone, was a person surviving in a wilderness camp. His need was to transport a batch of long shelf life, room temperature storable food from the city to his camp. For this, their camp was willing to collectively fund 3,000 Ascension coins. And Guan Tong noticed that this commission was accepted just 10 minutes after being posted. The acceptor said he was an administrator of a material warehouse in the city, willing to embezzle and sell food for Ascension coins, provided the administrator could assist with transportation. Both the commissioner and the acceptor had a the administrator in the post. Simultaneously, there were many replies from other users in the post. Embezzling food from material warehouse? Brother, aren't you afraid of getting caught? You dare accept this commission, but the administrator might not dare transport it for you. Are you joking? I'm also a staff member in a city material warehouse. Food storage quantities are all accounted for. What will you do if the accounts don't match up later due to your embezzlement? Guan Tong agreed with the viewpoints in these comments. Previously, wind-like sky, embezzling anti-speech masks was somewhat understandable because those masks were leftovers after people died in the same gathering point, and the official wouldn't reclaim them, plus Blackstone didn't mind that others had used those masks, which ultimately facilitated the transaction. It could be said that even if the official eventually found wind-like sky, at most he'd get a scolding, unlikely to be charged and convicted. But embezzling reserve food from material warehouse was a different matter. Even in peacetime, that would land you in jail, let alone in the Doomsday Rules era, which had already entered wartime management. Once discovered, the official would absolutely deal with it severely, strictly, and swiftly. Guan Tong wondered, was this guy claiming to be a warehouse administrator really willing to take such a huge risk just for some Ascension coins? Even if this guy was determined to take the risk, Guan Tong would absolutely not accept this transport job. Although this website couldn't be tracked by the official, Guan Tong didn't want it to become a breeding ground for illegal activities. Soon, he went to update the previously posted fee collection thread, adding a declaration of will not assist in illegal or criminal activities. However, regarding the commissioner's needs, he could actually fulfill them. He himself currently had a lot of food supplies. What he brought himself originally was enough for half a year. Later, Yu Hong and Zhao Yu moved many supplies from that gang of thugs' vehicle, most of which was food. All added together, it was enough to eat for over a year. Guan Tong himself certainly didn't have that much demand. If a camp lacked food, he was willing to sell portion. It could both earn some Ascension coins and make up for other shortages. A win-win situation, why not? So he went to privately message the commission poster. Administrator, how many people's worth of food do you need, and for how many days? I might be able to provide a portion. The commissioner with the nickname Flying Owl replied, the administrator provides? Didn't someone already accept the commission earlier? Administrator, I've already added a declaration in the pin post that I will not assist in illegal or criminal activities. Flying Owl. Seeing that Flying Owl didn't reply immediately, Guan Tong felt a bit strange. Since Flying Owl's camp lacked food, wouldn't legitimately sourced food be better than stolen goods from an official material warehouse? If they really took the warehouse administrator's dirty goods, Weren't they afraid of the official finding out later and holding them accountable? A full 3 minutes later, Flying Owl finally replied, "All right, we need 1 month's worth of food for 10 people. The coordinates are as follows. Please send it quickly, Administrator." Looking at this reply, Guan Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. Why do I feel like this guy is fishing? Guan Tong had always trusted his intuition. From the moment he saw the commission post, he felt something was off. Now, after this exchange, it felt even stranger. If the other party was fishing, what was the purpose? Trying to figure out how I transport goods in and out of the city? Or trying to follow the trail to find me personally? Guan Tong thought for a moment and decided to send a shadow to investigate around the coordinates. Of course, in its intangible state without carrying goods. He wanted to figure out if someone was setting a trap for him. What kind of people are you? In a certain camp, only one of over a dozen thugs remained, kneeling on the ground, clinging to life as he asked. His companions were all dead. He no longer cared about the rule of not speaking. He just wanted to die understanding. Standing before him were 5 people. The leader held a silenced pistol. It was that gun that had just picked off at least 8 thugs. Facing the sole survivor's inquiry, the person holding the pistol didn't respond. He raised the muzzle and fired a precise shot. The man was instantly hit between the eyebrows, falling to the ground dead. A woman beside him converted text to speech. "Captain," he made a sound. "Why not wait for the sound hunter?" The captain also took out his phone, converting text to reply. "I was just giving him a quick death. Besides, now is not the time to waste time, Su Wei." The woman named Su Wei nodded. At that moment, a burly man walked into the camp, looked around, and raised his phone to speak. "These guys robbed a lot of supplies. They must have killed plenty. Damn it, they really deserve to die." "Captain, got it, old tie." Zhang Qian, send the coordinate message to base. Have the recovery team come to take the supplies back to the nearby city. Another person in the team replied, "Understood." This squad was precisely one of the 5 official teams, Team 5. The captain was once a national shooting champion. His exclusive mind power item was a silenced pistol with unlimited ammunition. The other team members were also quite capable. This time, they and Squad 2 were jointly dispatched outside the city with 2 missions. One was to investigate the existence of a certain mysterious organization. The other was to investigate the survival ecology of personnel outside the city. Ever since leaving the city, they discovered that the area outside the city had essentially become a jungle society. People living here had to follow the law of the jungle. Otherwise, they would quickly be devoured, leaving not even scraps. So they applied to their superiors for sweeping rights. After consideration, their superiors agreed. This way, they gained the right to strike against thug groups in the wilderness. This current gang was already the 3rd one they had taken down these past few days. Zhang Qian, "Captain, coordinates have been sent." The captain nodded. "Let's go." Continue to the next area. He took the lead, walking towards the team's vehicle. The other team members looked at each other. "Su Wei, is the captain in such a hurry?" "Old tie, having some drive is good too. If you were like when we returned from Holy Grail Island, that would be really worrying." Zhang Qian, "It seems that failure hit the captain hard. So he wants to perform and achieve merit quickly to prove himself." The others nodded one after another. Previously on Holy Grail Island, their Team 5 was very close to the Shadow who obtained the Holy Grail, so they were among the first to rush there. The result, in a 5 versus 1 situation, the Shadow easily wiped them out. Only Su Wei, who was responsible for luring away the living dead army at the entrance at the time, survived because she didn't enter the church immediately. After that challenge tournament ended, the members of Team 5 were undoubtedly very frustrated, especially Captain Suyu. He originally held great expectations, believing his team could seize the Holy Grail and gain honor, but instead ended in complete failure. Based on the subsequent situation, if he, as the captain at the time, could have made a rational decision to give up competing for the Holy Grail like the captain of the first team, Dragon Soul, perhaps they could have still entered the top 10 based on enemy kill points. But precisely because of his decision, the team was eliminated, missing the top 10. Although the team members, and even higher-ups like Dr. Zhang, didn't blame him, Suyu himself had always felt awkward. Even though he recently heard news that holding the Holy Grail granted an unlimited mind power buff, he still felt that this wasn't an excuse for his team being wiped out. Ultimately, It was because he was too eager to compete for the Holy Grail, rashly attacking without first investigating the Shadow's abilities, which led to the crushing defeat. This was absolutely his responsibility as captain. Therefore, after receiving this mission to investigate outside the city, he perked up, full of drive. He decided he must complete the mission this time and bring back high-value intelligence. So you thought as he walked. This time out, although we've eliminated 3 thug strongholds and recovered a large amount of supplies, we haven't yet investigated any intelligence on that mysterious organization. Also, we urgently need to deeply investigate the camp ecology of ordinary survivor groups. I wonder if we can still gain something before the rule ends tomorrow. So he was thinking as he reached the vehicle. At that moment, he suddenly glimpsed in the vehicle's rearview mirror a black off-road vehicle driving towards this location. Who is that? He immediately turned to look. The other 4 team members also quickly assumed combat stances, watching the vehicle. The black off-road vehicle slowed down as it approached and stopped. The doors opened and several figures got out. The leader was a young man wearing headphones, then a bespectacled young man, a teenager in a hooded sweater, a little girl who looked very young, and when they saw the last person getting out, the expressions of Su Yu and the others changed drastically. Gu Fei. During the initial official selection for the 5 squads, 100 people were chosen at first. From those 100, 30 to 40 more outstanding individuals were selected to form the 5 squads. The remaining people, though not chosen, still joined various cities' combat rosters as reserves, with the hope of being called up later. Because the entire selection process took place at the same training base, many of the participants knew each other. Especially those 30 to 40 who later formed squads. They had trained together and become acquainted, even fairly good friends. So now, when the members of Team 5 saw Gu Fei stepping down from the vehicle, all of them involuntarily showed stunned expressions. Gu Fei himself was also clearly taken aback when he saw the people from Team 5, and his expression slowly darkened. The young man wearing headphones took out his phone and showed Gu Fei 3 words on the screen. Do you know them? Gu Fei nodded, hesitated, then picked up his phone to reply. They're an official funded team. The headphone young man glanced over it. His face is indifferent as always, showing no change. At that moment, Su Yu, captain of Team 5, sent an audio message with his phone, demanding, Gu Fei, who are the people beside you? Everyone else already knew that Gu Fei had been expelled from Squad 3. Some of the squad members had tried to contact him about it, but he never replied, and his whereabouts remained unknown. They didn't expect to meet him again, and outside the city at that. Moreover, seeing Gu Fei and the other 4 wearing the same uniform printed with a black plum blossom pattern made it obvious they had joined some organization. Gu Fei picked up his phone and replied by voice. None of your business. Get lost immediately. Su Yu frowned. At that moment, the headphone young man shook his head and typed a line to Gu Fei to show him. You can't let official teams leave. Gu Fei's face shifted slightly, but he didn't type a rebuttal. Neither side spoke another word, but the tense atmosphere change was as direct as could be. Both sides felt that a fight was unavoidable. So you turned and signaled to his teammates with his eyes, then acted immediately. He struck first. In the instant he raised his hand, he summoned a silenced pistol. Without aiming, he fired several quick shots at the young man with the headphones. He knew Gu Fei. This perpetually defiant fellow obeyed the headphone young man without question. Clearly the headphone guy was the leader among the 5. Catch the leader to catch the band. If they could take him out first, the rest might surrender without a fight. But he underestimated the opponent's reflexes. The instant Su Yu raised his hand, the bespectacled young man who looked like a university student summoned a light sphere. The light sphere formed into a circular barrier that enveloped him and the headphone young man. Su Yu's bullets dissipated on impact and couldn't break through. Su Yu frowned. At the same time, several of his teammates either shifted into defense or launched attacks. The fast Su Wei swept around the flank to strike, but she was intercepted by the sweater-wearing teen. He summoned his item, an irregular pile of block-like pieces that, under his finger movements, assembled into 3 wolf-like creatures and surrounded Su Wei. Aoyu, the burly man Old Tai, wielding his giant axe, charged from the front and swung the great axe down. Gu Fei rushed forward and met him, clashing with his curved blade. Team 5's other two members, Zhang Qian, who handled communications and healing, lacked combat strength and did not advance. Instead, he immediately contacted the base to report the sudden encounter. The other man, Lu Zhe, was outstanding at defense and now shielded Zhang Qian and Su Yu, constantly wary of enemy attacks toward their healer and shooter. On the other side, also 5 people. Gu Fei and Old Tai fought up close. The sweater teenager held Su Wei at bay. The bespectacled youth kept the light sphere aloft, forming a shield. The headphone young man made no move, just watched. And the very young girl simply stood by the vehicle, showing no intention of taking part in the fight. Su Yu rapidly assessed the battle, glanced at Lu Zhe, and signaled him to cover. Then he condensed his mind power, and the gun in his hand transformed. The silencer disappeared, replaced by a lengthened, thicker barrel. This was the result of his in-depth development of his personalized weapon. At first it had been only a silence pistol. Now it could switch to a second sniping form. He raised it and aimed at the headphone young man, planning to finish him with a single shot. However, at the moment he locked eyes with him, an indescribable weariness welled up from within. The hand holding the gun could not steady. Bang! A muffled gunshot sounded. The bullet pierced through the bespectacled youth's defensive light shield, which startled him. But the shot did not hit the headphone young man in the head. It only grazed his face, leaving a shallow cut. Most surprising of all, the headphone young man, who had almost been decapitated, remained expressionless as he stared at Su Yu. Su Yu tried to look away, but found he couldn't. His body grew increasingly weak, and the gun in his hand could not be maintained and vanished. Lu Zhe, responsible for defense, realized something was wrong and quickly used an item to summon a large shield that cut off the line of sight between Su Yu and the headphone young man. The instant the line of sight was broken, Su Yu's knees buckled and he almost collapsed. Fortunately, Zhang Qian caught him in time, his eyes full of worry and questioning. Su Yu glanced at his status panel. Indeed, it was correct. He forced himself to type into his phone, "Don't look into the eyes of that headphone youth. His eyes can absorb other stamina and mind power. He's dangerous. Equip all items." He could absorb mind power through eye contact. Such a bizarre ability none of them had ever heard of. At this moment, they could only trust their captain's judgment. Almost simultaneously, they produced a massive amount of offensive items and saturated the enemy team with throws. The official teams were never short on items. Supplying them was part of the investment, and in critical moments, those items delivered the greatest burst of attack. 20 or 30 kinds of offensive items were hurled over, instantly breaking through the bespectacled youth's light sphere defense. Explosions and firelight swallowed him and the headphone young man. Gu Fei wisely kept his distance and was not affected. As someone from the official team, he was familiar with this tactic and had been forewarned. Only the silent hour rule was still in effect, preventing him from speaking to warn his teammates. And the cohesion of this other team was poor, so they would not have coordinated anyway. When the explosions cleared, the bespectacled youth who looked like a college student lay on the ground, his life uncertain. The headphone young man, however, was completely unharmed. Even his clothes were intact. Su Yu and the others were stunned. They watched the young man's pupils turn and suddenly realized, could his eyes not only absorb other stamina and mind power, but also neutralize damage from mind power items? If that was the case, how could they injure him? Only direct physical attacks might work. At this moment, the headphone young man closed his eyes, as if indicating it was his turn to attack. Su Yu instantly signaled Old Tai and Su Wei to retreat. Su Wei, who had just destroyed the Sweater Boy's block wolf monsters, sprang back in an instant. Old Tai, however, had pushed too far forward and could not retreat in time. The headphone young man opened his eyes again. Unlike the earlier black pupils, this time his pupils had turned white. The shift from black to white seemed to mark the alternation between absorption and release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of needle-like white beams shot out from his eyes. Old Tai threw out several defensive items to shield himself, but the white beams swiftly pierced through and impaled his body. Ah! Old Tai screamed in agonizing pain. Severely wounded, he also violated the 7th rule by crying out. Su Wei twisted her body and rushed toward Old Tai. her dagger thrust for the front of his neck, seemingly trying to stop the Sound Hunter's attack. But she was too late. Within 3 seconds, Old Tai's neck artery was punctured, and the gushing blood splattered all over Su Wei. At another outdoor camp, an electronic female voice said, "Captain, when is that site administrator going to show up? Squads 2 and 5 went to eat meat, and we're stuck here waiting. This is so boring I could die." An electronic male voice replied, "Silver Fox, stop complaining. Our mission is important too." Waiting in the camp was the official first squad. As the strongest squad, their assignment was to seize the opportunity to capture the Ascendant Home's administrator. Guan Tong's earlier judgment had been correct. The commission posted in the commission section was bait, designed specifically to lure him, that snake, out of hiding. The original official plan was to ambush near the city supply warehouse and set up extensive surveillance. That might have clarified how the administrator entered and exited the city and how he avoided patrol drones and transport supplies. What surprised them was that the administrator had the sense to avoid risk and refused to transport goods from the official warehouse. Just as the officials planned to revise their approach, the administrator privately messaged that he had goods and could deliver them himself. So after a quick discussion, the officials agreed. The message was reported, and the base dispatched first squad to the designated outdoor camp. They would wait for the administrator to arrive with goods, then capture him and interrogate him about the website and other intelligence. By now, first squad had been in the camp over 20 hours, and the administrator still hadn't appeared. The team members were getting impatient. Silver Fox, maybe that administrator already suspected something? Dragon Soul, so far he hasn't shown any sign of it. That's hard to say. Silver Fox's electronic female voice had a mature big sister tone. She sounded very grown up. Who knows if he has some special reconnaissance ability? Guan Tong, listening on Mingdao Mountain when he heard that line, thought to himself, "You hit the nail on the head." While first squad continued to wait, Guan Tong's shadow line had already tunneled from underground to near the camp. After activating the auditory sense from his 5 senses, the squad's electronic conversation transmitted back to him. It also confirmed this commission was indeed fishing bait, and that it wasn't some violent gang or wild group. It was an official department. Although Guan Tong knew the officials wanted to find him, he hadn't expected them to use this approach. If the administrator really is that shadow, I'd like to meet him. The electronic female voice that Silver Fox projected drifted into Guan Tong's ears again. Preferably a handsome older man. Dragon Soul. What? You don't like pretty young guys? Silver Fox, what's so great about pretty young guys? I prefer rugged older men. Dragon Soul, I don't think you'll get to pick. If he really is Shadow, he'll probably be placed under strict protection and, once confirmed, receive massive resources for training. We might not even have the chance to approach him afterward. Silver Fox, does upper management think Shadow is that important? Dragon Soul, yes. Several major nations now believe the Doomsday Rules are a screening that makes the strong even stronger. Perhaps in the end, a single truly top-tier powerhouse could contend with thousands of ascendants. Shadow already showed that potential in the Holy Grail Island battle. Silver Fox, wasn't that because he had the Holy Grail with infinite mind power? Dragon Soul, even with infinite mind power, you need an ability to utilize it. Tell me, with our capabilities alone, even if we had infinite mind power, could we survive assaults by hundreds or thousands at once? Silver Fox, I guess I see what upper management means. No wonder Dr. Zhang values Bai Shiwu so much. He must think she has the potential to fight 10,000 people alone, right? Guan Tong withdrew Shadow after discovering that this commission was actually an official attempt to bait him. Not long after, he directly posted a statement on the website, declaring zero tolerance for deception, false commissions, and fraudulent transactions. As a case example, he publicly banned the commissioner, Flying Owl, and the previous account that claimed to be a warehouse manager. As soon as the post went up, replies immediately surged. What's going on here? So these two were engaging in fraudulent transactions. I did think it was pretty bold to resell food from a supply warehouse just for some Ascension coins. Ban them. Good. We finally have a platform for normal communication. We can't let these scammers mess it up. Support administrator. Best to ban their IPs as well, so they can't just register new accounts. Users overwhelmingly supported Guan Tong's decision. As the Doomsday Rules continued to deepen, relationships between people were becoming increasingly strained, and tolerance for scammers was dropping lower and lower. Everyone desperately hoped for a platform that was honest and reliable. After the two accounts were banned, personnel from the official network department discovered it immediately. The message was relayed and delivered to the first squad, who were still waiting at the trap camp. Captain Dragon Soul was somewhat taken aback upon learning this, unsure how the administrator had discovered it. If someone had come to scout the location, there was no reason they wouldn't have noticed, because the camp was not only equipped with various electronic detection and scanning devices, but team member Night Owl also possessed a special reconnaissance ability that could sense others' gaze within a certain range. Under these circumstances, they couldn't understand how the trap was discovered. However, they soon had no time to dwell on this issue, as Dr. Zhang urgently sent a message. Team 5 is in danger 17 kilometers from you. Go support them immediately. Seeing the message, Dragon Soul said nothing and immediately led the team members into their vehicle, heading for the target location. On the battlefield between Team 5 and the Qing May team, both sides had suffered casualties after one round of engagement. Team 5's breacher, Old Tai, was severely injured by the headphone-wearing young man and then killed by the sound hunter. In the Qing May team, the young man wearing glasses was killed by a saturation attack of offensive items. Both sides now had 4 members left each. It seemed evenly matched, but in reality, it wasn't. So you stared at the opposite side. His mind power was almost completely drained by the headphone-wearing young man. Moreover, judging from the latter's performance, he could switch between absorption and release states. Ni is. When his pupils were black, he could absorb mind power through eye contact. Not just from people, but even attack energy related to mind power could be absorbed. When his pupils turned white, he released mind power in the form of inch rays. The fact that Old Tai, who was naturally tough-skinned and thick-boned and had several defensive items, still couldn't block them and was severely injured, nearly killed outright, showed just how astonishing the attack power of those inch rays was. Such a bizarre and powerful ability truly made him feel troubled. Among the other 3, Gu Fei was fast with incredible close combat ability. Without Old Tai, once he got close, Su Yu, Zhang Qian, and Lu Zhe would all be in great danger. Then there was the teenager in a sweater, who could combine building block items into multi-form weapons. Judging by his ability to hold off Su Wei, his strength was also quite formidable. Finally, there was the little girl. So you looked at the girl standing by the car at the rear, who appeared to be of elementary school or early middle school age, and frowned. That girl hadn't made a move yet, so her abilities were unknown. She might be support personnel, but they couldn't let their guard down until that was confirmed. At that moment, the headphone-wearing young man's eyes changed from white to black. The 4 members of Team 5 immediately averted their gaze to avoid eye contact, which would lead to their mind power being absorbed. Su Wei gestured to Su Yu, asking what they should do now. Su Yu's decision-making on Holy Grail Island last time had nearly wiped out the squad. He wouldn't repeat that mistake this time. Without a way to counter the headphone-wearing young man's ability, they could only retreat first. Otherwise, continuing to fight might allow them to eliminate some enemy personnel, but they would inevitably suffer casualties themselves, which wouldn't be worth the loss. He gave a retreat signal. Although the other 3 were reluctant, they immediately obeyed. Su Wei used some unknown ability, suddenly becoming extremely fast. She picked up Old Tai's corpse, carried it to the vehicle, and drove away with her teammates. Seeing this, Gu Fei wanted to give chase, but after running a few steps, he turned his head to look at the headphone-wearing young man. The latter picked up his phone and glanced at it, as if having received a message. Then the headphone-wearing young man raised his phone, showing the message content sent to him. Official forces have dispatched the first squad for reinforcement. They're on the way. Do not engage further. Seeing the message, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. What kind of organization had he joined that could even detect the movements of the first squad? He knew the first squad was different from the other 4 squads. The members of the other 4 squads came from various sources, but most were selected from registered civilians. However, the 5 members of the first squad, led by Dragon Soul, were all from military backgrounds, the most reliable backgrounds, the strongest in ability, and receiving the most resource cultivation. If they truly had to choose only one team from the five to represent Baishan country as the national team, it would undoubtedly be the first squad. This team's operations had a very high level of secrecy. When Gu Fei was still captain of Squad 3, he heard Dr. Zhang mention once that within the entire base, besides himself, only the person in charge had the authority to know the first squad's movements. The other few people with the authority to know were all outside the base. Could it be that the organization he had joined was connected to one of these people? Gu Fei didn't have time to think more. The other team members were already in the car. Following the headphone-wearing young man's signal, he stuffed the unlucky glasses-wearing guy's corpse into the trunk, then got in the car and left. Not long after, the retreating Team 5 encountered the first squad coming to support them. After the two teams joined up, they returned to the battle site, but the enemies were long gone. The 5 members of Dragon Soul's squad had already received some intelligence in the vehicle. They inspected the battle scene again, collected traces of the enemy's blood left on the ground to take back for DNA comparison and verification. Afterwards, both teams terminated their original plans and returned to the base together. Rule time has ended. At 9 a.m. the next day, the nationwide silence that had lasted for a month was finally declared over as the voice of the fire thief sounded. Congratulations on passing the test of the 7th Doomsday Rule. Reward has been sent to the storage box. The 8th Doomsday Rule will be announced in 30 days. After listening to the fire thief's announcement, Guan Tong felt this one was exceptionally concise. Thinking back carefully, he realized no new items had been added to the Ascension store this time. That was somewhat strange. Could it be that the 8th rule would be special? But that was a month away. There was no need to think too much about it now. Finally able to speak freely, Guan Tong removed the makeshift gag made of electrical tape and cloth, feeling his mouth was somewhat numb. Coal ball. Having not spoken for a month, Guan Tong found his own voice somewhat unfamiliar when he spoke again. Although a month didn't seem long, he clearly felt that speaking had become more difficult. This reminded him of news he'd seen before. Some people experience degradation in language ability due to prolonged silence, leading to a certain rigidity in their thinking ability. One could only say it was fortunate the rule only lasted a month. If it had lasted half a year or a year, everyone would probably need a considerable adjustment period just to get used to speaking again after it ended. Meow. Coal ball, who was scratching a tree to sharpen its claws, heard Guan Tong's voice and quickly ran over, emitting a sound that seemed to carry a question. Its large, jade-green eyes curiously stared at him. Presumably, Guan Tong not calling it for a month and suddenly speaking now also confused its small brain capacity. Guan Tong rubbed Coalball's head. This rule is finally over. I bet a lot of people were tortured badly. Although he lived on a mountain, he wasn't isolated from the world. Once online, he could see what was happening around the world. Over this past month, especially in the latter half, many people posted saying they couldn't take it anymore, or that someone in their gathering point or shelter had a mental breakdown screaming and shouting, or even took their own life. On Guan Tong's own website, a user with the nickname FreeCloud in his complaint thread had his last updated content saying he was utterly disillusioned with this world and wanted to leave it. Many initially thought he was joking, but later someone from the same shelter revealed the truth. This person's real name was Wong Yin, and he had indeed taken his own life in the shelter's restroom. Once the news broke, many people in the thread expressed condolences. Guan Tong also used the administrator account to post a rest in peace. After he posted the reply, some users replied under his comment, saying they were grateful he had created the Ascendant Home website where they could still chat about related matters in the casual chat section and vent their emotions. Otherwise, they might have taken the same path. There were many similar replies, as many users discovered that on other social media sites, topics related to self-termination seemed to be blocked, impossible to view or discuss. In Guan Tong's view, this seemed like an attempt to prevent people from taking extreme measures in the era of Doomsday Rules, but it actually felt like trying to cover things up. After all, hiding a problem doesn't mean it doesn't exist. To solve a problem, one must first acknowledge its existence. Moreover, in Guan Tong's opinion, the harm this rule inflicted on the human population might have long-lasting effects. It was like a wound that leaves a scar. It's not just fine once it heals. Personal panel. Guan Tong spoke to some in the panel. This was usually done by silent thought, but now that he could finally speak, he verbalized it almost as compensation. Name, Guan Tong. Nickname, Administrator of Ascendant Home. Title, Victor. Mind Power, 145, 145, 2950. Ascension Coins, 413,620. Comprehensive Biological Information Evaluation, excellent. The mind power increase was stable, up by 4 points compared to before the rule. The increase in Ascension Coins, however, was a super leap, jumping directly from 3 digits to 6 digits. Undoubtedly, this was all from selling communication scrolls. With over 400,000 Ascension Coins, Guan Tong finally had the confidence to shop in the terminal market. But he wasn't in a hurry right now. He'd open the reward first. Opening the storage box, he found a silver-grade survival chest from passing this rule. Opening it yielded a ring. Storage ring. Possesses 1 cubic meter of storage space. Can store items related to mind power and non-mind power items. Can be traded. Isn't this a spatial ring? Guan Tong was somewhat surprised by the item he obtained. But the volume is only 1 cubic meter? Well, it's a silver-grade chest, so that's understandable. 1 cubic meter wasn't actually small. You could stuff 3 or 4 adults in there, or quite a lot of things. But Guan Tong thought about it. His supplies and such could just stay in the shelter. However, summoning the shelter consumed a significant amount of mind power, whereas this ring didn't require mind power to store or retrieve items. This meant he could keep some frequently used items inside. Guan Tong thought for a moment, put on the ring, and then placed his silver hunter firearm inside. He used this gun very frequently. However, because returning it to the wordless book would empty the ammunition, he had always carried it with him. Now, putting it in the ring was perfect. The bullets would remain when he took it out. Buzz. Buzz. Just as he finished testing the ring's storage and retrieval function, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw the caller ID was actually Wong Yin. Big Sister Wong, is there any progress with Xiao Na? Guan Tong asked as he picked up the phone. He figured Wong Yin contacting him on her own initiative must be because of this matter. Yes, Xiao Wan. I just received a call. The person on the other end said they could arrange for me to meet my daughter sometime soon. Wong Yin's tone sounded somewhat anxious, as if she was worried about something. However, they wouldn't tell me a specific time or location. They just said they'd notify me temporarily when the time comes and told me to keep my phone accessible at all times. I think these people likely have Na under their control. What do you think, Xiao Guan? Guan Tong thought for a moment and asked, Big Sister Wong, you've joined the police department now, right? Haven't you considered asking your colleagues to help apprehend them when the time comes? No, I can't. The person on the phone seemed very aware of my movements and knew I had joined the police department. They specifically warned me that if I mentioned anything I shouldn't to my colleagues, I'd never see my daughter again. So I can't discuss it with my colleagues either. I could only call you, Xiao Guan, to ask for your opinion. This matter is probably quite troublesome. I'm not in the city right now, so I'm afraid I can't be of much help. Random time, random location. Even if Guan Tong could remotely control Shadow, he had no leads to pursue. Wong Yin didn't know Guan Tong had left the city before the wartime management measures were fully implemented. It was easy to leave the city back then, but now, entering or exiting requires a valid reason. I know. My plan is to bring a hidden camera to the meeting to capture the faces of the organization's members. Then, after the meeting, we can investigate based on the facial recognition. Listening to Wong Yan's words, Guan Tong understood she already had a plan. Calling him was probably just to talk to someone and ease her anxiety. Sure enough, Wong Yin hung up shortly after saying her piece to go prepare. As for Guan Tong, he wasn't actually very optimistic about Wong Yin being able to bring her daughter, Chenna, back. The key issue was that Chenna had voluntarily joined that organization in the first place. She traded joining the organization for medicinal items that saved her mother, who was in the late stages of cancer. Perhaps in her heart, gratitude towards the organization outweighed resentment, because the organization genuinely helped her. In that case, if Chenna herself, subjectively, didn't resist the organization or felt a sense of responsibility and didn't intend to leave, then no matter how hard others tried, the results would be greatly diminished. It was possible that in Chenna's mind, she felt the organization saved her mother's life, so working for them was the right thing to do. Guan Tong pondered for a moment, feeling he shouldn't interfere too much. Although Chenna was young, She wasn't a child without her own opinions. She should be very clear about what she was doing. Moreover, compared to worrying about other people's affairs, what he wanted to do more right now was to relax and decompress properly. He had been living on edge every day for this past month. His state wasn't great, and he needed some time for self-healing. Just as he thought before, the rules would end, but the psychological damage inflicted by the rules wasn't so easy to end. First, don't worry about anything. Just empty my mind for a few days. Guan Tong wasn't a robot. He didn't want to force himself into endless, gradual strengthening. Once he made the decision, he stopped overthinking and focused on doing trivial, unimportant little things. He just took walks every day, turned over the soil in the small courtyard, and played with coal ball. Meanwhile, the situation for some people in the city was much more severe than his. Many people's psyches were greatly affected after experiencing this rule. Considering this, the authorities announced the opening of shelters and gathering points the day after the rule ended. People could freely go outside to move around, take walks, or meet up with acquaintances. Some people had people to meet and went out happily for their appointments. But more people didn't have many friends. Going out just meant walking the streets. It would ring above New Year's. The weather in December had already turned cold. People going out had changed into thick winter clothes. But what was colder than the air was the expression on everyone's faces. The faces captured by the drones hovering in the air were almost all expressionless poker faces. And strangely, after a month of not being able to speak, now that the rule was over, everyone should have been talking nonstop, chattering away to any stranger they met on the road. But in reality, people walking on the streets deliberately maintained a certain distance from each other. There was little desire for conversation. Many people's expressions were a kind of indifferent, joyless apathy. This phenomenon didn't ease up. Instead, it became increasingly severe in the following days. Some people even held on during the rule period, but suddenly ended their own lives after the rule was over. If it were just isolated cases, it would be one thing. But as such cases multiplied across major cities, it quickly reached a level that could not be ignored, requiring the research office to hold meetings to discuss countermeasures. On December 7th, the Countermeasures Research Office held a rules summary meeting. The data officer first reported the casualty figures for this rule. Personnel outside the city are not included in this statistical report due to lack of registration. Based on data reported from various locations within the city, the total number of deaths during this rule is approximately 165,910. Over 130,000 of those were personnel at gathering points, with the remaining 30,000 plus being shelter personnel. Hearing this, everyone in the meeting room felt the shelter construction had proven effective so far, as this casualty ratio was direct evidence. It's worth noting, the data officer continued. According to statistics, out of the 160,000 deaths, approximately 12,000 people did not die from sound hunters, but from suicide. This data point plunged everyone into silence. 12,000 people over the 30-day rule period. That meant an average of 400 people ending their own lives every day. A psychological expert said with anguish, "The psychological damage inflicted on people by this rule is immense. And we can't ignore it just because the rule ended. This kind of psychological trauma leaves significant aftereffects." Yes, the data officer said. Of those 12,000 plus people, over 2,000 committed suicide within this week after the rule ended. Everyone in the meeting room looked at each other, not knowing what to say, and collectively turned their gaze to the person in charge. Gao Yangwei's expression was serious. His background gave him some understanding of what a repressive environment could do to a person's psyche. If things continued like this, after a few more similar rules, a breakdown was inevitable. It was possible that before the rules defeated humanity, humanity might cause society to completely collapse on its own due to various pressures. However, he couldn't think of a solution immediately. At that moment, the psychology expert spoke up. "The biggest problem right now is that people see no hope. Humans are creatures that live on hope, on anticipation for tomorrow. The mindset of living one day at a time simply cannot last. If people see no hope continuously, they will self-destruct. The question is, how do we make people feel hope?" someone said in a somewhat dejected tone. "Don't talk about the general public. Even we can only wait for the fire thief to keep announcing rules. No, Gao Yongwei said. We build a large number of shelters in the shortest possible time, effectively reducing casualties in this rule. This is the result of human subjective initiative. In my view, this is hope. That's true, but I actually have an idea, a sociologist spoke up. An idea that could make people feel motivated, feel expectation. However, this idea might not be permitted. Don't hold back. Speak directly. All right. That is to publicly release data, including some confidential data like casualty figures. The sociologist's opening statement shocked everyone in the room. Someone wanted to object, but Gao Yongwei stopped them with a look, signaling to continue listening. The sociologist continued. People lack motivation because everything is passively received. The rules announced by the fire thief, the official arrangements. People can hardly actively choose what to do. This creates a strong sense of being an object. Therefore, release secret data to society. Once people know, they will adopt the perspective of decision makers, actively think about how to adjust based on this data and information, and even discuss better countermeasures amongst themselves. This way, people gain a sense of participation. They will enthusiastically offer suggestions to the authorities through various channels and also understand the basis for some official decisions. However, there's a saying, information is power. I think it holds true. Releasing confidential data and information equates to transferring a portion of power to the general public. No one spoke now. Ultimately, this kind of thing wasn't something they could decide, nor was it something Gao Yongwei, as head of the research office, could decide alone. After a moment of silence, Gao Yongwei said, "If doing this proves useful, I will strongly urge the higher-ups to agree." His statement eased much of the tense atmosphere in the meeting room. Then a middle-aged woman in her early 40s proposed, "If we're talking about making people feel hope, I have an idea too. That is to create celebrity ascendance." Her words left everyone feeling somewhat baffled. However, they did know this woman had a rather legendary background. She became explosively popular as an internet celebrity when young, then founded a large entertainment company herself, incubating numerous internet celebrities, even a few who reached first or second-tier celebrity status. The reason she was selected for the research office was as an expert-level figure from the entertainment industry. Judging by your expressions, you don't really approve. I understand. You are all experts and scholars in various fields. Before the Doomsday Rules, many were devoted to academia or work and probably paid no attention to, or even looked down upon, things like celebrity chasing. However, many people do have a psychological need for celebrities, both men and women. After entering the Doomsday Rules era, almost all celebrities and idols from the previous era have fallen. Very few remain active now. I believe we should follow the trend of the times and create ascendant celebrities belonging to the Doomsday Rules era, giving people something to aspire to and look forward to. Gao Yongwei frowned tightly. Undoubtedly, he didn't have much fondness for celebrities or idols either. But as the person in charge, he wouldn't let his personal likes and dislikes affect his judgment. How specifically would this be done? He asked. First, naturally, personnel selection, the woman said. To become an ascendant celebrity, both strength and appearance are essential, unless one aspect reaches a top-tier level. For example, the legendary Shadow. If that person were willing to appear publicly, even if they were exceptionally ugly, they would win countless followers due to their formidable strength. After the selection is complete, the selected individuals can record some programs. For example, ascendant strength competitions, wonderful uses of ascendant abilities, etc. Of course, for program effectiveness, scripts need to be prepared in advance. Once publicly released, people will definitely be interested. Then, based on audience feedback, we can see who resonates well with viewers and focus on cultivating them, designing more programs as the core. We could even hold autograph sessions later. When the woman reached this point, someone finally couldn't help but question, isn't this era about humanity's survival? Won't engaging in these things seem very unserious? Hearing this, the woman said calmly, I think the Doomsday Rules and wartime social management are serious enough. What people need now are some unserious things to counteract the pressure they bring. I agree, Dr. Zhang spoke up proactively. The pursuit of happiness is a human instinct. If we constantly suppress it for the sake of survival, over time, it might lead to large-scale psychological breakdowns among the population. After pondering for a moment, Gao Yongwei nodded and said, I will report this proposal, along with the earlier one about opening data, to the higher-ups for their decision. After the general meeting concluded, Gao Yongwei kept Dr. Zhang behind alone. The two discussed the previous encounter battle involving Team 5. According to the blood sample brought back by Dragon Soul, DNA testing results matched a 21-year-old university student. This individual has no particularly special background. He was likely recruited by that organization simply because his mind power value is relatively high. After listening, Gao Liangwei asked, the team sent by that organization was also collecting supplies, right? For what we can see currently, yes. The two sides just happened to encounter each other. Dr. Zhang paused briefly before continuing. However, because Gu Fei recognized Su Yu and the others, that team also learned that Team 5 is an official team. Knowing it was an official team, yet they still chose to attack. Gao Yongwei snorted coldly. This is clearly an act of rebellion. What we can confirm now is that the leader of the enemy team is very strong, possessing the ability to absorb mind power. However, based on Dragon Soul's analysis, he believes the enemy's capacity to absorb mind power is limited. They cannot absorb it infinitely. That doesn't concern me. What concerns me is how to deal with this team and the organization behind it as quickly as possible. Gao Yongwei wasn't interested in the personal abilities of hostile ascendants. No matter what abilities they have, once the authorities decide to strike with thunderous force, they will only be dealt with. After all, ascendants aren't like some monsters brought by the fire thief. They are flesh and blood. No matter how strong their abilities, can they withstand a missile strike? Currently, it seems we could try using satellites to conduct a wide-area search in the wilderness. It's just, this would require a lot of manpower. Manpower is what society lacks the most right now. In just over half a year, the national population has been cut by more than half. If it weren't for some industrial robots and dark factories propping things up, the supply system would have likely collapsed long ago. Even now, it's merely being maintained. All sectors are severely short-staffed, and official departments are naturally no exception. In fact, after entering the era of the Doomsday Rules, official departments experienced a massive wave of resignations. The attractive benefits and treatment of the past have drastically lost their appeal in this apocalyptic environment. Many people feel that no matter how good the welfare, retirement, and other benefits are, they might not live to enjoy them. After all, can anyone really expect to live until retirement these days? Under this prevailing mindset, very few people are still willing to work. Especially tedious jobs like checking satellite imagery are particularly unpopular. If there's a manpower shortage, have the relevant departments recruit. Gao Yongwei stated. Aren't there new policies now? Use Ascension coins to settle wages. Dr. Zhang nodded. That was true. Some positions had indeed started paying wages in Ascension coins, which to some extent greatly boosted work motivation. In any case, Dr. Zhang, you need to find this organization's base of operations as soon as possible. Gao Yongwei issued the order. We are already overwhelmed just dealing with the fire thief's rules. We absolutely cannot allow some rebels to seize the opportunity to cause further chaos. Yin Gio. Understood, Director. As the examiner in charge of personnel selection, selecting Gu Fei, a rebel, was my mistake. I will certainly take responsibility and find the location of this organization's base as quickly as possible. December 10th, early morning. Guan Tong pushed open the door and took a deep breath of the cold December air. The temperature has dropped. Today, the perceived temperature was only around 12 to 13 degrees Celsius, very cold. Guan Tong wore the Greytax warrior hoodie under his top layer, with a gray cotton vest over it. His lower half was clad in a pair of dusty, thick trousers. If not for his relatively young and handsome appearance, his outfit alone might make him look a bit like a non-mainstream village guardian. But this was on the mountain, his own little world. Who cared? Coldball, come out for some fresh air. He turned his head and called into the room. Coldball lay on the bed, ignoring him. Once the weather turned cold, it was less willing to go outside. Guan Tong didn't mind. He stretched himself out and performed a set of the returning Cloud's fitness fist. He learned from Shi Jingyi's online class. His body soon warmed up. Feeling good today. I think I could try the circulation. After the rule ended, following 10 days of idle relaxation, Guan Tong felt he had recovered sufficiently. He went to the courtyard, sat cross-legged on a wooden stump, and focused his attention. Mind power soon appeared at his fingertips in the form of a flowing light. He was already very proficient at this step. The next step was to manipulate this point of flowing light to circulate within his body along the acupoints. As he willed it, the flowing light began to move bit by bit. Although it was very, very slow, it was steady. However, while the start was smooth, once it passed through his palm and arm, reaching the shoulder and neck area, the flowing light could no longer hold its form and dissipated. The entire process took about an hour. Guan Tong opened his eyes and wiped the sweat from his forehead. For a first attempt, going from the finger to the neck is already quite good. He wasn't seeking instant success. As long as he could see himself progressing, that was enough. After depleting his mind power, he went for a morning walk along the mountain, thinking about his plans for the remaining 20 or so days as he walked. For the Ascendant Home website, based on his observations over this period, he had selected a few relatively active users to be administrators to share the workload. As for transactions and commissions, there still weren't many. In most cases, someone would post a commission, but due to strict conditions or low fees, no one would take it. Those who could afford to post high-price commissions were mostly large groups or organizations. These people generally had their own channels to acquire things and weren't necessarily willing to post a commission thread and have the administrator take a hefty 10% cut. Guan Tong didn't mind either way. Currently, his delivery capacity was limited. If a large number of commissions were actually established, given his current level, he'd spend every day just receiving and delivering goods, doing nothing else. For the remaining 20 days besides daily cultivation, I can consider looking at items in the market. Guan Tong now possessed a huge sum of over 400,000 Ascension coins. It was time to buy some items or the like. Otherwise, holding on to a huge fortune without converting it into actual combat power was rather useless. But spending it all at once wasn't wise either, because they didn't know what the 8th rule was. This time, the Ascension store didn't have any new products listed, so it was impossible to make any predictions about the 8th rule. The smart move was to keep some Ascension coins. After the 8th rule was announced, based on the rule and hidden rule content, he could go to the market to buy items that could assist in completing the challenge. Thus, in the following days, whenever Guan Tong had free time, he would open the terminal market to browse goods. Many items had good effects, but if they weren't essential for him or didn't offer a significant boost, he wouldn't consider them. After browsing like this for 5 or 6 consecutive days, Guan Tong finally scrolled past an item that made his eyes light up. Passerby Transformation Device, after use, consumes 30 points of mind power to transform one's appearance and physique into that of a random passerby. Duration, 3 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours. Tradable. Price, 200,000 Ascension coins. What Guan Tong lacked right now was a disguise ability. This transformation device perfectly met his requirements. Although he could disguise himself by wrapping his entire body in shadow, it wasn't convenient enough and the consumption was high. But this transformation device was different. Using it only required a fixed, one-time consumption, not a continuous drain on mind power. Moreover, it could maintain the transformed state for 3 hours, which was enough time to do many things. As for the price of a full 200,000 coins, it definitely wasn't just a little expensive. It was very expensive. This was probably also why it hadn't been bought up by the personnel in those large organizations specifically responsible for sweeping goods. But since Guan Tong could afford it and needed it, there was no reason not to buy it. Guan Tong chose to purchase it. The moment he saw the purchase successful prompt, he breathed a sigh of relief. You have obtained Passerby Transformation Device. Guan Tong took it out from his storage box. The transformation device looked like an energy bar with a circular button on top. He tried pressing it, and his body rapidly changed. His physique seemed to shrink considerably, as he clearly felt his perspective lower and his clothes become a size too large. He looked down at his hands. They were small and tender. Immediately after, he took out his phone from his pocket and opened the front camera. The screen displayed a completely ordinary-looking teenager who appeared to be a middle school student. I wonder if using it results in a fixed appearance, or if each use transforms into a different image. I'll try again tomorrow after the cooldown. Naturally, Guan Tong hoped for the latter. The more forms available, the more he could potentially confuse others if needed. In this form, does it affect my ability to use my powers? Guan Tong also tried summoning Shadow, using Silver Hunt, and so on, finding that none were affected. He was very satisfied with this test result. For this outcome, even though half of his 400,000 savings were spent in one go, he didn't feel any heartache. Just as Guan Tong was preparing to return, he suddenly spotted Yu Hong and Zhao Yu coming up the mountain through the shadow surveillance eye. These two had never come up the mountain during the entire rule period. Now, half a month after the rule ended, their sudden ascent made him wonder what they were up to. Perfect timing. I'm currently in a disguised identity, with about 2.5 hours of remaining time. That's plenty. Thinking this, Guan Tong proactively walked down the mountain. 20 minutes later, he encountered the two halfway. Yu Hong and Zhao Yu were slightly startled when they saw Guan Tong. They hadn't expected there to be a middle school student in the mountain camp, though his clothes seemed a bit ill-fitting. Guan Tong asked, "Are you coming up the mountain to find us?" Zhao Yu said, "We'd like to speak with the adults in your camp." "Telling me is the same." Guan Tong said, "I'll relay the message to them when I go back." Zhao Yu felt it was a bit strange negotiating with a middle schooler. Yu Hong, however, was more direct, somewhat apologetically explaining, "Little brother, it's like this. Our food is running low. If possible, we'd like to buy some from your camp. We can pay with ascension coins." Hearing this, Guan Tong expressed surprise. "You sent quite a bit of food up the mountain before, right? Why didn't you keep more for yourselves back then?" After all, those thugs were eliminated by the experts from your camp. The spoils naturally belong to you. It wouldn't be right for us to take too much. Yu Hong said, "So that's how it is." Guan Tong nodded. "All right, I'll relay this to everyone when I go back. Then we'll trouble you, little brother." After saying this, the two turned and went back down the mountain without further delay. Guan Tong watched them leave, thinking these two seemed pretty decent. However, even so, he definitely wouldn't give out food for free. It wasn't that he lacked those few ascension coins, but rather that keeping things official and businesslike was the only way to maintain a long-term relationship. Otherwise, you might think you're being easygoing and informal, but over time, others might stop taking you seriously and start making excessive demands without even realizing it. The next day, once the passerby transformation device's 24-hour cooldown was over, he used it again. This time, he transformed into a brawny man in his 30s with a face full of stubble. Guan Tong checked himself in his phone's camera, thinking this look was quite fierce. It was a good opportunity to bring the food down as well, but he still needed to pay attention to details. After changing into a different set of clothes, he summoned a few living dead and had them act as laborers, carrying several boxes of food behind him. When they were almost at the foot of the mountain, he took over the carrying himself. After Guan Tong carried the food boxes down, he immediately spotted Yu Hong and Zhao Yu's camp. The two of them had encircled an area with several jeeps. Inside the circle were 2 tents with a campfire and some miscellaneous items in the middle. This was their camp, simple but passable. The two were currently sitting by the campfire chatting. When they saw a brawny man appear carrying several boxes, they realized he must have come down from the mountain camp. "The food you wanted. 3 boxes in total, enough for the two of you for a while." Guan Tong stacked the boxes on the hood of a jeep. Our camp leader said, "Since we're neighbors, we won't ask for much. We'll just charge you 100 ascension coins." Swish! The cloth strip was pulled off, and Wong Yin adjusted to the transition from darkness to light. She found herself in a windowless room, unable to see the outside situation. A man wearing a mask stood in the corner of the room, silently watching her. Wong Yin recalled that about 10 minutes ago, on her way to work at the police department, she received a phone call telling her that right now was the time for her to meet her daughter, Chenna. Then, without giving her any preparation time, a car appeared and took her away. The car had a partition and completely blacked out glass. She couldn't see outside and didn't know where it was going. After arriving at the destination, her eyes were also blindfolded, and she was led into a room somewhere unknown. She glanced down at the miniature camera she had been wearing pinned to her collar and was surprised to find it was already gone, clearly discovered and removed. Who exactly are these people? Creak. The door opened. Wong Yin turned her head, and her eyes instantly grew hot upon seeing the person who entered. She rushed over and hugged her daughter. Nana, Mom, mother and daughter, not having seen each other for over a month, both shed tears. Wong Yin wiped her daughter's tears and stroked her hair, asking with concern, Nana, where have you been all this time? Did that organization hurt you? Your hair. Chenna now had a neat, ear-length bob cut, looking somewhat like the short-haired woman who had come for them initially. Mom, I can't talk about the organization during this time. Is your illness better? Wong Yin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It's better. After taking that pill, I went to the hospital and found the cancer cells had disappeared. That's great. Hearing this, Chenna revealed a joyful smile. Nana, Mom knows you traded with that organization for this, right? Tell Mom, what exactly do they want you to do? Chenna shook her head. I really can't say, otherwise, I need to help with some things. I think this is only right. After all, they really gave such a precious medicine that cured your illness, Mom. Wong Yin was momentarily speechless. She couldn't refute it because that was the truth. Without that medicinal item, she probably wouldn't be here anymore. Because back then, after the hospital examination, the doctor clearly told her she only had 1 or 2 months left. Chenna said, Mom, don't worry about me, At that moment, the door opened, and a short-haired woman walked in. Chenna, time is almost up. You know, you were only allowed to meet, not to have a long talk. Chenna nodded reluctantly. Seeing the short-haired woman, Wong Yin immediately stepped forward to question her. Who exactly are you people? Why are you making a deal with a child? What exactly do you want? Go. The short-haired woman said calmly, Don't get excited, Ms. Wong. From beginning to end, we have never forced your daughter to do anything. She voluntarily joined us in exchange for the life-saving medicine for you, Ms. Wong. You should be happy to have a daughter who loves you so much. Wong Yin's chest heaved violently with anger. Of course, she was moved that her daughter was willing to sacrifice for her. But as a mother, how could she accept her daughter being in an unknown organization, doing who knows what dangerous things? Mom, it's okay. I really did volunteer. Chenna stepped forward. I'll apply to see you again later. We both need to live well. Nana, Wong Yin looked at her daughter, feeling that in just over a month, her daughter seemed to have matured quite a bit in her mindset. The older would never have said such things. All right, Chenna, we're already way over time. After the short-haired woman spoke, Chenna nodded, hugged Wong Yin once, then turned and walked out. Wong Yin wanted to grab her, but was stopped by the short-haired woman. After Chenna left, the short-haired woman said, Ms. Wong, we know you joined the police department, and we know you want to investigate us. But let me give you some advice for your own sake and for your daughter's. Don't do these unnecessary things anymore. Wong Yin glared at the short-haired woman. When we let her go, that's not for me to decide. And perhaps you haven't thought it through carefully, Ms. Wong, but your daughter's survival rate with us is actually higher than if she were with you, because we have ample resources to invest and help her survive the rules. What resources could she get by following you? Hearing this, Wong Yin was taken aback. That's all for today. One more reminder before you leave. If you, Ms. Wong, can live a stable life and not do unnecessary things, the organization will allow your daughter to meet you again later. But if you insist on opposing us, then the next time she applies, it won't be approved. Take care. After the short-haired woman left, Wong Yin stood there dazed for a few minutes before leaving the room. Going downstairs, she discovered they were still somewhere in the downtown center, with many people strolling around leisurely. Right? It's a non-rule period now. During non-rule periods, the shelters all open up. People who've been cooped up for a month all come out. Even though there's not much to do outside with all the large-scale demolition and construction after being confined for so long, even just coming out for a casual walk feels good. That organization was also using this period, arranging meetings under the cover of large crowds, so they wouldn't be noticed. Nana, thinking of the short-haired woman's words and what her daughter said before leaving, Wong Yin could only resolve to live well. Only by continuing to live could there be a day when she reunites with her daughter. December 29th, only one day left before the release of the 8th Doomsday Rule. Guan Tong sat in front of the computer, looking at the lengthy new announcement posted by the official account. The announcement was mainly divided into 2 categories of matters. The first category was the official decision to disclose some non-core confidential data to the national populace. This data was collected from various regions, aggregated at the Countermeasures Research Office, and then analyzed by specialized data officers and analysts who produced reports. Previously, the aggregated data was only circulated internally, but starting next year, January 2041, this data would be regularly made public for the general public to view. Furthermore, the authorities would also establish dedicated channels for collecting suggestions and opinions, divided into online and offline shelter channels. Good suggestions would be adopted and rewarded. The second category of matters was that the authorities were beginning to encourage the private sector to develop tertiary industries. Since the Doomsday Rules descended several months ago, major countries worldwide had concentrated their efforts on developing primary industries: agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, fishing, and secondary industries: mining, manufacturing, construction. Faced with apocalyptic disasters, humanity's first priority was ensuring food, drink, and survival. So a large number of factories had shifted to primarily producing consumables. In Beijing country, due to the official decision to construct a large number of professional-grade shelters in major cities, the secondary industry had also developed rapidly. But the tertiary industry, services such as transportation, finance, education, information, scientific research, entertainment, could be said to have suffered a devastating blow. The first to be hit was the complete collapse of the financial system. Currencies of various countries became worthless paper, with only gold retaining some value. Education was also affected, with classes suspended from elementary school to university, and many schools even demolished and converted into shelters. Scientific research similarly faced a major collapse. The reason the situation of vigorously developing technology to resist the apocalypse didn't emerge was due to the terrifying dimensional reduction strike by the fire thief. Not to mention anything else, just a random item from a bronze-level survival treasure chest might have effects that completely violate physical laws humans consider ironclad and unbreakable. This led to the complete shattering of many scientists' beliefs. Even the most brilliant scientists absolutely did not believe that with humanity's current technological level, they could achieve even a fraction of the power the fire thief could wield within 100 years. So, is there still a need for scientific research to develop? Many people had this question. This was also why, right at the beginning of the Doomsday Rules, many called for all of humanity to return to a pastoral life. It's just that since most modern humans couldn't accept living without electricity, very few responded to such calls. As for entertainment, at the beginning of the Doomsday Rules era, the entertainment industry experienced a brief period of prosperity, but it was soon plunged into the abyss as well. Even if people could all stay home playing games and watching movies, with no one to maintain and make games, no one to film new movies, it became a stagnant pool. Now, several months later, no one mentioned the initial nationwide fun play anymore. Now the authorities were beginning to encourage people with relevant talents to continue developing these things. If done well, the authorities would give rewards like ascension coins. The reason for doing this was also explained by the authorities. It wasn't about self-anesthetizing with entertainment amidst this crisis, but about allowing people to have joy and purpose beyond mere survival. If humans lived only for survival, they would eventually lose hope and develop extreme mentalities. After reading the two items in the official announcement, Guan Tong thought both were quite good. Publicizing statistical data would allow ordinary people, like decision-makers, to have the opportunity to think from a macro perspective. 3 cobblers equal 1 zhuge. A few people getting together can refresh an idea king. Who knows if there are people among the populace comparable to think tank strategists? It's just that without access to data, such talents had no opportunity to shine. Now a stage was being provided for such people. If they could truly analyze the situation based on the public data, come up with some good ideas, and submit them through the channels, there was a possibility of adoption. It could be considered opening up channels for suggestions and pooling collective wisdom. As for using ascension coins as rewards to encourage talented people to develop tertiary industries, he also saw it as a good move. Just as the announcement said, humans aren't animals. If they only pursue survival, they'll eventually become psychologically twisted. Not to mention others, Even Guan Tong's own mental state wasn't great recently. Fortunately, he lived on a mountain and slowly adjusted with the help of the fresh, tranquil environment. It seems the recent two survival-type rules have caused quite significant psychological problems for people, forcing the authorities to adopt some relaxing methods. Guan Tong thought back to several months ago, on the last day of the first rule, many people had taken to the streets causing trouble. The situation several months later would naturally become increasingly severe. The sixth rule, the Blood Plague rule, was a major outbreak. A large number of people didn't die from the rule itself, but from conflicts between people. After the rule ended, people began moving into shelters. While enjoying the benefits of being enclosed, they also developed many psychological problems due to the confinement. As for the vast world outside the cities, it had been turned into a jungle society by survivors and thugs, with much mutual harm. Where humanity should go from here, no one knew. But at least the action taken by the authorities this time received widespread recognition from both inside and out. And it was amidst this change that the 8th Doomsday Rule arrived as scheduled. The 8th Doomsday Rule has been issued. Doomsday Rule 8, World's First. Rule content. From the moment this rule is issued, everyone can create any type of challenge and can view and participate in challenges created by others via the terminal panel. Obtain and maintain a world's first ranking in one challenge until the rule ends. This rule lasts for 15 days. Success reward, 400 ascension coins. Failure penalty, mind power upper limit decay. Note, have you ever imagined yourself achieving a world's first in a challenge with specific constraints? Try to create a challenge only you can dominate, where you can also enter challenges set by others and snatch away their assured victory. The moment the 8th Doomsday Rule was announced, ascendants all over the world were stunned. Only achieving a world's first ranking counts as passing? If it were another rule, it might mean only one winner. But in this rule, since everyone can create challenge scenarios and content, it means everyone has a chance to achieve a world's first and pass the challenge. After a brief moment of astonishment, people everywhere began discussing it enthusiastically online or with others. Create any challenge freely? I'm good at eating cake. I'll create an eating cake challenge. I'm sure to get world's first. I'm good at spacing out. I even won a spacing out competition held by them all. If I just create a spacing out competition, I should be able to get first place and succeed, right? To the person who mentioned creating a cake challenge earlier, after you create it, I'll challenge your scenario. Competing and eating in front of my big stomach. I think you're overestimating yourself. I can eat more cake in one day than you eat in half a month, believe it or not. Since anyone can create a challenge and also participate in challenges created by others, if everyone just does their own thing and doesn't interfere with others, wouldn't everyone pass without interference? You might not interfere with others, but others might not leave you alone. I think I'm pretty good at sprinting. I got first place in high school, but I'm nowhere near professional athletes. If I create a 100-meter dash challenge, wouldn't a professional instantly crush me? Afraid of competition? Easy. I'll create an eating poop challenge. Let's see who competes with me. To the person above, if you don't eat enough, I'll really compete with you. Having my mind power decay is more unbearable to me than eating poop. You guys are really perverted. With the announcement of the 8th rule, the whole world began to descend into chaos. However, everyone's mood was visibly much more relaxed. The reason was simple. After consecutively experiencing the two survival-type rules, Fatal Blood Plague and Silent Hour, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Now, the 8th rule finally brought a non-survival type rule where failure doesn't lead to death. The nerves that had been tightly strung finally got a chance to relax a little. Although failure still meant decay of the mind power upper limit, at least there was no life-threatening danger. Moreover, everyone was quite confident about this rule, believing they could definitely find a challenge where only they could get first place. Of Epsilon. Doomsday Rules Countermeasures Research Office. After the 8th rule was issued, a countermeasures discussion meeting was immediately convened. Similar to the relaxed mood among the populace, this meeting in the research office wasn't like the previous two rules where everyone looked tense and worried. Since this rule appeared relatively lenient and carried no life-threatening danger, most experts attended the meeting with a relatively relaxed mindset. The only serious and solemn one was the director, Gao Yongwei. Ever since he became the director of the research office, whether the rules were simple or difficult, his expression during discussion meetings had always been extremely grave. This time was no exception. After the meeting began, the experts started discussing spontaneously. This rule finally lets everyone catch their breath. To be honest, if another survival-type rule came, I feel like many people would really be crushed by the pressure. Indeed. However, this rule shouldn't be underestimated either. Failing and having mind power decay is no small matter. Correct. This rule seems like everyone can create a challenge. But in reality, what kind of challenges can most people think of? Eating, drinking, special skills, etc. They might be unique within a small circle, but on a global scale, even the most niche specialty becomes common. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Currently, the recorded population of Beijing country is over 700 million. Worldwide, there might be another 3 to 4 billion. With so many people, even if you excel in a niche field, there will always be others with similar interests and hobbies, and their level might far surpass yours. Therefore, to ensure getting a world's first in a challenge, one really has to put a lot of thought into it. I think there's one point worth noting, one person said. Based on the previous several rules, abilities and items related to mind power are considered extensions of the ascendant themselves. So, even if an ascendant doesn't have any special talent that can achieve a world's first, using an item or ability to accomplish it would also count. We can publicly encourage the masses to try using their own exclusive items or abilities to help design challenges. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhang said, "That makes sense. However, considering some abilities and items have superior-inferior relationships, I'm afraid there will still be situations where challenges overlap." Another analyst said, "The troublesome aspect of this rule is the time limit. Creating a challenge and getting world's first isn't enough. You have to maintain it until the rule ends. This gives others the possibility of snatching the first place midway." Someone had a brainstorm and said, "If we have everyone create their challenge on the last day of the rule, or even the last minute, wouldn't that guarantee first place?" What if the challenges overlap? Someone immediately retorted, "What if the challenge you create then has already been created by someone else? There wouldn't be any extra time to adjust." That's true. I believe there isn't much our research office can do about this rule. It still depends on each individual to discover or create a challenge suitable for themselves. Yeah. And you can't be sure you'll pass safely until the very last second before the rule's effective period ends. What if someone suddenly pops up in the last second and snatches your first place? That would be the most despairing thing. I remember a teacher saying back in school that every child, regardless of good or bad grades, must have some aspect that is unique in the world. If that were really true, then everyone could pass this rule. Upon hearing this, everyone showed faint smiles, their faces glowing with nostalgia. Perhaps not everyone present had a wonderful school era, but compared to the Doomsday Rules era, even the most garbage times could be considered a golden age worth missing. In the eyes of the general public, those who might think the Doomsday Rules era is good are probably only misanthropes, ambitious schemers, anarchists, or those few among the few who find the real world boring and yearn for a fantastical new world. At this point, Director Gao Yongwei announced, for the next few days, focus on data collection. Also, everyone must strive to pass the rule. As experts in your respective fields, I believe creating a challenge in your own domain and achieving a world's first should be well within your capabilities. Everyone nodded repeatedly. They were still confident in their accumulated expertise within their professional fields. Especially some physicists and mathematicians. Many of the things they research in their specialized fields are unheard of by the general public, let alone competing with them. Wong Yin, Mind Power Development Academy. 1 week after the end of the 7th rule, normal classes resumed. Since the academy's students were all considered talents in the eyes of the authorities and future pillars of society, their protection was very thorough. Whether it was being among the first to receive professional-grade protective gear and oxygen masks during the blood plague rule, or being among the first to receive officially designed anti-speech masks during the no-talking rule, it all showed the care and protection they received. And at this moment, students and academy lecturers were gathered in the grand auditorium, collectively awaiting the announcement of the new rule. After the 8th rule was issued, Intense reactions erupted among the students. I like this rule. Finally, no one dies. It's pretty good indeed, mainly because the previous two rules were too oppressive. I almost developed depression. Me too. Do any of you have ideas about creating challenges? I don't seem to have any particular strengths. I plan to first look at the challenges others create to see if I can get some inspiration. The few challenges I can think of definitely have people stronger than me. Creating them would be pointless. I think we need to take an unconventional path, come up with some disgusting challenges that no one wants to compete with you in. Like what? Why? The speaking boy looked at his roommate beside him. Like the two of us French kissing for an hour. Right. Another person clapped. We can totally initiate challenges with people around us, so others who want to challenge can't. You mean, I create a challenge, the content being, for example, the number of times I high-five you. If I high-five you 100 times, then as long as you don't high-five others more than 100 times during the rule period, I'm guaranteed to get world's first. That's the idea. Can't we exploit a loophole like this? Not bad, but I always feel it won't be that easy. You're right. The person in the front row turned around and said, "You'll know if you try." The content of the created challenge cannot include other people, or perhaps cannot specify a particular person. So that means you can create a high-five count challenge. But you can't specify high-fiving with a specific person? Then what's the point of exploiting a loophole? Anyway, the challenges I tried to create that specified a person's name all failed. I could only create those without specific personnel restrictions. Sigh, I thought we could pass easily, but it seems we still have to put in a lot of effort. Although the students complained, none showed great pressure, because their ability to enroll meant their mind power upper limit was above 80 points. Even if they just passed 80, they didn't have to worry about being completely depleted by failing one challenge. Many students believed that even if they failed and lost a dozen, or even over 20 points, they could just naturally increase it back later. For them, they didn't have to worry yet about facing the situation where their mind power drops to 0 after failing a challenge and their personal terminal is forcibly shut down. While the students were discussing, the dean and the 3 main lecturers around the podium were also discussing the rule. The old dean, Zhou Qinfeng, with a full head of white hair, said, "All 3 teachers should be able to pass this rule easily, right?" The lecturer responsible for the course research on mind power items, Zhang Kashua, nodded first. I consider myself to have the most knowledge regarding mind power items. Creating a challenge related to item knowledge, no one should surpass my information reserves. Ouyang Shanyue, responsible for philosophical reflections on mind power, also smiled slightly. I am confident as well. After saying that, he looked at the youngest among them, Shi Jingyi, and said, "Our highly skilled martial arts master here need not even be mentioned. Just the application of mind power flow alone, no one in the world can surpass her, right?" Zhou Qinfeng and Zhang Kashua both nodded in agreement. They didn't look down on Shi Jingyi because of her age. On the contrary, after interacting with her during this period, they were both amazed at how Shi Jingyi's application of mind power had almost reached the point of being at her will. Shi Jingyi herself said, "There are always higher mountains beyond mountains, and greater people beyond people. Perhaps somewhere in the world, there is someone more skilled in this than I am. Too modest." By the way, Dean Zhou Qinfeng remembered something and asked, "Last time, I remember you said you had identified a candidate for a teaching assistant for your course. Has this person not reported to the academy yet?" Shi Jingyi shook her head gently. "He temporarily declined my invitation. The teaching assistant position will remain vacant for now." Ouyang Shanyue was surprised upon hearing this. He actually refused? It seems that candidate must be quite an extraordinary figure. Shi Jingyi smiled. "That is indeed correct. Can everyone become the world's number one?" Guan Tong stood in the small courtyard. After listening to the content of the 8th rule announced by the fire thief, he inexplicably thought back to the 2nd marathon rule, when he had secured the world's number 1 spot thanks to the shadow's movement speed. If, according to that rule, he were to create a similar challenge now, he should still be able to easily take first place. Well, that's not necessarily certain. Back then, it was shortly after the Doomsday Rules era began. Every ascendant was just starting out, and aside from their own exclusive items or abilities, they had almost no other items to assist them. But now, Over half a year later, whether it's items or abilities obtained from opening boxes, they have gradually become diverse and varied, blossoming into 100 flowers. In this situation, no one can confidently say they are 100% certain to achieve world number 1 in a particular field. However, Guan Tong didn't feel much pressure. With the shadow by his side, completing this rule shouldn't be a problem. Let's see what this hidden rule is. Guan Tong opened his personal terminal and found a new function had appeared on the panel. Create challenge/challenge list. Out of curiosity, he selected to open it and discovered it was a dual function feature. You could either create your own challenge scenario, objective, rules, etc., or you could view challenges already created by others. Guan Tong casually glanced at the list. Many people had already created challenges. Challenge: total number of push-ups done by the time the rule ends. Challenge: don't take a shit until the rule ends. Challenge: drink the minimum amount of water until the rule ends. Challenge: 3x3 Rubik's Cube solving speed. There were countless challenges of all kinds, some relatively normal, others already bizarre. To be honest, seeing these diverse and varied challenges gave him a feeling similar to browsing various Guinness World Records for fun before the apocalypse. Many of those records were also very bizarre, but once included in the Guinness World Records, it meant others could go and challenge them. Anyone who thought breaking the record was easy with just hands could definitely go try. The current rule had a similar situation. Every challenge created by a person would be made public and be searchable by keywords. This way, anyone with the same idea could search for similar challenges and decide whether to challenge the creator. RAMT said, if there was a difference, it was that you wouldn't know who would be the last one laughing until the rule's effective period ended. Before that, even if there was only 1 second left until the end, the possibility of a reversal still existed. Guan Tong closed the interface and opened the rule details. If he wanted to create a challenge, he definitely needed to understand the hidden rule first. Hidden Rule 8. Never satisfied. Hidden rule content. After this rule ends, achieving world number 1 results in 3 challenges will increase your mind power upper limit by 10 points. For each additional number 1 achieved thereafter, the upper limit will increase by an additional 5 points, with a maximum increase of 500 points. Note: in this rule, each person can only create 1 challenge. Note: for ordinary people, achieving world number 1 in any one challenge might be enough to satisfy them. But is just one world number 1 really enough to satisfy the strong? If you want to become stronger, go participate in challenges created by others and snatch their number 1 spots. After reading the hidden rule content, Guan Tong's eyes lit up. If I remember correctly, this is the first time a rule has appeared that increases the mind power upper limit, right? Since the mind power was unlocked after the first rule ended, for the next 6 consecutive rules, no method to increase the mind power upper limit appeared. Ascendants could only increase it naturally through the cycle of self-recovery, draining themselves dry. During this period, perhaps it could be increased through items, like the Gene Optimization Serum Guan Tong obtained from the Glory Level box, or other optimization serums purchased by others from the Ascension store. As for whether there were other items that could increase the mind power upper limit, Guan Tong didn't know. Perhaps there were, but he had never seen any. Precisely because increasing the mind power upper limit was so difficult, seeing a reward involving it in the hidden rules now made Guan Tong feel pleasantly surprised. Achieving world number 1 in 3 challenges could increase the upper limit by 10 points, and each additional number 1 after that could increase it by another 5 points. In other words, if you could secure enough number 1 spots, you could significantly boost your mind power upper limit through this hidden rule. It would be false to say Guan Tong wasn't excited. What he lacked most was an increase in his mind power upper limit, because to open a new page in his exclusive mind power item, the wordless book, his mind power upper limit needed to be sufficiently high. This rule is a very precious opportunity for me. I must seize it. Guan Tong silently resolved. If there was anything to be mindful of, it was the rules mentioned that each person can only create 1 challenge. This meant that if a strong individual wanted to meet the hidden rules requirements, just getting world number 1 in their own created challenge wasn't enough. They would have to snatch the number 1 spot from at least 2 other people's created challenges. The 2 people who had their own created challenges number 1 spot snatched away would then, in order to complete the rule, have no choice but to try and snatch the number one spot from challenges created by others. This meant that for every strong person who completed the hidden rule, there would be two more people who failed to meet the rule's requirements, ultimately failing and suffering mind power attenuation. And if this strong person wanted to increase their upper limit even more, then two additional number ones wouldn't be enough. They would have to snatch even more, many more challenge number ones. This would lead to more and more people failing their challenges. So that's how it is. At this moment, Guan Tong understood the meaning of this hidden rule. The mind power upper limit you gain does not come from nothing. It comes from the mind power upper limit attenuated from those whose number one spots you snatched. Faced with this somewhat cruel reality, Guan Tong wasn't surprised, because from a very first rule, the hidden rule Plunder Clarity had laid the essence bare before him. That time, Guan Tong's choice was no, but this time his choice was different. If you asked where his bottom line was, it was that he didn't want to stain his hands with the blood of innocent people. During the Plunder Clarity incident, knocking someone out could really lead to death. But this time was different. Failing this rule only resulted in mind power attenuation. Although mind power attenuation was also a painful loss for ascendants, it was still far less severe compared to human life. Therefore, Guan Tong could make a different choice this time, as he wasn't some saint anyway. And also, Guan Tong thought, this hidden rule was very suitable to become the first piece of information he would sell. Since establishing the Ascendant Home website until now, he had never sold any information. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but there had never been a suitable one. This hidden rule was the typical kind that cannot be proven during the rule's effective period. Perhaps some people might guess that achieving more world number ones would yield extra rewards. But before the rule ends, unless someone could see the hidden rules like Guan Tong, no one would know what the specific rewards were. Only Guan Tong knew the reward wasn't ascension coins, nor was it some item. It was the most precious thing for every ascendant, an increase in mind power upper limit. In his view, this information would absolutely be worth a fortune to some strong individuals, but to those with insufficient strength, it might not be as important. For the latter, even achieving one world number one during the 15-day rule period might not be easy, let alone achieving the minimum requirement of 3 to satisfy the extra rule reward. But for the strong, even without knowing the hidden information, they would definitely actively try to secure more number one spots. In this situation, Guan Tong wasn't worried that selling the information would lead to more competition, because whether he sold it or not, competition would exist. So, Guan Tong decided to sell this information. While earning a large sum of ascension coins, he could also further increase the credibility of his information as the administrator. But he didn't plan to disclose the detailed reward points. I want to sell this information. It's best to only say that achieving more number ones will grant a reward that increases the mind power upper limit. But there's no need to mention the details like 10 points after 3 and an extra 5 points for each one after that. He knew that if he spelled out all the detailed reward points one by one, then others would know he could know the detailed hidden rules. But if he was vague, only saying there was an upper limit increase reward without specifying the points, others wouldn't be able to determine exactly how detailed his knowledge was. There was still a difference. It's like speculating on stocks. Someone telling you that XX stock will rise tomorrow, and someone telling you exactly how many points XX stock will rise tomorrow, are two completely different concepts. The former, you'd think this person has good insight, or got lucky with a guess. But the latter, you'd only feel horrified. Does this person have future sight? Or did they time travel back from tomorrow? Guan Tong didn't want others to think he knew every detail of the hidden rules with absolute clarity, so he would only sell vague information. Even though vague, its value was still sufficiently high. Thinking of this, Guan Tong immediately returned to his room and opened the website. The special section, the administrator's domain, which he hadn't activated before, was officially open today. This section was different from the other 4 sections. The biggest difference was that only he had permission to post. Then, he published the first post in this section, selling secret intelligence related to the 8th Doomsday Rule. Details: intelligence price 50,000 ascension coins. Not disclosed immediately, will be uniformly disclosed after 24 hours. The reason Guan Tong designed the 24-hour uniform disclosure was to prevent the first people to buy the information from reselling it. As for the price of 50,000 coins, it was high, directly making clear his attitude of not scamming the poor. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the route of small profits, but quick turnover. He just felt that ordinary ascendants buying this intelligence wouldn't be of much use to them and would only waste their ascension coins. Once the post was published, within just 10 minutes, a large number of users flooded in with comments. The administrator has hidden information related to this rule. Price 50,000 coins? Sorry, excuse me. Wow, as expected of the administrator's domain. The first post is so explosive. Having seen the few posts the administrator has published so far, I think the credibility of the intelligence is still quite high. Unfortunately, judging by the pricing, the administrator's target users should be those major ascendant organizations. Ordinary individuals probably can't afford this price. How could it be fake intelligence? Have you forgotten the intelligence post about the Holy Grail and the one about the Sound Hunter? Especially the Sound Hunter. The official hadn't released any news yet, but the administrator posted it first. It really startled me at the time. Administrator, why not sell it cheaper? If you sold it for 100 Ascension coins, everyone could afford it. With so many users on the forum, if everyone bought one copy, the profit might not necessarily be lower than selling a high price, right? The administrator of Ascendant Home selling high-priced intelligence, an intelligence related to the newly released 8th rule at that. This news quickly spread throughout the entire forum and also reached the various major organizations, groups, and official departments monitoring the website. And each organization, group, including the official departments, after their relevant staff sought instructions from superiors, all received a unanimous reply. Buy it. Guan Tong looked at the dazzling array of challenge lists. Less than half an hour after the rule began, the number of created challenge items had already exceeded 6 figures. He browsed through some challenges and felt the creators were a bit reckless. Many challenges were too generic, something anyone and their dog could participate in. The lack of significant restrictions undoubtedly meant the competition would be extremely fierce. Because this isn't a survival-type rule, many people are treating it rather casually. Since there was no life-threatening danger, some people felt it didn't matter if they failed the challenge, so their attitude wasn't that serious. But Guan Tong wanted to obtain more upper-limit rewards for his mind power from this challenge, so he absolutely could not treat it casually. To complete this rule challenge, if nothing else, it was best to ensure he could get first place in the challenge he created himself. That way, he would have the most basic guarantee of passing. With that guarantee in place, he would have more confidence to try and seize first place from others. So, what kind of challenge should I create to ensure I definitely get first place and have a guaranteed pass for the rule? Guan Tong thought for a moment and got an idea. He summoned Shadow and had it extend outward in the form of a shadow line. It continued extending until it was over 200 kilometers away before stopping. Then, Guan Tong began creating his own challenge scenario. Challenge: move to a location 200 kilometers away in the fastest time possible. After the challenge was created, he activated his ability. Body swap. In an instant, he swapped positions with the shadow line 200 kilometers away. He appeared on a stretch of plains, while the shadow line returned to the small courtyard on Mingdao Mountain. Using the body swap ability to move from Mingdao Mountain to the plains 200 kilometers away, that process took less than 0.1 seconds, right? If anyone can be faster than me, then I truly have to admit defeat and willingly give up this first place. Guan Tong didn't believe anyone could complete this challenge faster than him, because his body swap ability was unique. It wasn't impossible that others might also have teleportation items or abilities, but teleporting 200 meters and teleporting 200 kilometers were completely different concepts. In beta, 10 seconds later, he activated the body swap ability again, swapping positions once more to return to Mingdao Mountain, and then recalled Shadow. This way, the challenge he created was completed and recorded in the challenge list. Others could see it, perhaps through random refreshes or by searching for keywords like distance or speed. But he felt there probably wouldn't be many people coming to challenge him. All right, I've created my own challenge. Time to go look at other people's challenges. Guan Tong began seriously browsing the challenge list. To the challenge creators I set my sights on, I can only say sorry in advance. Based on your own abilities and items, try to create a challenge that is most advantageous to yourself, ensuring you get first place and pass the rule. Living in the police department dormitory, Wong Yin, after reading the latest official suggestion, got an idea. She opened her panel and created a challenge of her own. Challenge: the highest number of milliliters of water converted to oil from now until the rule ends. Her exclusive mind power item was the oil conversion pot, which could turn any liquid into oil. Naturally, she had to design the challenge scenario around it. Wong Yin didn't know if others had similar items or abilities, but she was determined to focus solely on her own challenge for these 2 weeks, not bothering with others, to ensure she passed the rule. If it were before, she might not have been this serious. But now, for her daughter's sake, she had to persevere and strive to pass every rule. What kind of rule should I create? In the academy dormitory, Su Xiaotian sat on his bed, thinking about his instant noodles item. What kind of challenge would let me get world number 1 relying on my item? A challenge for instant noodle flavor diversification. Previously, after getting tired of one flavor, Su Xiaotian tried developing more flavors and succeeded smoothly. He could now generate noodles with various flavors, from braised beef to seafood shrimp to pickled vegetables, etc. As long as he had eaten it before, he could generate it using mind power. But upon careful thought, he felt it probably wouldn't work. This challenge was too ordinary. Any random chef could probably come up with dozens of instant noodle flavors daily. They wouldn't even need to use an item or ability to directly snatch his first place away. Thinking it over, Su Xiaotian's eyes finally lit up as he got an idea. Since enrolling in August, over the past 4 months, he had also been continuously developing his item. Besides developing a noodle effect that could increase movement speed, he also developed noodles that could heal minor external injuries when eaten. These effects were absolutely unique, something other instant noodles didn't have. This gave him inspiration. Got it. Based on the special effects of Mind Power Instant Noodles, I can create a challenge for treating the most patients with external injuries using instant noodles during the rule period. Definitely no one will have the same as me. Saroma Empire, Eden Island. On the vast lawn, for teammates and wives surrounded Adam, who was lying on the ground, feeding him fruits like cherries and grapes. Adam, have you decided what challenge to create? Adam, lying on the ground with his eyes narrowed, smiled and said, how about creating a challenge for the number of wives one has? The 4 women laughed upon hearing this, but then all shook their heads, not agreeing. One of them said, stop joking, Adam. Don't forget there are some special countries in the world, some still under chieftain systems. I've heard it's normal for a chieftain to have over a dozen wives, some even over 100. That's true too. Adam, you should design the challenge around your ability, another woman suggested. I believe your ability is unique in the whole world. Absolutely no one can take your first place away. The other 3 women also nodded upon hearing this. They all knew Adam's ability was extremely special. It was hard to imagine anyone having a similar ability. Getting first place in the challenge you created yourself is just the most basic foundation. Suddenly, a steady male voice came from not far away. They looked over and saw a middle-aged man with gray hair and blue eyes, holding a cane, walking over. The 4 women immediately stood up in surprise, saying respectfully, Your Majesty. This person was precisely the king of the Saroma Empire, holding an absolute, unquestionable position in this country. Unlike the 4 women's cautious and deferential attitude towards the king, Adam remained lazily lying down, just raising his hand to wave in greeting. Your Majesty, have you also come to the island to sunbathe? I don't have your leisure. The king looked down at Adam. As I just said, for this rule, you need to seize as many challenge first places as possible. That sounds tiring. This is not the time for you to be willful. According to the Senate speculation, the more first places one has when the rule ends, the more likely they are to receive additional rewards. You need those rewards. The king paused, then added, currently, someone is selling intelligence related to the rules on a website. The Senate has sent someone to purchase it. They will notify you again after obtaining the intelligence. All right, I know. So, can you go back now? To be honest, you're kind of interrupting my sunbathing time with my wives, Adam said with a sincere face. The women beside him turned pale upon hearing this. In the entire Saroma Empire, Adam was probably the only one who dared speak to the king like this. The king, however, did not get angry. He just snorted coldly, turned, and left leaning on his cane. Once he was gone, all four women let out a long sigh of relief. Adam, only you dare to act like this. If anyone else did this, they'd probably have been ordered executed by His Majesty. Adam smiled casually, not very concerned. At that moment, one of the four women received a phone message. She opened it and was immediately shocked. Adam, you'll definitely be interested in this. The challenge created by Lucifer has been exposed, and he exposed it himself. Oh, I guess that Violence Maniacs challenge must be related to violence, right? Correct. He actually created a challenge for the highest number of ascendants killed during the rule period. He even made it public online, hoping others will compete with him for first place. The guy is really crazy. The other three women also showed expressions of shock upon hearing this. How can there be such a perverted person? Is killing people that much fun for him? If he continues like this, he'll bring about his own destruction sooner or later. Adam Sikhet Lightly. What a pity. Qing May base. Chenna stayed in her room, hugging her knees while sitting on a spacious sofa. The room was large and comfortable, with all kinds of appliances available, but she felt very lonely living here. During the 7th rule, she went on a mission with a small team formed with others for the first time. They set out with 5 people and returned with only 4. The battle between their team and the official team Gu Fei mentioned gave her several nightmares, but she gradually adapted afterward. She felt she was no longer a child. After passing that selection and joining the organization, others no longer treated her as a child either. And meeting her mother a few days ago further strengthened her resolve to grow up as quickly as possible. Only then could she finish what needed to be done quickly, repay what she owed the organization, then leave this place to reunite and live with her mother. I want to create a challenge where I can definitely get first place, Chenna whispered. I'll use my perception ability. Tulip Federation. The man serving as the Alpha Wolf was in a place resembling an arena, fighting multiple beasts. Lions, wolves, tigers, bears. He fought these powerful animals. At intervals, the corresponding tattoos on his body would become more intense, more lifelike. This was the characteristic of his beast transformation ability. The more he understood and was familiar with the object of transformation, the greater the enhancement he could obtain during transformation, and the smaller the mind power consumption would become. Alpha Wolf, sir. At that moment, someone came to the arena to notify him. The subject of your attention, Lucifer, has publicly revealed the challenge he created on the internet. The Alpha Wolf knocked down a cheetah, turned, and walked to the edge of the arena to ask the person who came to report. What is the challenge? He indeed paid close attention to Lucifer because, on Holy Grail Island, he was defeated by Lucifer. This directly led to the collapse of Operation Wolfpack, causing the Tulip Federation to fail to secure even a single top 10 ranking. It was easy to imagine how much criticism he, as the Alpha Wolf, faced after that challenge tournament ended. He himself couldn't get over it and swore to take revenge on Lucifer. After the rule ends, compete to see who kills the most ascendants. The reporting personnel stated concisely. The Alpha Wolf was slightly taken aback, then sneered. Interesting, competing in kill count? It seems I absolutely must snatch this first place from him. The reporting personnel continued. Additionally, the Parliament has made a decision. This time, they will fully ensure you, Alpha Wolf, sir, obtain more world first places. They plan to make it public after the rule ends to demonstrate the comprehensive strength of our Tulip Federation to the world. Various challenges were displayed in dazzling array, impossible to read through one by one. Some ascendants were particularly clever, intentionally writing the challenges they created to be extremely complex, causing others to see the wall of text and immediately feel too lazy to understand it, thereby reducing the probability of being challenged to some extent. Other ascendants created a bunch of disgusting challenges, probably because their own abilities or items weren't special enough, and any challenge they created would definitely be beaten by others. They simply took the route of being disgusting. Just from what Guan Tong saw, these included a challenge for longest time rolling around in a pigsty with 10 pigs, a breath-holding challenge with one's head submerged in toilet water, a challenge for the number of live maggots eaten raw, a saliva exchange challenge, and so on. He had to admit, he rather admired these creators. They were truly ruthless people, sacrificing greatly to prevent their mind power from decaying. For these ruthless individuals, Guan Tong still expressed respect and had no intention of snatching their first place. His targets were basically still those common, mass appeal type challenges created with a casual attitude. Guan Tong directly searched using keywords like speed and distance, and many challenges immediately popped up. The very first one seemed very suitable for him. Challenge: move from a mountaintop stone monument of Tian Ding Mountain to the entrance of the ticket hall at the mountain's base in the fastest possible time. For him, these challenges from point A to point B were all the same, because with the body swap ability, as long as he coordinated well with Shadow, he could complete the challenge in an instant. However, he hadn't heard of this Tian Ding Mountain. Taking out his phone to search, he found it was about 600 kilometers away from him. Furthermore, he discovered that Tian Ding Mountain was a remote, small scenic spot in a local county town. After entering the Doomsday Rules era, this attraction had been closed and was no longer open. This wasn't strange. After entering the Doomsday Rules era, many places like scenic spots had closed down, especially those places requiring regular maintenance by personnel, otherwise posing life-threatening dangers, had all closed due to insufficient manpower. Now, the person who created this challenge chose this mountain, possibly thinking others wouldn't go to such a remote place to compete with them. But Guan Tong had Shadow for travel. Whether the distance was a bit farther or closer didn't make much difference to him. Put on the candidate list first, then go challenge it later. Guan Tong bookmarked this challenge item and continued looking down. There were several similar rules, all specifying specific challenge location positions. Doing this was actually quite smart, as it added an extra challenge cost for other challengers. It didn't matter if your strength was greater than mine. To challenge my project, you had to come to my location first. If two people were separated by vast distances, even in different countries, the short 15-day rule activation period might not even be enough just for travel. With this layer of time cost, it would dampen the interest of many potential challengers. Challenges like Guan Tong's, where running 200 kilometers anywhere was fine, belonged to the broad condition type. However, even if he could specify a location, he wouldn't specify Mingdao Mountain, as that would definitely attract some people to come find him, and he wouldn't have peace and quiet anymore. But Guan Tong thought that if one could set the challenge location, places that were relatively hidden or unknown to others might have an advantage. This thought of his was immediately answered, because when he clicked on another location-specific challenge again and focused his attention on the location, a line of coordinate positions automatically appeared before his eyes. And with diaresis. So that's how it is. If the creator specifies a certain location, that location is marked by the terminal in coordinate form. He thought to himself that in that case, those with secret bases definitely wouldn't dare specify their own base. Otherwise, forget about challenging or not, they'd expose their own location first. Guan Tong continued looking down. He soon found another challenge that he found very interesting. Challenge: longest long jump distance. Challenge location requirement: within the sports area of Jinyang City, shelter number 710. The first half of this challenge wasn't difficult. Guan Tong could simply jump while using body swap, land at the farthest point, and easily take first place. But the key was in the second half. The challenge location requirement is inside a shelter. Guan Tong understood the intention. Quite clever, using the official shelters rule of not being open to the outside world to limit competitors only to those within the same shelter. Official shelters, apart from official department personnel and registered residents, do not allow outsiders to enter or exit. Thus, for outsiders to enter and challenge, they'd have to force their way in, which would be equivalent to confronting official armed forces. The result was predictable. Few people were willing to pay such a high cost just to snatch a first place. This way, as long as someone inside a shelter was certain that a particular ability of theirs was stronger than everyone else's in that shelter, they could design a challenge to take first place and pass the rule. I remember official shelters can each house about 1,000 people. Ensuring you get first place based on ability or items among over 1,000 people is indeed much easier than getting first place nationwide or even worldwide. Guan Tong felt that soon others living in shelters would follow suit, or perhaps many were already doing this, using official armed forces to protect themselves from competing with large numbers of people. However, according to currently published data, the number of newly built shelters in the month after the 7th rule ended was limited. Previously, about over 20 million people lived in shelters. Now, even if the second batch doubled, the total population able to live in shelters would still be less than 100 million. That meant less than 100 million people could use shelters to reduce competition. The rest still had to face mass competition. After all, ordinary gathering points were different from shelters, being semi-closed, not fully closed. Guan Tong continued looking down, bookmarked a few more he could challenge, and then went to check his own website. There were already quite a few people in the private messages saying they wanted to purchase information and had sent their digital IDs. It seems my website already has sufficient credibility in the eyes of some large organizations. The high price of 50,000 meant almost only medium to large groups could afford it. Their willingness to buy represented trust in his intelligence capabilities. This trust should partly come from the website's security and partly from the information previously publicly posted in the intelligence section. Guan Tong opened the terminal. His friend list was still 0 because he had deleted the friends of people he previously traded with after the trades. If he needed to trade again next time, he could just add them again. Compared to trouble, Guan Tong was more afraid of being harassed. Yes, harassed. After the 7th rule, many people had the item communication secret scroll, which could directly initiate a call to a friend. Its effect was quite overbearing. Guan Tong didn't want to add a bunch of trading friends and then suddenly have someone use this scroll to call him at some point. Although the probability wasn't high, it was better to avoid it if possible. He added those who privately messaged to purchase information, collected the Ascension coins, and then new inquiry private messages came one after another, many asking about the delivery time. Guan Tong had already stated in the post that delivery would be 24 hours after the rule announcement and didn't repeat the explanation. A total of 11 accounts paid him to purchase information, each for 50,000 Ascension coins, totaling 550,000. Adding to the previous remaining 210,000, Guan Tong now held a staggering 760,000 Ascension coins. This number was already very large, probably reaching several hundred times the average for individual ascendants. Because so far, as long as an ascendant could pass the first 7 rules, or failed one, considering spending, the accumulated Ascension coins should be around 1,000. One person 1,000, 10 people 10,000, 100 people 100,000. Guan Tong's current 760,000 Ascension coins was roughly the total coin count of 760 people. In other words, he himself was now equivalent to being able to mobilize the Ascension coins a medium-sized group organization could mobilize, which was already quite impressive on a personal level. Of course, it still couldn't compare to large organizations with thousands or tens of thousands of people, and the gap was enormous compared to national official entities that could mobilize resources of hundreds of millions of people. However, Guan Tong was currently very satisfied with his advanced development and could feel he was on an upward trend. As time passed, the speed of his overall improvement would further accelerate. All right, the rule only lasts 15 days. Got to make the most of the time. 15 days might not seem short, but if you wanted to seize more first places, it was really short, because many ascendants would specify challenge locations, and you needed time to travel there. Let's get the first place for that Tian Ding Mountain challenge first. Guan Tong released Shadow and, based on the coordinate position, had to transform into a shadow line, extending outwards. Even with Shadow's speed, covering nearly 600 kilometers would take some time. By the time it reached Tianding Mountain, it was already afternoon. At first, Guan Tong hadn't noticed anything, but when Shadow went to the mountaintop stone monument specified in the challenge rules, he discovered 7 or 8 tents pitched there, completely surrounding the monument. Seeing this scene, Guan Tong thought, I didn't expect a camp to be stationed here, and judging by the look of it, are they not allowing others to challenge? Thinking this, he took out the passerby transformation device from his storage box and chose to use it. The next moment, he transformed from a young man into an elderly man in his 60s. After transforming, Guan Tong looked at his wrinkled hands and felt something was off. Taking out his phone to look, he was immediately speechless. Why did I turn into a little old man this time? Whatever little old man it is, as long as it doesn't affect my ability usage. The transformed Guan Tong used his ability, Body Swap. The next moment, Shadow appeared in his position, and he appeared on the mountaintop of Tianding Mountain over 500 kilometers away. As soon as he landed, from among the tents surrounding the monument, one that was being unzipped had a young man wearing a padded jacket step out. That young man came out adjusting his belt, seemingly going to relieve himself. Upon seeing Guan Tong, he was momentarily stunned. Where did this old man come from? Old man, someone's here. Hearing the commotion, people from the other tents came out to check, totaling 15 or 16 people. They all looked at Guan Tong with some confusion. Clearly, after entering the Doomsday Rules era, seeing someone this old was quite rare. Then a long-haired, dark-skinned fat man stepped forward and asked, "Old man, what are you doing here? What the hell are you doing coming up the mountain for no reason?" Guan Tong pretended to cough twice and said, "Cough, cough. I saw there was a challenge from a stone monument on this mountain to—" Ha ha ha! Before he could finish speaking, the men and women in the camp burst into roaring laughter. "So you came for that challenge? Grandpa, are you okay? At such an old age, you still want a challenge? Shouldn't you find a place to stay and wait to die? Really don't know where this old geezer popped out from. Quite amusing." Guan Tong said slowly, "Since the rules allow others to initiate challenges, it's normal for me to come challenge, right?" Upon hearing this, the long-haired, dark-skinned fat man from earlier sneered. "Old thing, let me tell you, that challenge was created by me. You want to take it away? No chance. My brothers and sisters are guarding this place. Don't say it's just you, an old geezer. Even if anyone else came, there's no way." "Oh, so you're ensuring you keep first place by not allowing others to challenge," Guan Tong said. "Brother Ming, why waste words with this old thing?" Another young man cursed angrily. "Get lost now, or I'll kick you down the mountain, believe it or not." Guan Tong nodded. "It seems I need to teach you all a lesson about respecting the elderly and cherishing the young." As Guan Tong's words fell, another round of laughter erupted from the camp crowd. However, the long-haired, dark-skinned fat man looked cautious, thinking that an old man who could survive so many rules might actually have some real skill. He gave a meaningful glance, and the people in the camp understood, moving to surround Guan Tong from both sides. "Old man, it's pretty impressive that you've survived this long and even climbed the mountain to participate in the challenge I created," the long-haired dark fat man said with a sinister tone. "But there are so many of us here, and you're just one. I advise you to behave yourself." "That's right, an old geezer like you is still so arrogant. Hand over your ascension coins and any tradable items obediently, and we'll let you go down the mountain. Otherwise, your old bones will be left right here." Seeing this group's bandit-like behavior, coupled with their use of violence to prevent others from participating in the challenge, Guan Tong understood their true nature. Then he didn't want to waste any more time. A murderous aura flashed in his eyes. The long-haired dark fat man sensed something was wrong and shouted, "This old geezer wants to cause trouble. Take him out." Upon hearing this, over 10 people in the camp all summoned their items or prepared to use their abilities. But their speed was far too slow. Before Guan Tong, they didn't even have a chance to strike. The shadows spreading from Guan Tong's feet surged up, piercing through the bodies of the crowd. The speed and power were so great that each person only had time to open their mouths wide, revealing a terrified expression before they died. The only one who didn't die immediately was the long-haired dark fat man who seemed to be the leader of this group. He seemed to have a defensive item on him that blocked the shadow spike from piercing his body. But this couldn't change anything. The long-haired dark fat man also realized this. With a thump, he knelt down, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Please, sir, have a big heart. Spare me, spare me. You are." As he kowtowed and begged for mercy, seeing the way his companions had died, he suddenly remembered something. You are Shadow? I was also at Holy Grail Island before, and I died under these black spikes back then. Great Shadow, I beg you, spare my life otherwise. Otherwise, I'll tell others your identity right now." The long-haired dark fat man gritted his teeth and threatened. "I've already seen your face, and I'm using a communication secret scroll to have a telepathic conversation with a friend. If you don't spare me, I'll immediately tell my friend what you look like. It will definitely be faster than you killing me. Is that so? Suit yourself." Guan Tong raised a hand, and the silver hunt stored in his storage ring appeared in his palm. Seeing Guan Tong pull out a gun, the long-haired dark fat man went all out, saying, "Shadow is an old man in his 60s, about 1.6 meters tall, has spots on his nose, and also, bang." Guan Tong pulled the trigger. A Type 2 single-headed round finished off this guy. As for who this guy's friend on the communication secret scroll was, Guan Tong didn't care. After all, this old man appearance wasn't real. It was just randomly transformed using the passerby transformation device. Even if exposed, searching for someone based on this appearance would only lead to nothing. RENGB. Looking at the mess on the ground, Guan Tong didn't feel much inner turmoil. After the battle at Holy Grail Island ended, he was no longer the combat novice he used to be. It could be said that the challenge tournament brought him not only visible accumulation, but also hidden accumulation in terms of combat experience. Relying on the unlimited mind power buff at the time and the chaotic battles with hundreds of people, he accumulated extensive combat experience in using shadows to kill enemies. Therefore, these ordinary ascendants were now no match for him. He controlled the shadow to go down the mountain to the ticket hall at the finish point of the challenge project. He himself waited by the stone stele, idly searching through various tents, throwing all useful supplies into the storage ring to take back. They say unlicensed business yields the fastest money, and that's truly the case. No wonder there are bandit organizations everywhere outside the cities now. Compare to working hard to find channels to obtain supplies. Where is it faster than robbing other camps? It's just that if given a choice, Guan Tong really wouldn't want to do this losing business. Blame these people for bringing it upon themselves, insisting on attacking an old man like him. However, the actions of this camp were, in his view, a microcosm. That is, some more domineering ascendants might choose to use violence to stop and attack challengers going to challenge their creative projects to prevent others from challenging them. This would undoubtedly cause a lot of chaos. People come to challenge the project, not to fight you. But from the perspective of the ascendant who created the project, they also have a point. What if you succeed in the challenge and take my first place? If I can't snatch someone else's within the rule period, I'll fail this rule. Based on this mentality, they might feel that attacking challengers to protect their project's first place is reasonable behavior. Challengers feel there's nothing wrong with following the rules, and project creators feel there's nothing wrong with protecting their first place. The conflict between the two sides is irreconcilable, leading only to a big fight. But isn't this exactly what the fire thief wants to see? Guan Tong understood this all too well. All of the fire thief's rules, hidden rules, were either openly or covertly provoking disputes among people. Unfortunately, even knowing this, people still had to fight for their own survival and walk right into the fire thief's open scheme. After Guan Tong finished collecting the camp supplies, the shadow had already reached the ticket hall at the foot of the mountain. He opened the challenge list, selected the Tian Ding Mountain entry, and started the challenge. Then, from the stone stele at the mountaintop, he instantly arrived in front of the ticket hall at the foot of the mountain via body swap, completing the challenge. Opening the challenge project details again, it now showed he was the world first for this project. However, this world first would only be counted in the total statistics after the rule period ended, if no one surpassed him. I have 2 firsts in hand for now. To meet the minimum requirement for the hidden rule reward, I need to secure 1 more. Guan Tong opened his favorites list and checked the next project he planned to challenge. The next morning, 8:50 a.m., at the Doomsday Rules Countermeasures Research Office, a temporary meeting was being held. "Is it almost time?" someone asked. The person in charge of Ascension coin expenditures nodded. "Yes, if that administrator wasn't lying, the 24 hours he mentioned will be up at 9 a.m. today, and he'll send the intelligence to the buyers." Is this really reliable? Someone still doubted. Based on current information, that administrator's credibility is relatively high, but we can't rule out the possibility he's playing a long game to catch a big fish, an economist said. What do you mean? Well, for example, if he can really provide correct intelligence. Then next time a new rule is announced, if he says he's going to sell rule-related intelligence again, would you buy it? I'd buy it. Why not buy correct intelligence? Isn't it worth tens of thousands of Ascension coins for important intelligence related to the rules? Tens of thousands isn't a loss, the economist said. Then let me ask you, what if he raises the price next time? For example, doubling it to 100,000. I think it would still be worth it. Then next time, doubling again to 200,000, 300,000, even 500,000 or 1 million. Would you still buy it? That's too big a jump. Who would buy it for 1 million? What if that administrator says at that time that it's because this piece of intelligence is extremely important? That's why it's so expensive? The person talking to the economist suddenly understood. I see. You're saying he might first use a few pieces of correct intelligence to gain trust, and when the price reaches a certain level, scam a huge amount. The economist nodded. It's just a possibility, so we still need to be careful. After all, we can't breach that website. If we really get scammed out of a large amount of Ascension coins, we can't hold anyone accountable. Time's up. As soon as 9 a.m. arrived, everyone looked at the trader. The latter sat in front of the computer, projecting the screen onto the large screen in the room, nervously refreshing the private message interface. Refresh, refresh, refresh. After refreshing 5 times, the administrator's private message finally arrived. It's sent. The intelligence is sent. Everyone looked at the large screen together. The intelligence obtained at the high cost of 50,000 Ascension coins was just one short sentence. Administrator. Obtaining multiple world firsts during the effective period of this rule will increase mind power upper limit after it ends. Whoosh! The entire office instantly erupted. Increase mind power upper limit? Really? This? You've got to be kidding. The hidden reward this time is actually this big. Everyone was utterly shocked, including the person in charge, Gao Yongwei. Because up until now, even as the resource-richest countermeasures research office, they possessed extremely few items that could increase mind power upper limit. The distribution of each of these extremely precious items required discussion in meetings and had to pass with a majority vote. To think the hidden reward for this rule would actually involve this kind of enhancement, this was simply opportunity. This is an excellent opportunity. Dr. Zhang, responsible for cultivating official team ascendance, was more excited than ever before, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. Person in charge, I propose we must invest significant resources to help the captain of team 4 obtain more firsts. This is crucial for her. Gao Yongwei quickly calmed down and said solemnly, Team 4 captain, you mean by Xu Wu? Yes, her. Dr. Zhang spoke rapidly, saying a lot. What has always held her back the most is her mind power upper limit. Her Snow Trace's Mecca has tremendous power, but equally huge consumption. If we can compensate for this shortcoming of mind power upper limit, her overall combat power will experience explosive growth. Take the challenge tournament, the one at Holy Grail Island, for example. The one who took first place, Shadow, relied on the Holy Grail's unlimited mind power buff. I believe that if the first one to obtain the Holy Grail back then wasn't Shadow, but by Xu Wu, with the unlimited mind power buff, she could also have eliminated hundreds or thousands of enemies with her ever-present Snow Trace's Mecca and taken first place. Seeing Dr. Zhang so excited, Gao Yongwei nodded slightly. He also had some understanding of Bai Shuo's abilities. Even the official weapons department had tested her Mecca. Its construction materials were completely not from Tianshui's star. They were a special material never seen before. Anti-material weapons fired at it couldn't even leave a scratch. And her Mecca's potential is far from fully tapped, Dr. Zhang added. She mentioned to me that she can feel there are many unlocked functional modules inside the Mecca, but she can't unlock them due to insufficient mind power upper limit. Imagine if she could unlock all those modules. To what extent would her combat power improve? I agree. Gao Yongwei was convinced by Dr. Zhang. All departments will cooperate fully to provide resources. But it's not just about helping Bai Shuowu alone obtain more firsts. Members of other teams also need investment. Yes. Additionally, Gao Yongwei said, I've decided to make this information public to the masses. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Since we previously decided to make the data public, I believe this intelligence also needs to be made public. After all, the Ascension coins we used to purchase the intelligence actually come from the public. They allowed us to allocate them. If we hide this piece of intelligence, it would be a betrayal. But, person in charge, someone said cautiously, even if ordinary people know, they won't have the ability to obtain more firsts, right? Right. Ordinary people are doing well just to protect the first place of the project they created. I actually support the person in charge's decision. Also, I have another proposal. The person who spoke made a proposal that sent chills down everyone's spine. That is, to have those people who haven't created challenge projects yet collectively create some projects specifically designed for official teams to take first place. This way, without investing massive resources in competition, we can also obtain many firsts. This, making people reduce their mind power through coercive means to give first place to official teams who would accept that. Don't forget, everyone who moved into the shelters signed the agreement of allocation. Agreeing to allocate ascension coins and items is different from agreeing to reduce mind power. I also oppose doing this. Unless someone volunteers, forcing people to do this will provoke intense resistance. So what? Isn't it easy to suppress some emotions? Suppress? What if they post the news on the Ascendant Home website? How do you suppress that? Or are you saying you won't even let people use the internet? You, stop arguing. Gao Yongwei's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice. This proposal is not approved. Meeting adjourned. The 11 buyers who chose to spend 50,000 Ascension coins to purchase the intelligence all received a reply via the website's private message from Guan Tong. Looking at the global scale, the number of large groups that exist is definitely very high, with these 11 buyers only representing a small fraction. However, some groups did not have a high enough level of trust in Guan Tong and were uncertain whether he was actually trying to scam coins, so they chose to wait and see. But as the Beijing country authorities publicly released the intelligence, its explosive content shocked every ascendant around the world who learned of it. Being able to increase mind power upper limit by seizing more first-place positions was an unprecedented occurrence since the 8 rules began, and its importance was self-evident. Some groups that had not spent Ascension coins to buy the intelligence did not feel any sense of luck at getting the intelligence for free. On the contrary, their decision-makers were all breaking out in cold sweat, filled with lingering fear in their hearts. Because the only ones who chose to disclose the intelligence were the Beijing country authorities. All other groups, organizations, and even the authorities of other countries that had purchased the intelligence unanimously chose to conceal it. What would have happened if Beijing country had also chosen to conceal it? The combat power of the top personnel within their groups, who hadn't purchased the intelligence, would likely have fallen far behind after this rule. In the design of the Doomsday Rules where the strong get stronger, falling behind by one step means lagging behind step by step, and it's very possible they would never catch up again. This intense lingering fear caused the decision-makers of these groups to fiercely berate those within their organizations who had considered Guan Tong unreliable. They also ordered that the next time the administrator of that website sells intelligence, it must be purchased immediately. Simply wanting to take advantage of others and mooch off their intelligence, expecting the Beijing country authorities to publicly disclose it every time is unrealistic. What if the next piece of intelligence possesses some kind of first-mover advantage? Its value for those who learn of it later would greatly diminish. And so, without Guan Tong's own knowledge, his pool of potential intelligence customers increased significantly. But this was contingent on the results being verifiable after this rule ended. If, after the rule ends, ascendants who obtained multiple first places did not see an increase in their mind power upper limit, then these organizations and groups would probably be so furious they'd join forces to find and expose the administrator as a fraud. After the Beijing country authorities made the intelligence public, large-scale discussions erupted both online and offline. Increase mind power upper limit? Is this for real? The news is said to have been bought from the administrator of Ascendant Home, so it should be reliable. I remember a while back, there was an item on the market that sold for the astronomical price of $1 million, with the effect of increasing mind power upper limit by 8 points. Looking at it now, wasn't the buyer a total sucker? You can't really say that. Getting multiple first places isn't that simple. Holy crap, someone just snatched the first place in my project who's so shameless. With this intelligence out, won't those strong people be snatching everyone else's first places everywhere? It's so unfair. I'm just giving up. My abilities and items aren't unique enough to set up challenge projects where I'm guaranteed to get first place. Rather than struggling to set one up only to have first place snatched away, I won't even create a project. A lose-lose is better than a single win for them. Agreed. A lose-lose is better than a single win. I'm not creating a challenge project either. After the news fermented, the general public, after their initial shock, erupted with intense resistance. Because everyone clearly understood that it wasn't easy to hold on to the first place in their own project, let alone go and seize others. In the end, it would still be those strong individuals with more early-stage accumulation or those who could receive resource investment who would get the benefits. Ordinary people would get nothing, so they might as well force a lose-lose scenario with you. As for the strong individuals within various organizations, upon learning the news, their eyes all lit up. Although they were already not satisfied with just one first place and planned to seize more, the motivation before knowing the intelligence and the motivation after knowing it were on completely different levels. It's like workers knowing overtime pays overtime wages, but that's not enough to sacrifice all their eating and sleeping time. But if workers suddenly learned this overtime pay wasn't money but gold bars, then forget eating and sleeping, they'd even save toilet time to work. And the excitement of the strong undoubtedly further fueled more resistance among ordinary people. The only ones unaffected were the group whose mind power had long since decayed to zero and whose terminal panels had closed. Part of this group stayed at the gathering points within the cities, while part chose to live outside the cities. They also went online, saw the current dispute, and many commented with a kind of schadenfreude and mockery, but some were analyzing and calling for action. Weren't you mocking others as low-grade horses just 2 months ago? Why aren't you saying that now? Feeling like you're almost there yourselves. We're not even at the 10th rule yet, and the fire thief has already come up with a rule that essentially lets the strong plunder the mind power upper limit of the weak. I see good times are still ahead. I hope those who snatch others' first places remember, the price of your strength is our weakening. Logically, the authorities should manage this. Shouldn't these people who snatch others' first places bear some social responsibility? I think we should call for these strong people, having taken others' mind power, to have an obligation to protect the weak during other rules. That's right, we should make all the weak around the world realize we shouldn't be plundered by the strong. Those who haven't created challenge projects yet should all stop creating them, and make the authorities give a clear statement. The tide of public opinion swept powerfully across the entire internet, with similar calls erupting in countries all over the world. Since the exposure of the hidden rule of the first rule, there had never been such a large-scale online uproar, because this time was completely different from before. Before, when rules failed and reduced mind power, it was the fire thief reducing it, and the target of people's blame was also the fire thief. But this time, rule failure is because someone else took your first place. Even though the fire thief who set this rule is the mastermind behind the scenes, people still tend to blame the person who took their first place. And as this public opinion fermented, some organizations and groups, and even the authorities of some alternative countries, were rapidly taking action. Qing May base. The base manager, that short-haired woman, was on a call. A calm, aged voice came from the other end. Han Ling, already know about the rule intelligence. Plan accordingly. Have the resource bodies imprisoned in the base's jail collectively create challenges that match the abilities and item advantages of the squad members. The short-haired woman named Han Ling nodded. Understood, Commander. However, Yu Feiwei asked me to apply to you on his behalf, hoping to have resource bodies tailor-make some challenges for him. Before the Doomsday Rules era, Yu Feiwei was the chairman of Firebird Financial and a member of the Qing May Society. He passed the first rule without any fright or danger because he managed to obtain over 30 alertness mints during it. But the cost was that his initial mind power upper limit was very low. Furthermore, during several subsequent non-survival challenges, he also had entries he didn't pass, causing his already low upper limit to become even more precarious. During the previous Qing May gathering, his mind power upper limit was already down to single digits. One more reduction would zero it out, so he had urgently hoped the commander would find a solution for him then. After the national wartime state began, he, like other members, withdrew from the city and entered the base, taking up the position of department head of the Ascension Coin Item Procurement Department. Now that he had finally caught an opportunity to increase mind power, of course he wanted to seize it. He immediately found Han Ling, the base manager, and asked her to apply to the commander. The commander on the other end of the call was silent for a moment. Not aloud. Han Ling was slightly surprised. She had thought the commander would give extra preferential treatment to members of the Qing May society. Yu Feiwei only has single-digit mind power left. There's no need to invest more resources in him. Our resources should be used on more deserving people, the commander said. But Commander, Yu Feiwei is the department head of procurement, Han Ling reminded. Your decision will incur his dissatisfaction. So, secretly execute him then, the commander said directly. After wartime management began, the social connections of these people have all become invalid. Keeping them or not doesn't make much difference. Understood. Remember to focus on setting up challenges for that young man named Jang Ming, the commander added. Jang Ming. Han Ling's mind conjured the image of that young man who always wore headphones and had an indifferent expression. During the last encounter with the official team in the wild, it was this Jiang Ming who acted and killed a member of the official team. If reinforcements hadn't arrived later and the fight continued, the official team might have been completely wiped out at that time. Han Ling knew this Jiang Ming wasn't someone she found. Among the 5 people in the squad, the ones she found were only Gu Fei and Chenna. The other 2 were selected from other cities. Only Jiang Ming was someone personally arranged by the commander. Regarding Jiang Ming's origins and background, only the commander herself knew. Han Ling wasn't clear on it either. Understood, Commander. I will have the resource bodies collectively set up some challenges that match his abilities. After hanging up, Han Ling headed to the prison area. Over 1,000 ascendants were imprisoned here, all people the commander had through 2nd or even 3rd layers of intermediaries, remotely directed local violent groups to kidnap. These 1,000-plus ascendants all had initial mind power exceeding 80 points, meeting the talent criteria for academy admission. But now, they could only be subjected to physical restrictions, staying in this sunless place. However, Han Ling had never used torture on them. On the contrary, she had never missed a single meal for these people. During the previous Blood Plague rule and the no-talking rule, corresponding protective gear and anti-talking devices were provided. Everyone here had a set. Of course, this wasn't because Han Ling was kind-hearted, but the commander's order. For these resource bodies, letting them eat well, drink well, and complete rule challenges made them more valuable and more useful for subsequent purposes. Just like a major pig farmer says, raising pigs is for making money and eating meat, not for letting the pigs live a happy life. And that subsequent purpose was now. The appearance of the 8th rule finally gave these people a good opportunity to be put to use. Han Ling wasn't worried these people had already created challenges in advance, because she knew that without her command, they wouldn't dare to casually use their abilities or items. It wasn't that she had such great deterrent power, but that the troublemakers had been weeded out over the past few months. Now, only the obedient and docile ones remained in the prison. Han Ling told them that as long as they cooperated well, once all 49 rules were over, they would be released and could return to normal life. Whether they believed it or not, they could only pin their hopes on this, hoping the rules would pass quickly. Han Ling walked through the prison area. A guard came to report. Manager Han, 2 prisoners committed suicide yesterday. Hearing this, Han Ling raised an eyebrow. Reason? Unknown. It seems it was due to depression. Is that so? How many instances does this make now? Counting so far, the number of suicides has exceeded 30. If this continues, the number of resource bodies will keep decreasing, Han Ling mused. It seems I'll need to report to the commander later, to go capture some people from the various camps in the wild to replenish the numbers. The 5th one. Guan Tong retracted his shadow with satisfaction when he saw his number 1 result. He had just finished another maximum underground penetration distance challenge. Whoever created that challenge probably worked in some deep underground facility or had tools or abilities that could burrow into the earth, so they assumed their challenge was foolproof. But they could never have guessed that Guan Tong's shadow, when blurred, had no physical form and no pressure limitations, and could extend indefinitely deep underground. So getting first place for that challenge was effortless for him. As a result, on January 2nd, the 2nd day of the rules, by the afternoon he had already taken first place in 5 challenge events. Those 5 were almost all related to distance or speed, and they were precisely the tracks Guan Tong had chosen. With his shadow and the body swap ability, he held an almost absolute advantage in these races. 5 firsts. 3 of them are 10-point upper limit boosts, And then for every additional first, you get an extra 5 points. I've already accumulated a 20-point upper limit increase. A 20-point increase to mind power upper limit was absurd for Guan Tong. Normally, natural growth gave only 4 to 5 points a month. Those 20 points equaled 4 to 5 months of natural growth. Still, 20 points wasn't enough for him. Such a precious opportunity had to be maximized. Who knew when another rules reward like this would appear? Besides, the 5th page of his wordless book urgently needed filling, and he simply didn't have enough mind power to complete it. There are probably people creating challenges about the ocean similar to that underground one. Guan Tong thought that diverse or people in submarines might have created similar challenges. His shadow could go deep underground and could just as easily go deep into the sea, so seizing first place in those events would be easy. But Guan Tong had also noticed the broad repercussions caused by the intelligence leak. At first, he hadn't expected the information to be made public. After all, the 11 people who spent 50,000 Ascension coins to buy the rules, no matter what organizations back them, would surely want their groups to gain strength over others. For that reason, those who bought the intelligence would have no need to coordinate. They should have tacitly kept the information secret and quietly used it to boost their team's ascendance. Guan Tong could imagine Countermeasure's research office people were among those 11 buyers, but he hadn't expected the Beijing country government to ultimately decide to make the intelligence fully public. Based on past experience, he thought the authorities would choose secrecy to avoid widespread conflict among the populace. Now it seemed the prior government statement, that non-core data would be released later, was not empty rhetoric but a real policy shift. After the intelligence went public, and after several hours of fermenting and discussion, people's attitudes became clear. They did not want to hand their mind power over to the powerful. Guan Tong glanced at his website forum. In the casual chat section, many people explicitly said they would not create challenges, and some started joint petitions asking the officials for an explanation. He even saw a lot of vitriol directed at him, the site administrator. If you ask me, the administrator shouldn't have sold that intelligence. If nobody knew, there wouldn't be such a big fuss. Yeah, if only the administrator and a few people knew and quietly profited, fine, but this wouldn't have blown up into a city-wide storm. I bet the two gathering points agreed not to steal each other's firsts, and if an outsider tried, both points would join forces to resist the intruder. One gathering point had hundreds of people. Together they amounted to over 1,000. They assigned sentries, kept large patrols at designated challenge sites, and anyone approaching would quickly be discovered and the internal group alerted. Then a human tide of hundreds to thousands would rush over. Even strong challengers, faced with such numbers, would mostly give up and retreat. Few would stubbornly refuse to leave. The poster claimed that with this tactic, the two gathering points, over 1,000 people, had yet to lose a single first from any created challenge. Once that post gained traction, many commented, "Learned this. Our gathering point just held a meeting and we're adopting your method." And set up mutual defense alliances. If the authorities won't stop the strong from plundering the weak, we'll protect ourselves. Guan Tong finished reading and couldn't help but admire people's initiative and the power of collective will. If gathering points could unite and set challenge locations around their areas, always post sentries and patrols, outsiders attempting to challenge would face massive risk. Guan Tong had first-hand understanding of this. If he hadn't been so much stronger than the people of the Tianding mountain camp, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. If gathering points in various cities quickly reach consensus and form mutual defense alliances using this set of tactics, most strong challengers really won't have a way. Then they'll likely shift their focus to the loose camp populations outside the cities. It's worth noting that besides releasing the intelligence, the authorities haven't made any other statements. They neither stop strong challengers from seizing others' firsts, nor prevent gathering points from forming mutual defense alliances. Guan Tong figured the authorities were in a dilemma. If they publicly condemned the strong, how could they explain their concentrated distribution system? If they stopped gathering point people from using violence, they'd be even less believable to the public. So they simply remained silent, letting the strong and the weak each find ways to seize or protect their interests. That suited him fine. Guan Tong personally wasn't eager to go into cities to steal first from city dwellers. His targets were more often out in the wild. not only because of risk comparison, but because he believed in taking responsibility for his choices. Those who chose to stay in the city were constrained in movement, had items and ascension coins rationed by the group, but in exchange received official protection. Those who chose to leave for the wild enjoyed freedom of movement, but nobody would provide shelter for them anymore. If their furs were stolen, who could they blame? Would they regret not staying in the city where their furs could have been protected collectively in a shelter or gathering point? When you make a choice, you accept its consequences. Therefore, Guan Tong felt no guilt when he took other people's firsts. This was the jungle reality for those who chose the wild. He scrolled down further and found a special post. Its popularity was second only to the countermeasure thread, with already thousands of replies and still growing quickly. The title read, Collecting statistics of challenges established by providers. Providers. That one word in the title caught Guan Tong's attention. He opened the thread, and the original poster launched into a full-throttle long post right on the first floor. First, some people might not know what I mean by providers. Plainly speaking, they are ascendants controlled by certain organizations or groups who are tasked with supplying resources specifically for that organization's priority trainees. These people are the providers. If you want to be blunt, they're human resource minds. Let me give you an example. The most typical provider model is the Tulip Federation's flock, pack, alpha wolf structure. Most of you probably haven't heard, but the Tulip Federation now divides all ascendants in the country into three categories. The alpha wolf, who is the selected strongest individual and receives absolute priority in resource allocation. The pack, a group of strong people around the alpha with status just below the alpha who also get priority resources. And the flock, who supply the resources, the providers mentioned in my thread title. How do I know this so clearly? Simple. I currently live in a city of the Tulip Federation, and I am one of the flock ascendants. My ascension coins, my items, even the challenge project I'm supposed to create this time, all must serve the pack and alpha wolf. If I disobey, I'll be executed publicly. So why am I making this post? 1. This site is the safest place. I'm not afraid of being traced when I tell the truth. 2. I believe ordinary people shouldn't be treated like this. We should launch a counterattack that belongs to us, the ordinary people. And I believe one way to strike back is for us providers to publicize the challenges we've been forced to create. Then, I plead with the real strong people of all countries, or capable mass organizations, to seize first place in these projects. The more you seize, the faster this provisioning system will collapse. After reading this post, Guan Tong was deeply shocked inside. He had actually heard about it from the very beginning, even experienced it personally. What was the purpose behind the mastermind manipulating Shan Zhuahu's gang in Yinhua City to kidnap high mind power individuals? It was most likely to turn these people into the providers mentioned in the post. What shocked him was that there would actually be countries operating on a national scale to do such things, and not even small countries. The Tulip Federation, as a major power formed after the advent of the Doomsday Rules by multiple small nations that collapsed under the first rule, actually possesses considerable strength. Its combined population and land area are not inferior to the Suroma Empire. Could it be that because this federal nation was newly established and public sentiment was unstable, it promoted violence as supreme, creating such a twisted system where the entire population became a flock of providers? If that's the case, under the custom challenges from numerous providers, the number of first places the Alpha Wolf of the Tulip Federation could seize is probably astonishing. However, with the upper limit restriction, even getting the most first places ultimately cannot exceed 500 points. But Guan Tong found it very strange. By doing this, was the Tulip Federation really betting everything on that so-called Alpha Wolf? Were they not afraid that guy might die in some rule or be killed by someone else? Or would they then select a new Alpha Wolf from the pack? How would they compensate for the massive wasted resources? The mind power lost by the entire population could never be recovered. Guan Tong had already seen someone post a similar comment in the thread. Isn't the Tulip Federation too twisted? The entire population feeding the pack and the Alpha Wolf? Why hasn't there been an uprising? That region was already particularly chaotic, with warlords everywhere. It's not surprising that any kind of twisted thing emerges. I have a thought. What if the person being provided forgets many first places but suddenly dies? Will those first places be returned? Someone has already posted about the situation you mentioned. After the person who got first place dies, the first place is inherited by the runner-up in order. This post has made me so angry. Let's pool resources. Is anyone willing to go kill that damn alpha wolf? I'll contribute 500 coins. Save it, person above. He is, after all, the chosen alpha wolf. Could he be easily killed? He definitely has bodyguard around him. Oh, it should be called protection by the pack. By the way, does our Beijing country have a similar system? Isn't there an official information channel in the shelter? You can just ask the authorities and find out. Forget it. I feel it's safer to discuss it on this website. Looking at these discussions, Guan Tong recalled his experiences in the industrial park and on Holy Grail Island. He believed the two squads he encountered, led by the guy with the curved blade, were likely among the official teams. However, unlike the Tulip Federation's grand and flamboyant propaganda, the Beijing country authorities had never publicly announced the formation of an official Ascendant team. Although some speculated that the team led by Dragon Soul, which placed third on Holy Grail Island, was an official team, there was no evidence to confirm it. Another major power, the Saroma Empire, also hadn't publicly announced any special cultivation of individuals. However, a person in their country with the nickname Lucifer had gained a certain level of notoriety worldwide due to his erratic behavior. Especially this time, when he publicly posted the kill count challenge he created online, it caused an uproar. Watching some videos online, the Saroma Empire even had protests erupt over this. People demanded that the king and the Senate make a judgment and use national power to execute Lucifer, because his challenge item clearly indicated he had committed serious crimes. But the Senate's response was, there is no direct evidence, so no judgment can be made. Indeed, although Lucifer said online that he created the killing challenge, no one could prove that challenge was created by him. The creator of each challenge was anonymous. Unfortunately, this explanation was not accepted by the ascendants of the Saroma Empire. Moreover, news spread that Lucifer had started killing people, triggering even larger-scale chaos. Guan Tong wasn't particularly concerned about events abroad. He was more focused on the situation within Beijing country. In the floors below this post, many suppliers had provided information about challenge items. Guan Tong noticed that there were also parts from within Beijing country. This made him perk up a bit, because the final paragraph written by the thread's original poster had touched something within him. This provider system was absolutely inhumane. If you could convince others through reason to voluntarily give you resources, then perhaps others had no right to interfere. But if you used violent methods, forcing others to cooperate through imprisonment, this was a situation that required a heavy-handed strike. At the end of the post, the original poster called for true powerhouses to step forward and disrupt this provider system. Coincidentally, Guan Tong considered himself a powerhouse, and he also genuinely detested such things. The one who caught Guan Tong's attention in the post was a user with a nickname, Ka Xiao, who left this comment. Seeing this post, I want to request the administrator and the experts to come to our rescue. There are over 40 of us here. We originally fled the city together with our company's boss. Everyone was getting along fairly peacefully at first. But after the intelligence about the 8th rule came out, the boss forced over 20 of us who hadn't set challenge items, yet to set them based on his item. We disagreed. He and his few lackeys beat us and threatened to kill us. We had no choice but to agree and collectively created similar rules. The boss's item is a particularly fast bicycle, so the challenge items we created are all related to it. You can find them by searching for the keywords bicycle, hospital. After reading this, Guan Tong opened the challenge list on his panel and tried searching by keywords. Indeed, over a dozen similar challenge items popped up. Challenge: at the entrance of Hailu County Hospital in Ganlin City, ride a bicycle to move a distance of 500 meters without using any other items or abilities based on speed. Challenge: at the entrance of Hailu County Hospital in Ganlin City, ride a bicycle to move a distance of 501 meters without using any other items or abilities based on speed. Challenge: good grief, they're not even trying to hide it. Looking at this series of highly similar challenge items, which were completely identical except for slight differences in distance, the implication of personal customization couldn't be more obvious. There were also replies under this commenter's post. Wow, I searched. So many similar challenges. It really is a provider model. Poster, if you can't handle it, just run away. This is too terrifying. Aren't the authorities sending anyone to manage this? It seems after wartime management, the authorities don't really handle matters outside the city much. To be precise, they simply can't manage them all. Damn, isn't there anyone powerful to carry out some righteous judgment? Seeing this, and after reading the commenter's words, I want to request the administrator and the experts to come to our rescue. Guan Tong closed his computer and stood up. He thought to himself, in that case, I'll make a trip there. Haila County, Guanlin City. As a small county town in a remote area, the population was never large. After entering the era of the Doomsday Rules, the already sparse population completely dwindled, turning this place into a veritable ghost town. After the Blood Plague rule, a group of 40 to 50 people came here and settled in the abandoned county hospital. These people used to live in a gathering point in Guanlin City. The core figure was a man named Gao Xinjian, the boss of a renovation company. The others were basically his company's employees or their relatives. The reason the employees were willing to follow Gao Xinjian even in the era of the Doomsday Rules was because he had always treated his employees well before, paying generous salaries. Moreover, after the Doomsday Rules began, he kept encouraging everyone to persevere, and during the Living Dead rule, he even took the lead in eliminating a group of living dead. This won him everyone's trust. So when he proposed leaving the city to live in the wilderness, most people in the group agreed. After leaving Guanlin City, they drove to Haila County. This was Gao Xinjian's hometown. He was very familiar with the area, so he chose to live here. For the first few days, everyone was harmonious and happy. But as time passed and supplies gradually dwindled, Gao Xinjian also slowly changed. He became increasingly domineering, prioritizing the distribution of supplies for himself and a few of his lackeys. When someone raised an objection, he would loudly rebuke them and even order his lackeys to shove or hit them. The others had no way to deal with this. Although they were all ascendants, they were no match for those few. The reason Gao Xinjian recruited those few as his lackeys was precisely because they had the highest combat power, but they could still tolerate just some unfair distribution of supplies. However, once the intelligence about this rule was made public, Gao Xinjian demanded that the others create customized items for him and his few lackeys. This was something people couldn't accept. After so many rules, who didn't know that mind power was the key to everything? If possible, no one was willing to lose even 1 point of their upper limit. Gao Xinjian's demand was simply too excessive. Faced with everyone's protest, Gao Xinjian directly ordered his few powerful lackeys to take action, injuring several people. The others were frightened and couldn't fight back, so they had to agree and create challenge items according to Gao Xinjian's demands. Gao Xinjian then used his bicycle item to successfully secure first place in multiple challenges. His few lackeys also each secured 2 first places. The other 30-plus people could only endure and wait for the cruel reality of mind power attenuation after the rule ended. This could no longer be changed, because each person could only create 1 challenge per rule period. One of the young men among these people, while browsing the internet on his phone, saw the provider accusation thread on Ascendant Home. Only then did the young man realize that similar problems weren't unique to their situation. They existed elsewhere too. So he posted his own experience in the thread, pleading for someone to come and help rescue them. Because failing this rule only meant mind power attenuation, it wasn't fatal yet. If a situation similar to the first rule occurred next time, he had no doubt that Gao Xinjian, who had already torn up all pretense with everyone, would take their lives just to ensure his own survival. A few hours after the young man posted, he picked up his phone to check. Many people had replied to him, but not a single one said they would come to help. Some said the distance was too far and they couldn't make it. Some said they had already helped by reporting to the authorities. Others told them to find a way to save themselves. The young man shook his head with a bitter smile. Suddenly, a hand appeared from above and took his phone. The young man was startled. Looking up, he saw his Gao Xinjian. Boss Gao, Xiao Wang, what are you looking at so intently? Nothing at all. Really? The young man's flustered expression, in the eyes of an old hand like Gao Xinjian, was like an open book, with every word clearly visible. He said with a half-smile, "Is that so?" As he spoke, he glanced at the content on the young man's phone. After reading the situation in the post and the reply the young man had posted, the smile vanished completely from Gao Xingjian's face, turning as cold as ice. "Xiao Wang, you've done quite well. Be boss Gao I." The young man, surnamed Wang's lips trembled. An immense sense of fear spread through his heart. At this moment, others also noticed the situation and gathered around. Gao Xingjian raised the young man's phone. "Come, everyone take a look. Xiao Wang has learned to complain online. Really great." Everyone looked at the content on the phone, their expressions turning extremely strange. Gao Xingjian suddenly threw the phone on the ground and stomped on it, crushing it. "Crack! I'll fight you to the death." The young man, surnamed Wang's eyes turned red. A dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, and he lunged at Gao Xingjian. Gao Xingjian was quick-eyed and swift-handed. He slapped away the young man's wrist, and then his few lackeys rushed forward and pinned the young man down. "Young man, when did you secretly exchange for a mind power weapon? Were you planning to harm me all along?" A fierce glint flashed in Gao Xingjian's eyes. "Now I can't keep you around, kid." The others understood that Gao Xingjian meant to kill. Some wanted to stop him, but they were afraid the danger would shift to themselves, so they remained silent for the moment. Talp, talp, talp. A series of footsteps suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in unison and saw a young man in his 20s walking over from not far away. "Did I find the right place?" the young man said as he approached. Gao Xingjian frowned. "Where are you from? What do you want?" The young man said, "I'm looking for someone with the online username Kashio. Is he here?" The young man, surnamed Wang, who was being pinned to the ground by Gao Xingjian's lackeys, was shocked upon hearing this. He shouted with all his might, "It's me. I'm Kashio. Sister Han, where are we going?" Chenna followed Han Ling out of the base, got into a car heading somewhere, and couldn't help asking along the way. Han Ling said, "To a place out in the wilderness. Based on your abilities, I've customized some challenge projects for you. You go and complete them to get first place, and once this rule ends, you'll be able to increase your mind power upper limit. Customized for me." Chenna was now at the age of attending junior high school. Combined with her experiences over the past 6 months in the Doomsday Rules era, she had matured considerably compared to other girls her age. She knew that each person could only create one challenge project. For Han Ling to say this meant, "Sister Han, did you have other people create the challenge project for me?" Chenna asked. "Correct. But if that's the case, those people themselves." "Chenna, that's not something you should worry about." Han Ling smiled at the girl. "And don't worry, the people who created the challenge project for you did so voluntarily." Chenna was slightly taken aback. "Voluntarily?" Han Ling explained. "Just like you voluntarily joined the organization to exchange for medicinal items to save your mother's life. Those people are willing to pay the price of ascension coins, items, and even setting up specific challenge projects during this rule, in exchange for our organization's protection. It's essentially no different." Oh, not long after, the vehicle arrived at a certain spot in the wilderness. After getting out, Chenna noticed a camp station here with quite a few people inside. Seeing the bulges at their waists, they probably all carry guns. "These are all our people," Han Ling said after getting out of the car. "Don't worry," Chenna said, "they're not going into the base. Are they here to guard the area and prevent others from coming challenge?" Hearing this, Han Ling looked at Chenna with surprise, seemingly finding it impressive that a girl Chenna's age could think of this. "That's right. Even though I can customize project for few of you, there are countless strong people across the country. It's possible someone in your field might be even stronger than you. Having armed personnel guard the project locations is an insurance measure. Let's go. Your challenge is to be completed inside this camp." Sometime later, after completing the challenge, Han Ling brought Chenna back to the base. Back at the base, Han Ling immediately went off to attend to other work without a moment's rest. As the manager of this base, she was extremely busy every day. Chenna returned alone to the residential area. As she reached the entrance to the zone, she happened to run into her teammate Gu Fei, who was coming out from inside. Chenna was somewhat afraid of this emotionally unstable teammate who often lost his temper. Seeing him, she lowered her head, pretending not to see him, and walked inside. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei stopped and called out to her. Chenna, wait. Ah. Chenna looked over nervously. What is it? You rarely come out of your room when there's no mission. Let me ask you, did Han Ling take you to complete a challenge project? Chenna nodded. Gu Fei snorted coldly. I knew it. First Jang Ming, then you. I guess I'm next. Han Ling better get me more slaves to create projects. I can't wait to become stronger. As slaves. Hearing this word, Chenna's eyes widened considerably. If they're creating customized challenge projects for others, what are they if not slaves? But I heard Sister Han say, the people who customized the challenge projects for us did it voluntarily, as a price for receiving the organization's protection. Aha! Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at Chenna with mockery. You little thing are so easy to fool. Price for receiving protection. How laughable. Do you believe everything Han Ling says? Then it's not like that. Gu Fei sneered coldly. Let me ask you, little thing, how much do you know about this base? Do you know that below the floor we live on, there's a large area? Why doesn't Han Ling tell us what that area is for? Why does she never let us go down there? I don't know. You don't know? I'll tell you. Down there, there's definitely a place where slaves are held. Little thing, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think of Han Ling as some good person. Don't you understand from her making us go rob supplies from other camps? As Gu Fei spoke, he seemed to remember something upsetting. He spat and cursed. These organizations are all the same. They all take other people's things under the banner of doing good for others. Don't just talk about this base. What about the official teams? Is there any difference in essence? I know all too clearly, they're all just trash and scum. Chenna listened in a daze. After coming back to his senses, Gu Fei's expression darkened, feeling it was completely unnecessary to talk about these things with a teenage girl. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. It took Chenna a while to regain her composure. With a complex expression, she returned to her dormitory. Thinking about what Gu Fei had said, she turned on her computer, wanting to search for some information. But seeing the no network prompt, she remembered that they couldn't use the internet after moving into the base. Computers, phones, all electronic devices couldn't connect to the network. Han Ling's explanation for this was to protect the base's security. If team members had any needs, wanted to watch a movie, or play a game, they could make a request. She would have someone specially download it for local use. Looking at the prompt on her computer and thinking about the slaves Gu Fei mentioned, Chenna felt more and more that something was wrong. Could that Sister Han Ling, who is always so kind and gentle to her, really be deceiving her, as Gu Fei said? The official countermeasures research office. On the large screen in the conference room, the post titled Collecting/Counting those challenge projects established by providers from the Ascendant Home website was displayed. The theme of this meeting was precisely related to this post. Everyone in the conference room had already read the post's content. Some had long anticipated this situation, others appeared deeply concerned, and some looked indignant. Gao Yongwei spoke up. Everyone understands the situation. The purpose of this meeting is to have a discussion. Should the authorities handle the issue mentioned in this post? Everyone looked at Gao Yongwei. Although he said it was for discussion, judging by his expression, he seemed to have already made some decision in his heart. The current situation is somewhat complex. Someone spoke up first. The general population within the cities has currently begun adopting the Alliance Mutual Protection countermeasure, taking shelters and gathering points as whole units. They mutually assist in guarding each member's first place. Currently, this appears quite effective. As for the provider system mentioned in this post, let's not talk about the small-scale ones involving a few or a dozen people. The large-scale ones basically appear in some countries with chaotic governance, especially in places like the Tulip Federation, a federation of warlords. Currently, based on collected intelligence, the Tulip Federation's method of fully supporting the Alpha Wolf also faces intense opposition within its own ranks. The Tulip Federation is essentially a polity formed by dozens of warlords, large and small. The identity of the Alpha Wolf has also been exposed. He is the son of one of the largest warlords. Just think, how could the other warlords unite wholeheartedly to supply resources to someone else's son? Therefore, I believe the Tulip Federation is very likely to experience warlord infighting in the near future. Perhaps we could suggest to the higher-ups to use this as a point of leverage, make arrangements in advance, and when the time comes, Let's not talk about such international level matters for now. The higher-ups will make their own judgments, Gao Liangwei interrupted. Let's talk about the domestic situation. That person nodded. Domestically, currently, due to the wartime management state, there's basically no room for the existence or survival of large provider systems within the cities. The occurrence of this system is basically out in the wilderness. Those camps, organizations, having escaped official control, are becoming increasingly violent. Considering the total population outside the cities amounts to tens of millions, if the authorities don't do something, several large provider systems are very likely to emerge. This absolutely should not happen in our country. I agree. Another expert also said. Now, people are voicing appeals through various channels, hoping the authorities will do something to stop this behavior. I believe we cannot ignore this wave of voices. Allowing the provider system to develop and grow is a tremendous harm to the citizens. I also agree we should strike hard against organizations in the wilderness that are establishing large provider systems. How can such things that don't treat people as human beings happen in our Beijing country, happen on our land? The voices of everyone were almost unanimous, all believing the authorities should take action, do something. Otherwise, witnessing the authorities' inaction towards this behavior, what would the people think? At this moment, Gao Yongwei spoke in a steady voice. Some time ago, I received news. After the country entered the wartime management state, due to reasons like insufficient manpower and lack of resources, we temporarily lost control over the wilderness. This led to the proliferation of numerous gangs of thugs in the wilderness. Those who chose to leave the city are still citizens of Beijing country. As citizens of Beijing country, the authorities have an obligation to ensure their personal safety. The rampant activities of thug gangs in the wilderness are undoubtedly a disgrace to us. Now, due to the exposure of intelligence about the Eighth Rule, this despicable and shameful provider system has been dragged out from the darkness. This has undoubtedly crossed the bottom line of our citizens. I want to ask everyone, do you remember what all countries jointly announced after the first rule? Someone recalled. It was, we cannot yield to the Doomsday Rules, yield to the fire thief. We humans must guard our own civilization, guard our own lives. Correct. Gao Yongwei nodded. Guard our own civilization, guard our own lives. Now, if we remain indifferent to what's happening in the wilderness, that is allowing civilization to sink, I hereby declare my capacity as the head of the Countermeasures Research Office. We will and must take immediate action. Hearing this, everyone's spirits were greatly lifted. Dr. Zhang immediately said, I suggest dispatching all 5 official teams along with other reserve personnel, coordinating with armed forces to operate via transport aircraft, scattering them to locations across the country at the coordinates of those provider challenge projects for a sweep. Eliminate all organizers of provider systems. Gao Yongwei gave a slight nod to Dr. Zhang. I will report your proposal to the higher-ups. However, everyone remember, during the rule period, this operation must be kept confidential. Only if those organizations in the wilderness believe the authorities won't take action can more provider challenge projects be exposed. In the lobby of Hailu County Hospital, the arrival of the unfamiliar young man took everyone present completely by surprise. And after the young man shouted, I am Kaxiu, some of them quickly realized what was happening, and the looks they gave the stranger grew even more peculiar. Complaining online, and someone actually came to intervene? Gao Xinjin frowned, eyeing the unfamiliar young man warily. No matter who you are or where you came from, you'd better leave quickly. Don't meddle in our business here. If I weren't here to meddle, why would I have come all this way? This young man, who looked to be in his 20s, was precisely Guan Tong, who had used the passerby transformation device. After seeing the plea for help posted online by Kaxiu, he had decided to come and resolve the situation, because he simply couldn't stand this kind of thing. If he hadn't known about it, that would be one thing. But since he did know, and the victim was a user of his website asking him, the administrator, for help, then he would come and fix the problem. Hearing Guan Tong's words, Gao Xinjian's large face darkened. You really insist on meddling? Don't forget there are dozens of us here. You'd better weigh the consequences carefully. In the past, when encountering an unfriendly stranger, Gao Xinjian wouldn't waste so many words. He'd simply have a few of his men take action directly. But this time was different. He had glanced at that post roughly. He believed anyone who came to meddle in this affair must be an expert, because ordinary people simply wouldn't dare and wouldn't have the ability to intervene. Moreover, the fact that this young man dared to come alone proved he definitely had some skills. Gao Xinjian didn't want to take risks. He just wanted to use their numbers to scare him off, avoiding the uncertain factors that might arise if a fight broke out. Guan Tong ignored Gao Xinjian's threat. He looked at the restrained young man and asked him directly, "You are Cascio? Is this man threatening me the boss you mentioned in your post? And these men holding you down, are they his accomplices and underlings?" "That's right," the young man surnamed Wang shouted. "It's them. Shut your mouth." Gao Xinjian barked a low command, then suddenly turned with a smile plastered on his face and walked towards Guan Tong. "Friend from out of town, there's no need for things to be so tense, is there? There might be some misunderstanding here. Let's talk things through clearly first before." Halfway through his sentence, as he reached Guan Tong, Gao Xinjian's eyes abruptly changed. An item appeared in his hand. Thud! The moment that item materialized, before Gao Xinjian could even use it, a pair of shadow blades pierced through his chest. He looked down at his chest in disbelief, his face already full of terror, blood spilling from his mouth. "No, impossible." After the shadow blades extending from Guan Tong's wrists completed their attack, they immediately shot towards the several men restraining Cascio. As Gao Xinjian's underlings, witnessing his death had utterly terrified them. Some turned and ran, some stood frozen in place, and others tried to fight back. But the result was the same for all. They all died by the shadow blades. All of this happened in just a few short seconds. Before the others even realized what was happening, Gao Xinjian and his few underlings were all lying on the ground, staining the floor beneath them red. Alpha metonovius. Ah! Someone let out a shriek, but was immediately muffled by the person next to them. Everyone looked at the unfamiliar young man in horror. The latter pulled up the equally stunned Cascio, who was still sprawled on the floor. Then Guan Tong spoke to him and the others. "The challenge projects you've already created can't be revoked. Your mind power will probably diminish somewhat, but the people controlling you are gone now. Things like this won't happen in the future. Thank you. You saw my post? May I ask?" The young man whose online alias was Cascio stammered excitedly. Guan Tong patted his shoulder, said nothing more, and turned to leave. If anyone wants to take on Gao Xinjian's role, the next one to fall will be that person. So, you all figure out yourselves. Everyone watched as the young man finished speaking and left. They remained somewhat dazed, even after he disappeared through the doorway. If not for the still warm corpses on the ground, reminding them this was all real, they would have surely thought it was more like a dream. It took a long while for the crowd to gradually accept reality. The young man mustered his courage and spoke up. "Everyone, you all heard what that expert said. We need to unite from now on. No one can use violence to coerce anyone else again. Yeah, we absolutely cannot have another Gao Xinjian. What a ruthless character. He took out several people without even batting an eye." "Hey, Xiao Wang, do you know him?" someone asked. The young man shook his head. "No, I don't. He's probably a kind-hearted expert living nearby who saw my post and came specifically to help." Inspired, the young man felt his heart surge with emotion. "When I get the chance in the future, I want to go help others too." Exiting the county hospital, Guan Tong stood at the entrance. He thought to himself, having traveled over 1,000 kilometers, even though he came to help someone, it wouldn't do to make the trip for nothing. After Gao Xinjian's death, the first-place rankings in all his challenges would default to the person in second place. The problem was, these challenges had no second place. Because the challenge location was restricted to the entrance of this county hospital, the only actual challenger was Gao Xinjian himself. And those challenges were: challenge to race the speed of moving XXX meters by riding a bicycle only, without using any other items or abilities, at the entrance of Hyla County Hospital in Gamlan City. Racing the speed of moving a certain distance by riding a bicycle only, Guan Tong pondered, summoned his shadow, and had it transform into a bicycle. Then he got on and rode it, moving at maximum speed. Within just a few seconds, the first-place rankings for over a dozen custom-tailored challenge projects made for Gao Xinjian were all transferred to Guan Tong. I didn't think it would actually work. Guan Tong had only been trying it out unsure if a bicycle transformed by a shadow counted as a bicycle. It seemed now that it did. Looking at the dozen-plus new first-place rankings he'd gained at once, instead of feeling joy or excitement, what he felt more at this moment was a deep, heavy darkness. Nothing could more directly illustrate the horror of the provider system than this. If such phenomena were allowed to exist, perhaps this single rule alone wouldn't change much. But once this system was established, if similar rules appeared later, the result would be the same. Then, the value of ordinary ascendants would be quickly drained, turning them into supplies for the supported individuals. The final result would be that within various organizations, an extremely small number of supported individuals would possess overwhelmingly powerful strength, capable of rivaling thousands of ascendants. Whether such a world would be good or bad, no one could say for sure. Some might think this is the inevitable trend of the Doomsday Rules era, while others would firmly oppose it. They feel that if the world becomes a world belonging to just a few or a few dozen of the most powerful ascendants, then what difference does it make whether the world is destroyed or not? As for Guan Tong's own thoughts on the matter, even he couldn't clearly articulate them. It's just that for people like Gao Xingjian, and even those who kidnap and imprison others, he wouldn't let a single one go if he found them. Body swap. With matters here resolved, Guan Tong activated his ability and instantly returned to Mingdao Mountain. While waiting for his shadow to be recalled, he opened his computer. On the website, in that provider post, Kashio had already updated his comment. An expert really came to save us. A million thanks. I hope someone will also go help with the situations other providers have posted. Guan Tong silently closed the post and noticed another highly popular casual chat post had appeared on the homepage. The Saroma Empire can't withstand public pressure. Officially announces manhunt for the murderous devil Lucifer. Guan Tong didn't really pay much attention to foreign people or affairs, with the sole exception of this Lucifer. He was somewhat concerned about him. The reason, naturally, was because the two had clashed on Holy Grail Island. This Lucifer's fallen angel wings could easily slice through his shadow, leaving a very deep impression on him. But now, after his shadow's toughness had increased in its smaller form, he didn't know if those wings could still cut through it. If given the chance, Guan Tong really wanted to test it. But currently, it seemed there was no such opportunity. Post-body. OP is in the capital of the Saroma Empire. After several large-scale protests erupted, the Senate finally couldn't withstand the pressure, completely changed its previous stance, and officially declared the ascendant Lucifer a serial murderer, issuing a warrant and bounty for him. According to rumors from unofficial sources, this Lucifer was spotted in a border city. After killing many people, he fled beyond the Empire's territory. Some speculate he's going into the wilderness to kill, while others guess he received recruitment offers from other countries. Specific details will be updated when OP receives the latest news. Guan Tong glanced at it. The reason the post was so popular was mainly directly related to Lucifer's challenge. After all, creating a challenge based on the number of people killed was far too extreme and anti-human. It was impossible not to attract widespread attention. Moreover, he also noticed the current trend online, the celebrification of ascendants. Some well-known ascendants were being discussed with very high frequency. His own identity as Shadow was one of them. Even though he had never appeared publicly and there was no related information about him, it didn't stop people from eagerly discussing and speculating about him in various ways. Additionally, Guan Tong saw many posts about Shi Jingyi, mostly posted by Academy students. Many titles were things like Dream Teacher, Teacher is so beautiful, I love her so much, etc., which also left him speechless. Then there was Snow Traces. Because of its cool Mecca, it was also discussed by many ascendants. Another reason for its high popularity was that, unlike Shadow and Shi Jingyi who didn't speak online, the ID Snow Traces was practically a hardcore internet enthusiast, posting a lot of things every day on various social platforms, and without even using alternate accounts, all under the same nickname. These relatively famous ascendants would appear on trending searches every few days. Guan Tong found it a bit strange several times, always feeling like the authorities might be intentionally using an invisible hand to promote them. After all, the online environment was also part of wartime management. It was impossible for this content on the trending lists to have passed without review. Having review in these trending topics could only mean they were deliberately pushing the popularity of celebrity ascendants. Guan Tong didn't know if the authorities had some plan. For now, he still needed to focus on obtaining more first-place rankings and keep an eye on the provider's post, aiming to destroy as many domestic wilderness provider systems as possible within a rule period. However, he wasn't doing this out of guilt or a desire to make amends. He didn't feel that sense of guilt, because I sold the related intelligence, which led to this situation appearing. That's right. Because of the leak of the hidden rule, many groups started acting inhumane. But at the same time, this exposed their evil and existence to the sunlight, making many providers brave enough to reveal the truth. Whether this matter was more right or wrong, Guan Tong himself couldn't judge, nor did he care about others' judgments. He only knew that evil not being exposed doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If he could use this opportunity to eliminate as many provider systems as possible, it would absolutely be a good thing for the vast number of ordinary ascendants. January 5th, 1/3 of the time for the 8th rule had passed. Lu Yuqiang, the head of the logistics management department at the Qing May base, received the latest instruction from the manager, Han Ling, demanding that he recall the material collection teams operating outside back to the base as soon as possible. This order came swiftly and urgently. While Lu Yuqiang immediately began making arrangements, he also pondered the reasons behind it. Previously, the base had continuously dispatched personnel outside to acquire more supplies. But now, suddenly recalling everyone without any warning must be due to something happening. Sitting in his office, Lu Yuqiang thought to himself, could it be related to the increasingly widespread exposure of the provider system online recently? Unlike Gu Fei, Chenna, Jang Ming, and others, as a former member of the Qing May Society and now the head of the logistics department at the Qing May base, he was qualified to use the network within the base. This was related to the fact that he had long been on this pirate ship. Both the highest-ranking commander and the base manager Han Ling were well aware that if Lu Yuqiang leaked secrets, it would also harm himself and those connected to him. Lu Yuqiang himself had always understood that there was no turning back for him. However, one incident that occurred within the base still sent a chill through his heart. That was the disappearance of Yu Feiwei. Although he had no fondness for Yu Feiwei, thinking the man was too selfish, cold-blooded, and had no reverence for human life whatsoever, he knew this person was loyal to the Qing May Society and even to Big Sister. Moreover, he held significant financial authority within the base, controlling the allocation of millions of ascension coins. Logically, someone in such a crucial position shouldn't encounter trouble easily. But starting from the day before yesterday, Yu Feiwei had never shown his face again, and his related duties had been handed over to others. Although Han Ling didn't say it outright, Lu Yuqiang knew that Yu Feiwei was probably no longer among the living. He speculated it was related to the intelligence about this rule. Yu Feiwei had always wanted to raise his single-digit mind power upper limit. This was a perfect opportunity. As long as he had the resource bodies imprisoned at the lowest level customize some challenges for him, he could fulfill the requirement. Lu Yuqiang felt that, given Yu Feiwei's personality, he must have applied to Big Sister the moment he learned the news, but the result was probably disappointing. Although he had only met Big Sister once or twice, Lu Yuqiang could sense that she was someone who appeared amiable and kind on the surface, but was fundamentally very cold. Furthermore, ever since he witnessed with his own eyes the over 1,000 people imprisoned in the lowest level cells of the base, he knew that in terms of disregard for human life, Yu Feiwei was still small potatoes compared to Big Sister. This exposure of the provider system is also a threat to this base. Could it be that Big Sister has obtained some internal official information, hence the urgent order to recall the dispatch personnel and maintain a low profile? As a business magnate with a meticulous mind, Lu Yuqiang quickly made an educated guess that was probably 80 to 90% accurate. Meanwhile, after making the decision, the authorities quickly launched an operation internally codenamed Wild Storm. The aim was for the action forces to sweep through targets swiftly, fiercely, and extensively like a storm. After the country entered a wartime state, although a wide range of personnel was initially needed to maintain public order, as time passed, the situation in major cities had now stabilized. Thus, a large number of armed squads could be redeployed outside to carry out missions. This time, the authorities were determined to eradicate the groups and organizations operating the provider system in the wild. For this purpose, they dispatched hundreds of armed squads to sweep the areas around target locations based on collected intelligence. Accompanying the armed squads were several official teams and selected official team members, totaling nearly 100 people, which was also a very substantial force. Moreover, the authorities were serious this time, not just making a token effort. Military airports across the regions were all on standby. If any armed squad encountered a powerful hostile organization in the wild, they could call for airstrikes for support at any time. Under an operation of this scale, achievements were quickly made. The post on the Ascendant Home website that tallied provider-created projects was continuously updated for several days. Providers kept updating, saying the organizations forcing them had been eliminated and they and other providers within the organization had gained freedom. Those eliminating the organizations were fully armed combat personnel. Although these people didn't directly reveal their identities, what force they represented was self-evident. Thus, even though the authorities intended to keep it confidential, the news quickly spread. The Baishan country authorities had begun secretly deploying soldiers to strike provider organizations in the wild. After this news spread, the general public naturally supported it wholeheartedly, as it was genuinely safeguarding their interests. However, some organizations that had established provider systems fell into fear one after another. These organizations originally thought the authorities wouldn't interfere with matters in the wild, hence they dared to act recklessly. Now it seemed things had changed. To save their own skins, these organizations had to immediately hide, evacuate, or even abandon guarding projects they had already secured first place in, just wanting to evade the authorities' pursuit. But they were still too naive. Given the authorities' reconnaissance and strike capabilities, finding them was easy with certain clues. The process of eliminating them after finding them was even easier than locating them. Even when encountering some larger organizations with more members and some strong individuals that the armed squads couldn't easily defeat, they simply called for remote support. After providing the coordinates, the organization's stronghold would soon suffer fighter jet bombings, or even several missiles being launched at them. Under this thunderous storm-like sweep, provider organizations, large and small, were wiped out at an extremely fast rate, with an average of double-digit numbers disappearing every day. During this period, although Guan Tong was running around everywhere, challenging more projects for first place, he could also understand the authorities' precise, steady, and fierce actions through the posts on the website. Seeing the authorities strike hard at the provider system, he naturally held a very supportive attitude. On the contrary, if the authorities were truly indifferent, he would feel strange and puzzled, thinking it wasn't the consistent style of Baishan country. At that moment, he saw a newly posted thread. Can someone save my friend? She seems to be imprisoned in a provider organization too. Guan Tong clicked to view it. My friend is imprisoned in a very secure base, and they don't allow internet access. Because my friend and I are friends on the terminal, she contacted me telepathically using a communication scroll, asking me to speak out for her. My friend said there might be many people imprisoned in her base, but she doesn't know where the base is located, only that it's inside a mountain. What she can provide are only some challenge projects customized for her. The names of those projects are... After seeing the names of the challenge projects, Guan Tong's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately chose to temporarily hide the post, then sent a private message from the backend to this user with a nickname Qing May. Administrator, hello, may I ask what your friend's name is? Qing May seemed to be online shortly after posting, replying quickly. Qing May, the administrator? Why are you privately messaging me? Administrator, I'd like to understand the specific situation. Is it convenient to answer my previous question? Qing May, yes it is. My friend's name is Chenna, a girl around 12 or 13 years old. It really was Chenna. Earlier, when Guan Tong saw the challenge project mentioned in the post titled Perceiving Changes in the Number of People Within a 500-meter radius of a sealed environment at the Namlin Village activity field, he felt it somewhat resembled something tailored for Chenna, because her perception domain ability would make taking first place in such a challenge very easy. Plus, she had indeed joined some mysterious organization. If that organization intended to cultivate her, it wasn't impossible for them to use her as one of the providers. But Guan Tong was only speculating. He didn't expect it to actually be her. Qing May, May I ask why the administrator is asking for my friend's name? Do you want to help? Looking at the incoming private message, Guan Tong didn't reply immediately, instead considering whether to notify Wong Yin, as it was her daughter. But after consideration, he temporarily decided against it. Now that Wong Yin had joined the police department, if he told her, she would most likely seek help from the police department, hoping official forces could be dispatched to rescue her daughter. If a large-scale operation were launched, it might put Chenna in danger. This was also why Guan Tong chose to hide the post. If people from that organization saw this post, they would know Chenna was secretly using communication scrolls to contact the outside world for help. Her fate in that case was predictable. She would most likely be silenced. Administrator, may I ask if you know Chenna's personal terminal digital ID number? Qing Jin, sorry, Administrator. Back at the hospital, I was the one who told her my ID number. She added me. So I don't know what her ID number is. At the hospital, it seems this Qing Jin is a friend Chenna met while accompanying her mother for medical treatment. Guan Tong thought, continuing to send messages. Administrator, then can you use another communication scroll to contact her and have her tell you? Qing MC, Administrator, I've already used up all 10 of my communication scrolls. Seeing this message, Guan Tong was momentarily stunned. Only a little over a month had passed since the 7th rule ended. How could 10 bound scrolls be used up so quickly? Probably all used during the rule period. Guan Tong thought for a moment and typed. Administrator, all right, I'll give you one tradable communication scroll. Use it to contact Chenna. Qing Jin, what? But, Administrator, tradable ones are expensive, right? Indeed, they were expensive, especially after the 7th rule ended. With no source of acquisition, the price, originally around 30,000 per scroll, had now skyrocketed to 80,000 or 90,000 on the market. However, Guan Tong still had a few tradable ones left in his possession. He hadn't sold them all at the time, thinking he might need them later, saving him the trouble of buying again. Now, to establish contact with Chenna, using one wasn't a big deal, especially since Guan Tong really wanted to figure out what organization had taken Chenna. An organization that could conduct selection assessments and move in and out of a major city like Yunhua during wartime management was definitely not an ordinary violent group in the wild. Administrator, send me your digital ID number. I'll trade it to you. Then use it to contact Chenna. Remember her digital ID number, tell her about our communication, and then privately message it to me. Qing Jin, okay, Administrator. Qing Jin quickly sent her digital ID number. Guan Tong added her as a friend and traded her one communication scroll. He wasn't worried that Qing Jin would receive it, then block him and list it for sale in one smooth move. It wasn't that he trusted this person much, but he didn't believe an intellectually normal person would scam the administrator of the Ascendant Home website, especially after exposing their digital ID number. About 20 minutes later, Qing Jin sent a message. Qing Jin, Administrator, I used the scroll you gave me and contacted Chenna to discuss this matter. She told me her ID number. I'll send it to you now. Administrator, okay. After Qing Jin sent Chenna's digital ID number, she sent another message. The administrator is willing to spend so much to contact my friend. Do you have some relationship with her? I hope the administrator can rescue my friend. Administrator, I'll do my best. Guan Tong looked at Chenna's digital ID number, opened his terminal, and chose to add a friend. The addition was completed quickly. He took out a bound version communication scroll purchased from the Ascension store. He hadn't used a single one of the 10 he bought back then. However, before using it, Guan Tong hesitated. He knew that using this item for telepathic communication meant the voice heard in the other party's mind would also be his current voice. If he used it directly like this, Chenna, hearing his voice, would immediately know he was Guan Tong, and thus know he was the administrator of Ascendant Home. Because Qing Jin must have already told Chenna during their call that the administrator wanted her ID number and would add her as a friend. Guan Tong wasn't worried that Chenna would actively leak it. It was just as she was, after all, a young child who might unintentionally let it slip or be tricked into revealing it, which would become very troublesome. After pondering, Guan Tong still took out the passerby transformation device. Using it, the next moment he transformed into a different appearance. Looking at his smooth hands, Guan Tong had a bad premonition. Taking out his phone to look. Sure enough, this time he had transformed into a young woman. All right then, As soon as Guan Tong spoke, a woman's voice came out. He chose to use the communication scroll, targeting his currently only friend, Chenna. Chenna lay at her room, eyes closed, pretended to take an afternoon nap. She knew that using the communication scroll to communicate like this wouldn't be detected. Otherwise, even if the conversation was telepathic, her dazed, delayed reactions while talking to someone else would still be noticed. Pretending to sleep avoided this problem entirely. Ever since hearing what Gu Fei said last time, she had been suspecting that Han Ling had lied to her. That the people who created those customized challenge projects for her weren't doing it voluntarily. They were being forced. Then, over the past 2 days, she noticed that the base was bustling with activity every day, with many people returning from outside. She knew those people. They were all responsible for collecting supplies. Chenna used her ability to pretend to casually get close and overheard several conversations, all of which mentioned the authorities. It seemed the authorities had finally started to free up resources, deploying armed forces to sweep the wilderness, cracking down on various gangs of thugs and organizations that forced descendants to create challenges for others. After hearing this, Chenna understood. The organization she was part of was probably something similar. She had been willing to listen to the organization and participate in missions only to repay them for the life-saving medicine they gave her mother. But if the nature of this organization was evil, aimed at exploiting others, then her actions were aiding and abetting evil. Chenna didn't want to become a bad child. She knew that would disappoint her mother, but she felt powerless to do anything. She even thought about death, but worried that after she died, her mother would face retaliation. Feeling utterly helpless, she suddenly remembered she had a friend on her personal terminal. It was a sister 2 or 3 years older than her, whom she met while accompanying her mother to the hospital. Neither of them had added any friends on the terminal before, so they added each other just to try it out. After her mother was diagnosed and they left the hospital, they hadn't contacted each other again, but the friend connection on the terminal remained on delete. This made Chenna immediately think of the communication scroll she had purchased from the Ascension store. Using it would allow her to contact the outside world. So she immediately contacted her friend, Sister Qing, told her about her situation, and hoped she could spread the word so the authorities would discover this place and rescue all those oppressed slaves Gu Fei mentioned. Qing agreed, and then went to the highly influential Ascendant Home website to make a post. Chenna waited silently for contact. Just now, Qing told her that the administrator of Ascendant Home would personally help her and that she should just wait. From Qing's tone, Chenna sensed that this administrator was very impressive. However, since they weren't usually allowed internet access, she didn't know anything about the Ascendant Home website or who the administrator was. Chenna. At that moment, an unfamiliar woman's voice suddenly sounded in Chenna's mind, startling her as she lay there. I am the administrator of Ascendant Home. Hello, administrator sister. Chenna knew the administrator was contacting her using the communication scroll and replied telepathically. She was also somewhat surprised. The administrator's voice sounded like a young sister in her 20s. Omicronis. Chenna, I've learned about your current situation from your friend Qing, Guan Tong said. I want to know the exact location of your base. I don't know the base's specific location. I only know it's inside a mountain. We always take a car when going out. Guan Tong thought for a moment after hearing this and said, the location of the customized challenge project they gave you was in Nanlin Village. Even if you don't know the base's location, you should remember the direction from the base to that Nanlin Village, right? I remember that. I remember that day when we went to complete the challenge. After leaving the base, the car drove east the whole time. It drove for about an hour and a half before reaching the challenge location. Very good. Even without the base's exact coordinates, a rough, fuzzy location could be inferred based on the challenge location, the direction traveled, and the travel time. Since it could be confirmed the base was inside a mountain, what Guan Tong needed to do was search for mountains within that fuzzy area. Then, he would have his intangible shadow burrow into the mountains to probe for the base location. Chenna, I will find the location of your base as soon as possible. Until then, don't act strangely in any way to avoid alerting anyone in the base. Understand? I understand. Administrator sister, if you're going to rescue people, please be very careful, and you'll need a lot of people. There are many people in the base, and many of them have guns. They all have guns. Guan Tong asked, what kind of guns? Handguns. All kinds. There are also very long guns. And there's a large garage. Last time we went out, we saw an armored vehicle driving out. Long guns? Armurad vehículos. Guan Tong felt a jolt of alarm. Beijing country was a nation with strict gun control. Even in the era of the Doomsday Rules, with the chaotic situation leading to some lax weapon management and leakage, it shouldn't have resulted in the outflow of large quantities of automatic firearms, let alone armored vehicles. What kind of organization was this? Guan Tong frowned and said to Chenna, "Okay, I'll be cautious. Is there anything else you know that you can tell me? For example, who is the leader of the base? Are there any powerful ascendants among his subordinates?" A single communication scroll allowed for a maximum of 15 minutes of conversation. Guan Tong wanted to gather as much information as possible within that time. The base leader, I don't know. I only know the manager is Sister Han Ling. As for powerful ascendants, the ones I know are Gu Fei, Jang Ming, and Chu Xiaoyun from my team. Their abilities? After the 15 minutes ended, Guan Tong analyzed the information himself. This base has armed personnel, armored vehicles, even a base hollowed out of a mountain. Its background must be extraordinary, far beyond what any ordinary wilderness group or organization could compare to. Before communicating with Chenna, Guan Tong had considered whether to notify the authorities with the information and let them handle the rescue. But after the call, he dismissed that consideration. He believed an organization with such power must have a remarkably capable mastermind behind it. Furthermore, he learned from Chenna that the base she was in had suspended operations 2 days prior. Combined with the authorities' large-scale wilderness sweep, it seemed this organization knew about the authorities' impending action before the sweep even began and preemptively initiated a strategic contraction. This led Guan Tong to suspect that the mastermind behind this organization might have channels to obtain official intelligence in advance. Therefore, he definitely could not pass the information to the authorities. If he did, while the authorities would know, the mastermind might also find out and could respond simultaneously or even preemptively. After deep thought, Guan Tong made a decision. This time, I will act alone. He could neither allow such a massive, exploitative organizational system to continue operating, nor could he remain indifferent to Chenna's safety. So, he decided to try to resolve this matter with his own power. However, this was different from dealing with the Tianding mountain camp or scoundrels like Gao Xinjian. This time, he was facing a large, fully armed, and well-staffed base. He absolutely could not afford to be careless. First, find the base location. Have a shadow infiltrate for a comprehensive reconnaissance. Find a point of entry, then wait for the right opportunity to act. After formulating the plan, Guan Tong immediately summoned his shadow, transformed it into a shadow line, and sent it to Nanlin village first. Then, based on what Chenna said, he directed it westward from the challenge project location in Nanlin village. Guan Tong, controlling the shadow's advance, felt a flicker of curiosity, because he realized the base's location was highly likely to be within the Yongzhou mountain range. And this Yongzhou mountain range was only a little over 100 kilometers away from the capital, Yong'an. To hollow out a mountain for a base in an area so close to Yong'an without being discovered, Guan Tong found that hard to believe. Even if all the construction workers could turn invisible, the efficiency couldn't be that high. He believed the base within this mountain range had existed long before and was only repurposed by certain people after the arrival of the Doomsday Rules. Once the shadow entered the mountain range, it began traversing and penetrating. Guan Tong knew such a base would certainly be located in a non-public area. So, he didn't need to investigate mountains already developed and opened as scenic spots. He focused only on penetrating the closed-off, deeper parts of the range. This continued until evening, when Guan Tong finally found the mountain housing the base. From the outside, this mountain looked utterly ordinary, but its interior had been almost completely hollowed out, transformed into a multi-story artificial structure. Guan Tong manipulated the shadow to drift along the seams where the mountain met the structure, taking care to avoid detection. Through the visual feed transmitted by the shadow, he could already see the base was filled with high-definition surveillance cameras. Such strict management. Guan Tong's shadow penetrated from the upper levels downward, observing each floor situation. Offices, supply storage warehouses, weapon and equipment lockers, large garages, collective dormitories, everything was present. And when the shadow continued deeper, reaching the underground levels, a scene that sent chills down Guan Tong's spine was transmitted back. In the underground level of the base was a large, prison-like facility. Countless ascendants were imprisoned in densely packed cells, with fully armed guards patrolling outside. Every ascendant wore a uniform gray outfit. A tag hung on their chests, devoid of even a name, bearing only the descendant's mind power upper limit and a numerical code. This meant these people had completely lost their human dignity here, treated purely as prisoners, even as objects. The scene was so impactful that even Guan Tong, usually emotionally placid, felt a surge of intense, nameless fury rising within him. He suppressed his anger and didn't rashly use the shadow to act. Instead, he continued the investigation, determined to first understand the entire base's situation thoroughly. Afterward, it took a full hour. Guan Tong used the infiltrating shadow to probe every nook and cranny of the base, from top to bottom, inside and out, clarifying the complete personnel situation. The situation was more complex than he had imagined. The entire base was divided into 3 hierarchical zones: upper, middle, and lower. The upper zone was the living, office, and leisure area for the management. Guan Tong spotted the manager suspected to be Han Ling, and also found the dormitory area where Chenna was, seeing her lying down. To his surprise, he even saw some highly prominent, leading entrepreneurs who were famous before the Doomsday Rules. People like Wang Zixiang, Liu Yuqiang, and others. Why were these people serving as management in this base? It was undoubtedly strange. The middle zone of the base mostly contained the residences of the armed personnel and supply storage areas. There were roughly 200 armed personnel, mostly gathered together playing games, cards, or drinking. The base's lower zone was the prison area that filled Guan Tong with rage. After tallying, he confirmed nearly 2,000 ascendants were imprisoned here, with about 80 guards on patrol. After understanding the situation, Guan Tong's next course of action was naturally to completely eradicate these most despicable scum among humanity. A sturdy fortress is often breached from within. But to breach it from within, one must also choose a good point of entry. Guan Tong's target was to first suppress the surveillance room. Starting from other places would easily be discovered, triggering the base's alarm. Based on the intelligence gathered by Shadow's infiltration, the surveillance room was located in the base's high-level area, not far from the office of the manager, Han Ling. First suppress the surveillance room, then quickly control Han Ling, the base manager. This was the strategy Guan Tong had devised. The time to act was set for after the base's dinner. Guan Tong silently waited for the opportunity to arrive. Qing May base. After having dinner, several employees of the surveillance room returned, chatting in a complaining tone. The food lately seems to have gotten worse. Sigh, having something to eat is good enough. Who knows how long this outside sweep operation will last? If it goes on too long, our material supply here might run into problems. No need to worry about that. Manager Han can naturally get food. And if there's really nothing to eat, aren't there still so many reserve rations locked up below? Damn, have you watched too many sick movies? You want to eat people? The few chatted idly, completely unaware that in the shadowy corner of the room, a massive pitch-black shadow was hidden. They sat in their chairs, somewhat bored as they watched the wall of surveillance screens formed by dozens of small monitors. Watching it from morning till night every day, the boredom was imaginable. It would be better if there was actually some troublemaking, but the problem was, since they took charge of surveillance, the base had not experienced a single disturbance. Although this was a result of Han Ling's capable management, for these surveillance operators, it was truly dull. However, their balance of this dull life was about to run out. Split shadow lines silently crawled up the chairs, up the chair backs, and then, while the men remained completely unaware, whoosh, they swiftly wrapped around their necks. Adios. Huh. The surveillance operators were suddenly strangled by the tough shadow lines around their necks, immediately unable to breathe, their eyes bulging. Some reached out, tried to tear away the lines choking their necks, but they couldn't grasp or pull them apart because the shadow lines were both thin and incredibly strong. Within a few short seconds, All the surveillance operators' bodies went limp in their chairs, losing all signs of life. The shadow lines that strangled them quickly retracted. The next moment, they vanished without a trace, replaced by a young woman appearing in the room. It was Guan Tong, who had used body swap to come over. That's right, this time his physical body had entered the base. Continuously manipulating the shadow from an extreme distance consumed a relatively large amount of mind power, and weapons like Silver Hunt couldn't be used remotely. But the most important reason was that he wanted to personally destroy this evil place. Guan Tong glanced at the several corpses in the surveillance room, took the surveillance operator uniform off one of them, and put it on himself for disguise. Then he looked at the surveillance screen images. Apart from rooms like that of the base manager Han Ling, which were not monitored, everyone else was under surveillance. Even managers like Liu Yuqiang and squad members like Chenna were no exception. Guan Tong thought, Chenna probably knows there's surveillance in her room, which is why she used the communication secret scroll while pretending to sleep. She's somewhat clever. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took out his phone and took some photos of the room. After that, he left the surveillance room and walked towards the manager's office on the same floor. Han Ling was currently working in her office when a crisp ding sounded from her person. She abruptly stood up and turned to look, only to see a nearly imperceptible black line bounce away. Enemy. Han Ling immediately understood that someone was trying to attack her. Otherwise, this protective equipment on her that automatically defended against attacks wouldn't have made a sound. That black line, failing in its first strike, swiftly retreated to the door, turned the lock from the inside, and opened the deadbolt door. Han Ling's pupils contracta. She immediately grabbed the phone on the desk and pressed a button on its side. That button was connected to a hidden transmitter inside the phone. Pressing it would send a signal to the entire base, sounding the alarm. Click. The button was pressed successfully, but the alarm sound she anticipated did not ring out. What's going on? She exclaimed softly. At that moment, Guan Tong had already entered through the door opened by the shadow, holding Silver Hunt. He glanced at Han Ling, then at the phone in her hand that she was frantically pressing the side button of, thinking it was fortunate he had fired an electromagnetic pulse round with Silver Hunt in advance. Otherwise, she might have really succeeded. However, Guan Tong looked at Han Ling, thinking he had encountered a similar situation to before. That was, his shadow could not touch the enemy's skin. A similar situation had occurred when he met that curved blade man on Holy Grail Island. It was probably because both had similar special protective items that could defend against mind power-related attacks. Therefore, even an intangible shadow could not penetrate their bodies. Who are you? Han Ling asked, seeing the woman holding a gun and wearing a surveillance operator uniform walk in, her icy face full of vigilance. She didn't understand. How did this woman infiltrate the base? Could it be? Remembering the thin black line that had just ambushed her, Han Ling vaguely felt there was some connection. Guan Tong, however, didn't want to waste words with this person. With a thought, several solid, long shadow arms extended from the shadow at his feet, grabbing towards Han Ling. Your shadow, Han Ling exclaimed in shock. She had participated in the Holy Grail Island competition back then and had witnessed Shadow manipulating these black shadows to transform and kill hundreds, even thousands of participants. Wasn't this scene now exactly the same as back then? Swish! Facing the several black hands grabbing at her, Han Ling gritted her teeth, raised her hand, and summoned a disc-shaped item. She threw the disc. Its edge instantly extended countless sharp teeth, cutting towards the shadow hands grabbing her. Simultaneously, she quickly drew a gun from her waist, aimed at Guan Tong, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The bullets were all blocked by the shadow. At the same time, the disc item she threw was pressed down by several shadow hands. Other shadow hands, not giving her time to use more items, firmly grabbed her limbs and pinned her to the ground. It seems your defensive item can only block once, or it has a cooldown restriction, Guan Tong said, looking at Han Ling pinned, motionless on the ground. Struggling, Han Ling barely managed to speak. Your shadow? Shadow is actually a woman? But according to intelligence, Shadow should be a man in his 60s. Upon hearing this, Guan Tong's heart stirred. A man in his 60s. Wasn't that the appearance he used when he went to Tianding Mountain? Back then, that long-haired, dark-skinned fat man, said he leaked Shadow's intelligence using the communication secret scroll. It seems he wasn't bluffing, but was serious. But what was even more outrageous was that this piece of intelligence had actually spread, and some people really believed it. Han Ling before him was undoubtedly a victim of this false information. However, Guan Tong glanced at the phone Han Ling was clutching in her right hand, noticing she had activated the recording function. With a thought, he pretended not to notice and said, "Shadow is never just one person. Shadow is a group. Everyone in the group is Shadow." What did you say? Han Ling didn't understand what this meant. Was Shadow not a single individual, but a group? Her confusion was correct. Guan Tong had deliberately released more false information to confuse people about his true identity as Shadow. This way, if he needed to in the future, using various other appearances or directly having the Shadow appear in his place would further corroborate this false intelligence, making all those who opposed him unable to figure out who the real Shadow was. Although Han Ling couldn't be sure, she quickly regained her composure and said, "We can talk. Our commander has always wanted to find Shadow, hoping for a chance to cooperate. The terms will definitely satisfy. I have nothing to talk about with scum like you." Guan Tong manipulated the Shadow to deliver a heavy punch to Han Ling's face, knocking her unconscious. He didn't kill Han Ling immediately, only wanting to dig out more people later. Because, based on what Chenna had said earlier and the meaning in Han Ling's own words just now, the real decision-maker of this organization was someone else, seemingly the person she called Commander. Then he touched the storage ring on his finger. 1 cubic meter of space was more than enough to stuff a few Hanlings inside. It was just a pity that space didn't have an external atmosphere. Any living being placed inside would suffocate. Guan Tong first split off some shadow lines, tied Han Ling up securely, and locked her in the room. After everything was over, he would take her away using the shelter method, then go back and interrogate her for information on the mastermind behind this. Having dealt with Han Ling, the base manager, Guan Tong, took the access card from her desk. It had the highest authority and could grant passage anywhere within the base. Next, it's those accomplices. I won't let a single one of these people go. Guan Tong considered himself not someone who got angry easily, but once angered, he would definitely vent it. Just like when he told Han Ling she was scum. It wasn't just her. In his eyes, everyone in this base who knew the truth about the prison and still worked for this organization was scum and scoundrels, existences that needed to be completely eradicated. Even though in the era of Doomsday Rules, every life was more precious, Guan Tong absolutely believed that these accomplices in the base being dead was more valuable than them being alive and would contribute more to this world. From top to bottom, one layer at a time. Once Guan Tong made up his mind, he would carry it through to the end. He walked out of Han Ling's office. Soon, all the employees in several nearby offices met their end at the hands of the Shadow, without even making much noise. And when Guan Tong arrived at the office of the head of the Logistics Management Department, Liu Yuqiang was working on a statistical report. It wasn't until Guan Tong swiped the card and entered that he realized something was wrong. "Who are you?" Liu Yuqiang frowned. He was very familiar with the people in the base's high-level area and had definitely never seen the woman before him. "You don't know me, but I know you." Guan Tong wasn't in a hurry to act this time because he was somewhat curious. "You are the chairman of Jewel Group, Liu Yuqiang." Liu Yuqiang's brow furrowed tightly. He was a business giant in the past, his fame spread nationwide, so it was perfectly normal for others to recognize him. "You still haven't answered me. Which department are you from? Why can you swipe open my door?" "What I'm curious about is why you are serving as the head of the Logistics Management Department in this base." Guan Tong asked, "Do you know the leader of this base, or rather, the commander?" Hearing this, Liu Yuqiang sensed something was off. No one from any department in the base would ask such a question. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly rushed out from behind the desk, a pair of gray-white gloves appearing on his hands. It was his exclusive mind power item, the mighty gloves. Through his relentless development, the amplification these gloves provided to his strength had become quite exaggerated. He had once tested it. With a full force punch while wearing them, he could shatter a stone half a person's height. "Ah!" Liu Yuqiang let out a low shout, swinging his fist to smash at Guan Tong, wanting to strike first. But the next moment, he saw a somewhat horrifying scene unfold. Countless black shadow hands emerged from Guan Tong's collar and sleeves, easily blocking his fist and grabbing his arm. Lu Yuqiang, it seems your mind power isn't very high. Your punches don't have much strength. Could you be the legendary Shadow? Lu Yuqiang looked at Guan Tong in shock. Regarding Shadow's abilities, he had heard some rumors and knew the most typical one was the ability to manipulate and transform shadows. As one of the management, you're different from those small fry. I'll ask one more time. Do you know who the commander that Han Ling mentioned is? Guan Tong manipulated a shadow hand to grip Lu Yuqiang's neck. You have 5 seconds to tell me. Otherwise, I'll snap your neck right now. Lu Yuqiang stared at the black hand gripping his throat, a layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. He knew Guan Tong was absolutely not joking. If he said nothing, he would definitely die here. Die here? Lu Yuqiang had always refused to admit defeat, choosing to use his secretary's life to exchange for his own survival chance from the first rule proved that point. But as time passed, especially after arriving at this base, he increasingly felt that living on like this seemed not very fun either. 49 rules, and only about 1/5 had passed, yet the world had already turned into this ghostly state. What about when another 5th passes, when all the rules are over? Would humanity even still exist? 5 seconds passed in a flash. Lu Yuqiang's entire spirit and energy seemed to wither. He sighed, "Go ahead. I have nothing to say." Guan Tong was somewhat surprised. He thought even if Lu Yuqiang refused, he would do so with a more resolute, tough attitude. That was the hard-man image he had consistently projected in public and on camera since before the Doomsday Rules. But the Lu Yuqiang before him now gave Guan Tong more of a feeling of despair. Despair for this world, and despair for himself personally. This display of despair from Lu Yuqiang, however, made Guan Tong feel there was a chance to ask something. He didn't act, but instead said, "I know Chairman Lu comes from a poor background, right? Building jewel technology from scratch, you're considered a legendary figure in the business world." The public knew about Lu Yuqiang's experiences because the authorities used to frequently hold him up as an example of a poor person's counterattack, promoting him to young people, telling them to learn from him. Guan Tong still remembered school-organized activities where the whole class watched Lu Yuqiang's motivational speeches together, learning about his diligent, tenacious, and hard-working spirit. "What are you trying to say?" Lu Yuqiang said. "I'm saying, after achieving success and fame, did Chairman Lu lose all feeling for the poor?" Guan Tong said. "At the very bottom of this base, nearly 2,000 people are imprisoned. Judging from their situation, they're no longer treated as human beings, but purely as a resource. Could a child from a poor family, like Chairman Lu, really remain so calm about this? Doesn't the plight of those imprisoned people remind you of the injustices you and your parents suffered when you were poor? Or does money truly have such magic power that it can change a person's nature so completely?" "Enough!" Lu Yuqiang growled in a low voice. "What do you know about my affairs? I don't know, and I don't want to know. But if you still have a shred of conscience for the poor, for ordinary people, you should tell me what you know." Guan Tong released the shadow hand gripping him. Lu Yuqiang sat on the ground, silent for a long time. Perhaps Guan Tong's words had touched him. After a series of complex changes in expression, he finally slowly spoke. "I am a member of the Qing May Society. Before the era of the Doomsday Rules, the Qing May Society was a secret business alliance. The head of the Qing May Society, we call her Big Sister. She is a figure of mysterious identity and immense influence. After the Doomsday Rules descended, Big Sister announced that the Qing May Society would transform from a business alliance into a survival mutual aid society. To obtain more resources, she, along with several members, and perhaps others, secretly manipulated violent groups in various cities to kidnap high-mind power individuals." Upon hearing this, Guan Tong's pupils contracted violently. So the mastermind behind the kidnapping case he and Su Xiaotian encountered was this Big Sister of the Qing May Society? The kidnapped people are held in this base, used to provide ascension coins and items. This time, they are responsible for customizing rules for a select few. As for us members, to survive in this era of rules, we have no choice but to attach ourselves to Big Sister and follow her orders. After the authorities announced the implementation of wartime management, most of us left the cities and moved into the base, RN. Gradually, I also realized it. Having lost our former social connections and resources, people like us don't have much value left for Big Sister. Her focus for cultivation has shifted to the squads. Guan Tong asked, "Who exactly is Big Sister? Does she have a name or a photo?" Lu Yuqiang shook his head. "We don't know Big Sister's name. Although we've met, there are no photos. Big Sister is a woman in her 70s, but she is full of vitality and has a powerful voice. In her 70s, to be able to orchestrate all this from behind the scenes at that age, her energy level is indeed hard to imagine." Lu Yuqiang looked up at Guan Tong and said gravely, "I don't know if you are really that shadow. But even if you are, opposing Big Sister is a very dangerous choice. The resources she can mobilize are beyond your imagination. Even if you destroy this base, it likely wouldn't be a crippling blow to her." Guan Tong looked at this business magnate once famous for his tough style. To obediently submit just because the enemy is strong, that's the choice of the weak. Those who rise up and resist in the face of injustice and oppression, even if they might fail, are the true strong. Lu Yuqiang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "Yeah, without realizing it. I've also become someone who just silently obeys." Lu Yuqiang suddenly initiated a face-to-face transaction between ascendants. He placed his ascension coins and tradable items on the offer. Guan Tong accepted. In this base, Han Ling has always been the one in direct, single-line contact with Big Sister. If you want to investigate Big Sister, start with her. After saying this, Lu Yuqiang got up, walked to the desk, took a handgun from the drawer, and pointed the muzzle at his own temple. "Shadow, I hope you can walk as a true strong one, all the way to the end of the 49 rules." Bang! A muffled sound. Lu Yuqiang slumped to the floor with a thud. Guan Tong silently watched. He did not stop Lu Yuqiang's choice to end his own life. Is self-termination an escape by the weak from their own incompetence, or a rebellion by the strong mocking fate? Perhaps only the person involved truly knows. He walked out of the room and continued towards the next door. Countermeasure's research office. Gao Yongwei was talking with Dr. Zhang in the office. Gao Yongwei asked, "Is the operation going smoothly?" "Very smoothly," Dr. Zhang said. The members of several squads performed well in this field sweep, eliminating multiple groups of thugs and provider system organizations. They also secured first place in multiple challenge events. That Bai Shu you've been particularly optimistic about. How many has she gotten? Gao Yongwei asked. Hearing this, Dr. Zhang's expression turned awkward. Bai Shu currently has around 20. 20. Gao Yongwei immediately frowned. Why so few? I recall some ascendants expressed willingness to sell their challenge event creation rights through transactions, right? Yes. Dr. Zhang also knew that some ascendants living in shelters, feeling their competitiveness was too low and they couldn't even compete with others inside the shelter, decided to sell their challenge events. The authorities were, of course, willing to spend some ascension coins to purchase these, specifically to customize more first-place finishes for certain individuals. Under these circumstances, with the rules now in their mid-stage, Bai Shuo's 21st places indeed weren't many. The reason is actually like this, Dr. Zhang explained. Because Bai Shuo's personality is quite homebody-ish, she doesn't like going out, so she doesn't want to go to challenges that are relatively far away. Also, I think the main reason is that she herself feels somewhat resistant to this. Resistant? Yes. She feels this is stealing other people's mind power and is internally very resistant to doing such things. Gao Yongwei frowned. We aren't running any force provider system. She should understand that, right? I've naturally explained that point to her, but this girl's personality? In short, you can't force her. And I think 21st places is already plenty. She might get a few more later. Gao Yongwei said unhappily. Being so willful, has she considered that official teams from other countries might have people who can get 50, 100, or even more first places? If more first places mean more growth in the mind power upper limit, how big would the gap be? Dr. Zhang looked helpless. Gao Yongwei also knew the former couldn't do anything. As he said, you can't force this kind of thing. Surely Longhun's group has gotten enough in total, right? All 5 of them come from the military. Obeying orders is their duty. Yes, They're very cooperative. Captain Longhun has currently secured over 80 first places. His team members have also gotten quite a few, and the number will continue to increase. Still not enough. Tell them to speed up and get more first places. After saying this, Gao Yongwei noticed Dr. Zhang seemed slightly hesitant and immediately told him to speak his mind. It's like this, Dr. Zhang said. After careful consideration these past few days, I think this rule might have hidden dangers. Hidden dangers? Chief, you must remember the first rule. That hidden rule was that knocking someone out could yield an alertness mint, but those who used this item generally ended up with a lower mind power upper limit compared to those who didn't. Hearing this, Gao Yongwei immediately understood Dr. Zhang's implication. You're suggesting that this rule about seizing others' first places might have similar after effects once the rule ends? Yes. Chief, think about it. Regarding this hidden rule, it was ultimately just sold by the administrator of that Ascendant Home website. Whether it can be realized, and whether there are any adverse consequences later, we don't know. We can only verify after the rule ends. So, I think we shouldn't go all in on this matter. If there really are adverse consequences, it could cause major trouble. You make a good point. Gao Yongwei pondered for a moment. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Have Longhun's group continue to acquire more first places. As for Bai Shuwu, since she's internally resistant, don't force her to get more. That's what I think too, Dr. Zhang said. As soon as his words fell, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Guan. Chief, a young reporting officer hurried in. Our intelligence department just received a report. A large provider organization with an estimated over 2,000 victims has been discovered. What? 2,000 people? Dr. Zhang stood up in shock. Gao Yongwei's expression also darkened. What kind of field organization could control 2,000 people? Yes, and more importantly, that field organization is located within the Yongzhou mountain range. Yongzhou mountain range. Now Gao Yongwei couldn't remain seated either. He stood up, his gaze exceptionally sharp. That's only a little over 100 kilometers from the capital, Yong'an. For such a large provider organization to exist so close to the capital is utterly lawless. Dr. Zhang. Yes, Chief. Immediately have the first squad assemble at the designated location. I will dispatch a 500-strong armed unit to coordinate. Proceed via air transport to the organization's stronghold location immediately. Yes, I'll contact Longhun right away. After Dr. Zhang and the reporting officer left, before Gao Yongwei could sit down, the landline phone on his desk rang. He looked at the ringing phone, his gaze profound, waiting until it had rung over a dozen times before picking up. The organization discovered in the Yongzhou mountain range will be handled by another agency. An authoritative, non-negotiable voice came through the phone. Gao Yongwei said, "Regrettably, I've already dispatched a combat unit there." Then have him turn back. I'm afraid that's not possible. The men are already on the plane. Guan Tong did exactly as he said. He didn't spare a single member of the base's management. After leaving Lu Yuqiang's room, he went into several different department offices in sequence and eliminated everyone inside. Now he had come to the squad dormitory area. Before Lu Yuqiang committed suicide, he had said that these former business tycoons, once the country entered a wartime state, had lost their value, because the factories and other assets they once owned were all taken over by the authorities to guarantee the highest priority production for the people's survival. Losing factories, losing connections and resources. How could these people, most of them in their 50s or 60s moving into old age, compare a value under the Doomsday Rules to the young and able-bodied? So Lu Yuqiang said that the elders of the Qing May society were no longer valued by Big Sister. What Big Sister was now focusing on cultivating were ascendant squads selected through recruitment. Chenna was one of them. Guan Tong stood at the entrance to the squad dormitory area, thinking about Chenna and the teammates she had mentioned. The one he cared about most was that youth named Jang Ming. Chenna had said Jang Ming could absorb other people's mind power and physical strength, which meant the Shadow's attacks might not be effective. And for what happened against Han Ling, it was further confirmed that his shadow was not omnipotent. If someone possessed a defensive item that could resist mind power attacks, then the shadow's infiltration and strikes would be nullified. After all, whether physicalized or not, the shadow was fundamentally a product of mind power. So, dealing with people like that, relying on mind power might not be the best approach. Better to use a man-made cleaver. Guan Tong looked at the handgun in his right hand. It was the gun Liu Yuqiang had used to commit suicide. There were still several bullets left, enough. He walked into the squad dormitory area and first went to the room where Chenna was, the outermost one in the corridor, and gently knocked. Chenna opened the door. Seeing the unfamiliar woman standing there, she froze for a moment. Then realization hit, and surprise showed on her face. "Could you be that administrator's sister?" "It's me." "Huh?" Chenna could hardly believe it. After talking with Guan Tong, she had known he might come to help, but she hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. And she couldn't figure out how Guan Tong had entered this heavily guarded base and found her. "Chenna, stay in your room and don't come out. I'll clear the base threats and then come get you." But suddenly a sharp voice rang out. "The base has actually been invaded. It seems it's not as safe as I thought." Guan Tong turned toward the source of the voice. Standing deeper in the corridor, wearing headphones, was the youth with a cold expression. "Jang Ming," Chenna cried. "How did you?" Guan Tong was also curious how Jang Ming had detected him as an intruder. He probably had some sensing device. Jang Ming said indifferently, "Chenna, you betrayed the organization. You should know the consequences, right?" You go inside first." Guan Tong pushed Chenna back in her room and shut the door. Then he took Silver Hunt from the storage ring on his left hand, pulled the trigger, and fired several shots. SSSSSS. Thick smoke quickly spread and filled the entire corridor, leaving everything shrouded and unclear. It was the Type 4 smoke grenade effect of Silver Hunt. "It seems Chenna already leaked my intel to you," the intruder, Jang Ming said, looking at the smoke ahead. "So you made smoke to avoid eye contact and stop me from absorbing your mind power and physical strength." A with ring above ES. Guan Tong was inside the fog. He could see through the shadow's vision. He ignored Jiang Ming's words and first maneuvered a shadow line to quickly approach Jiang Ming to attempt an attack. However, once the shadow line touched Jiang Ming's body, it immediately lost its offensive nature, as if absorbed and detached from Guan Tong's control. This confirmed Guan Tong's suspicion. This Jiang Ming not only actively absorbed via eye contact, he could also passively absorb mind power attacks, a truly formidable ability. Jiang Ming didn't waste words. He activated his ability, and his pupils instantly shifted from black to white. A large amount of mind power condensed into white radiance shot out from his pupils, spreading forward and covering the whole corridor in an area attack. Guan Tong channeled mind power and formed a thick physical shadow wall in front of him. The white radiance hitting the front of that wall was blocked, but the rays behind showed signs of breaking through. Guan Tong was somewhat surprised. The physicalization of that shadow wall had consumed a full 100 points of mind power, already tapping into his reserve mind power. If Jiang Ming's mind power attack could penetrate this wall, either his attack had extremely high destructive force, like Lucifer's fallen angel wings, or he was using far more mind power. Guan Tong thought for a moment, then fired an EMP round from Silver Hunt to cut communications in the area. He then took out the corpse whistle and summoned several living dead, who squeezed together as meat shields behind the shadow wall to intercept the penetrating white radiance. Jiang Ming's attack lasted about 10 seconds. After his pupils shifted back to black, although the smoke still made it hard to see the enemy, he felt in his heart that the fight was over. His mind power inch rays were powerful and wide-ranging. No enemy had ever held out more than 5 seconds. He had just released them for 10 seconds against this intruder, which should have been enough to finish them. As Jiang Ming thought this, he suddenly received a notification from a sensing device and turned his head. Bang, 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 bang. 4 bullets whizzed past his face. 3 missed cleanly, but the 4th cracked and shattered the headphones he had been wearing. He stared at the broken headphones on the floor in slight astonishment. His formerly indifferent expression warped into rage. He lunged forward in a single step and kept drawing defensive-type items to avoid further non-mind power damage. Guan Tong watched Jiang Ming suddenly go berserk and wondered what had triggered him. Were those headphones that important? The few shots just now had proved Jiang Ming had some early warning countermeasure. Otherwise, he would have been shot in the head. Seeing Jiang Ming charge toward him, Guan Tong knew this guy intended to use his ability traits to force a close-quarters fight. He first ordered the remaining living dead to engage. Halfway through his charge, Jang Ming saw several living dead crawl out of the smoke and claw at him. His pupils narrowed. Smoke creation, summoning living dead, and that black stealth attack I absorbed earlier. Are you the shadow? After the battle on Holy Grail Island, Guan Tong's shadow ability, smoke and explosion capabilities, and the ability to summon living dead had all been exposed. Anyone paying attention to him would know these things. So seeing such a full set of shadow elements, Jang Ming immediately made his identity judgment. The living dead pounced on Jang Ming, and to Guan Tong's surprise, those creatures' bodies rapidly shriveled as if drained dry. Jang Ming, briefly impeded, sneered, "Shadow, useless. I can infinitely absorb all types of mind power attacks. Your attacks are useless to me." Guan Tong frowned slightly at that. He didn't believe Jiang Ming's claim. If an ascendant could truly absorb mind power attacks infinitely, that person would be nearly invincible among ascendants. If such an existence existed, why hadn't he taken part in seizing the Holy Grail? With that invincibility, he could just absorb indefinitely in battle and win. Even Guan Tong's infinite mind power buff would be meaningless. Half-truths are the most effective lies. Jiang Ming could absorb mind power attacks. That was true, but infinite absorption was something only he claimed. Having realized this, Guan Tong stopped holding back his mind power. He instantly drew as many as 500 points from his reserve mind power and used his Great Axe Warrior hoodie item to summon a Great Axe Warrior. Unlike the fixed-cost Living Dead, the more mind power invested when summoning this Great Axe Warrior, the stronger it would be in battle. The armored warrior wielding a massive axe appeared and immediately advanced on Guan Tong's command. It met Jiang Ming quickly in the fog and swung its axe. Jiang Ming, seeing the Great Axe Warrior, snorted coldly. "Not bad. You have summoned quite a few things. But as I said, as long as it's mind power." His face abruptly changed as the axe landed on him. Crack! A defensive item on him shattered, and Jiang Ming retreated immediately, astonished. Guan Tong's shadow vision also confirmed this time Jiang Ming had not absorbed the Great Axe Warrior's attack. "How is this possible?" Jiang Ming muttered incredulously. "I should be able to absorb anything that does not exceed twice my mind power upper limit. Could this summoned creature?" His voice dropped low, but Guan Tong, using a shadow lurking near his feet, eavesdropped and caught the crucial detail. So that's it. Jiang Ming could only absorb attacks not exceeding twice his own mind power upper limit. That was the limitation of his absorption ability. Guan Tong thought that if this guy's mind power upper limit was 100 points, then any attack containing more than 200 points of mind power could not be absorbed. Earlier shadow lines and the summoned living dead had consumed very little mind power, which is why they couldn't harm Jiang Ming. But the Great Axe Warrior was different. Guan Tong had invested a full 500 points of reserve mind power to summon it. No matter how high Jiang Ming's upper limit was, he could not possibly have 250 points at this stage, so he could not absorb the Great Axe Warrior's attacks. Once Guan Tong understood Jiang Ming's absorption mechanism, he relaxed. He commanded the Great Axe Warrior to slash at Jiang Ming relentlessly. A 500-point Great Axe Warrior moved faster than ordinary humans, and its huge swinging range meant Jiang Ming had nowhere to dodge in the narrow corridor. Forced to retreat again and again, Jiang Ming had his defensive items used and destroyed one after another. If not for those items, he would have long since been cut down by the Great Axe. Damn it! After consuming his last defensive item and seeing the Great Axe Warrior still active, Jiang Ming resolved to destroy it. His pupils flashed from black to white, intending to release mind power inch rays. But the shadow that had been trailing at his feet had already discovered the secret of black pupils absorb, white pupils release. At the instant his pupils turned white, Guan Tong's mind flicked. The shadow at Jiang Ming's feet immediately crawled up his legs. Crap! Jiang Ming detected it through his sensing device and, on the brink between life and death, was forced to use his final trump card. A mirror suddenly appeared in his right hand, and a burst of blue light blossomed from it, enveloping and drawing his body inside. Puffed. At the last moment, Guan Tong turned the shadow that had climbed Jiang Ming's legs into a sharp shadow blade to slice. After the mirror's light flashed, Jiang Ming was gone, leaving only his severed legs and a shattered mirror on the floor. There's even a teleportation-type item, TSK. Only leaving 2 legs behind and failing to kill, Jang Ming left Guan Tong a little regretful. This guy's ability was indeed troublesome. There would likely be another fight in the future, but there was no time to worry about that now. The skirmish between him and Jang Ming, though not extremely fierce, had been enough to draw attention in the squad dormitory area. Besides Chenna, the squad's other 2 members, Gu Fei and Chu Xiaoyuan, came out of their rooms. Seeing the corridor filled with dense fog and the smell of blood, they immediately knew something was wrong. At that moment, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the Qing May base. Warning! The base has been invaded. Guan Tong was slightly surprised. What had triggered the alarm? Could it be because Jiang Ming teleported away? He thought it very likely that Jiang Ming, after teleporting, had immediately contacted relevant base personnel and set off the alarm. If that's the case, then let's finish this quickly, he said. 49 Doomsday Rules. The alarm blared loudly, with piercing red lights flashing in every area of the base. In the lowest level prison area, the entrances and exits were immediately sealed after the alarm sounded. This was the rule here. No matter what happened above, order had to be maintained below. In the middle level area, a large number of armed personnel heard the alarm, all of them bewildered. The main base gate was on their level. If enemies invaded from outside, they would be the first to engage, but clearly, no enemies had appeared. What's the situation now? Did someone upstairs accidentally trigger something by mistake? A squad leader holding a walkie-talkie said, "Damn it, I can't contact Manager Han anymore. Something must have gone wrong on the upper levels. We need to get up there quickly." The armed personnel quickly gathered their equipment and rushed towards the upper levels of the base. Meanwhile, in the upper-level Ascendant squad dormitory area, the thick fog in the corridor had not yet dissipated. Gu Fei and Chu Xiaoyuan, who had emerged from their rooms upon hearing the noise, couldn't see the corridor clearly, but listening to the alarm and smelling the bloody scent permeating the hallway, they knew the trouble was happening nearby. "Who's there? Get the hell out here." Gu Fei summoned his curved blade weapon, gripping in his hand, cursed, and strode forward. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he saw a tall figure wielding a large great axe ahead. Whoosh! The great axe swung towards him. Gu Fei hastily bent down to dodge. The blade swept past his head, the powerful gust of wind making his heart race. Fighting a warrior wielding a great axe in such a narrow corridor was far too dangerous. He knew this must be some kind of summon. As long as he eliminated the Ascendant who summoned it, its existence would be dispelled. That guy must be hiding in the fog ahead. Gu Fei made a decisive move. He threw his curved blade between the legs of the great axe warrior. It spun forward at an incredible speed. Thud! A muffled sound. Did it hit something? While quickly retreating to avoid a second attack from the great axe warrior, Gu Fei tried to recall his curved blade. To compensate for his lack of ranged attacks, he had recently developed the ability to throw and recall his curved blade weapon. But this time, when he tried to recall it, the blade didn't return. Go? What's going on? Gu Fei consumed more mind power to activate the ability. This time it worked. The curved blade successfully flew back, but following it was a mass of pitch-black shadow clinging to it. Shadow? Seeing that massive shadow, Gu Fei's mind flashed back to the painful experience on Holy Grail Island. He knew that was when his squad had encountered a shadow and were eliminated early. He himself was also collectively ostracized by his squad members because of that crushing defeat. That guy surnamed Zhang also believed he bore the greatest responsibility for letting his emotions run wild and giving poor commands, so he was ultimately stripped of his captaincy and kicked out of Squad 3. If not for that incident, he would still be one of the official team captains, enjoying excellent treatment and authority. How could he have fallen so low, skulking in this shady organization? Shadow, Gu Fei, ended up like this all because of you. Blood rushed to Gu Fei's head. In one breath, he took out and used all the items on his person to block the Great Axe warrior. He himself quickly maneuvered past the warrior, determined to settle the score with the Shadow's true body. He leaped into the air, manipulating his curved blade to spin and release sword energy to sever the Shadow. Gripping the hilt as he landed, he found a silver gun barrel aimed at him from within the fog. Gu Fei, remember this? The thing that sent you packing on Holy Grail Island. Today, I'll send you off once more. Guan Tong's voice came from within the fog. Before Gu Fei could say anything, the former pulled the trigger. Boom! The power of Silver Hunt's Type 3 high explosive rounds was as formidable as ever. The intense explosion and flames instantly engulfed Gu Fei. Guan Tong hadn't used it earlier because he didn't want to cause too much commotion. But now that the base alarm was blaring, it didn't matter anymore. Boom, 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 boom. He didn't spare the ammunition, continuously pulling the trigger. The violent explosions made the entire corridor tremble slightly. When the flames subsided, Gu Fei lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Just like when he was eliminated on Holy Grail Island, he had relied on defensive items to avoid being blown to pieces, but he no longer had the strength to fight back. Guan Tong countered him, a close combat fighter, far too effectively. He couldn't even get close enough to charge at Guan Tong. Cough! Gu Fei vomited a mouthful of blood, unwillingly trying to get up, but the Greytax warrior behind him had already raised its axe. Damn it! Through the reflection on his curved blade, he also saw the warrior behind him. He cursed under his breath. In the end, it still... Whoosh! The Greytax fell. Gu Fei was cut in half at the waist and died. His other teammate, Chu Xiaoyuan, who could manipulate building blocks, died almost simultaneously. Guan Tong had eliminated him using the Shadow's internal explosion method. This ascended squad, selected through the Qing May organization selection process, was almost no match for Guan Tong, except for Jang Ming. But this wasn't surprising at all, because what they faced was Shadow Guan Tong, who had achieved the world's top ranking several times. After Guan Tong dealt with the 3 members of this squad, Chenna was still hiding in her room, not coming out. Listening to the commotion outside, he knew the armed personnel from the middle level were coming up. That was fine too, saving him the trouble of going down. Dealing with these gun-wielding foes was much simpler. Guan Tong continued to mobilize his reserve mind power. A massive amount of shadow spread out from him, constantly branching into one shadow line after another, swiftly slithering outward. The armed personnel who had come up from the middle level with their guns hadn't even located the intruder's trail when they saw numerous black lines rapidly advancing towards them along the floor and walls. What are those? Open fire. Hot-tot-tot-tot, hot-tot-tot-tot-tot, hot-tot-tot-tot-tot. They fired at the black lines, but it was utterly useless. They could only watch helplessly as the lines closed in, climbed onto their bodies, and coiled around their necks. Then came the tightening and suffocation. Help me. Run! A large number of armed personnel fell instantly. The rest were scared out of their wits and fled in panic. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outpace the Shadow's speed. Before long, all of them died from the Shadow's lethal constriction. Many died with their eyes wide open, some struggling and leaving several scratch marks on the floor with their fingernails. Guan Tong emerged from the shadows. Looking at the horrific scene he had created, his expression remained unmoved. Ending up like this was these people's own fault. From a moment they chose to serve this evil organization, capturing people and seizing supplies, they should have expected this outcome one day. His appearance had merely greatly accelerated the arrival of that result. After dealing with the threats on the upper and middle levels, he went to the lower level. The doors here had long been locked, but Guan Tong had Han Ling's highest-level access card and swiped it open. The guards inside soon met the same fate as the armed personnel on the middle level, falling to the shadow. Seeing the imprisoned ascendants with his own eyes, Guan Tong felt a complex mix of emotions. He opened all the cell doors from the monitoring and control room, but those who had been imprisoned for months, even seeing the doors open, didn't dare to leave immediately, fearing it might be some kind of test. Guan Tong didn't say anything to them. He knew that as long as one person stepped out, others would follow. He returned to the upper-level area, knocked on Chenna's door, and told her to come with him. Chenna followed Guan Tong out. First, she saw the corpses of Gu Fei and Chu Xiaoyuan in the corridor. Then, as soon as she left the dormitory area, she saw the ground littered with the bodies of armed personnel. Administrator Sister, did you all of these? Guan Tong didn't reply, simply returning to the manager's office. Han Ling, who had been knocked unconscious earlier, had now regained consciousness. Although her hands and feet were bound by shadow lines, preventing movement, she could still see and speak. The moment she saw Chenna behind Guan Tong, her face instantly turned icy cold. Chenna, was it you who betrayed the organization? Sister Hanling, why did you lie to me? What you said. Shut up. You little bitch, you little bastard. I really should have slit your throat back then, slaughtered you and your whore of a mother together. Hanling, who had always been amiable before, suddenly tore off her mask and uttered such vicious, foul language, shocking Chenna into silence. You ungrateful little bitch. If the organization hadn't paid for the medicine back then, your mother would have died from her illness long ago. And this is how you repay the organization? With betrayal and selling us out. Chenna had now regained her composure. Looking at Hanling's frenzied expression, she spoke, Sister Hanling, I am very grateful for the medicinal items. As repayment, I joined and served the organization. But the premise for all this was that the organization was just as you described, Sister Hanling, a mutual aid, self-help organization. You lied to me first. If I had known the organization harmed people like this, I would never have agreed to join in the first place. Well said, Guan Tong stated. Hanling, you know very well too. Without using the banner of mutual aid, you couldn't deceive kind-hearted people into serving you. Given the circumstances now, how dare you accuse others of betrayal? It seems this base has already been destroyed by you. Hanling ignored Chenna, her eyes fixed dead on Guan Tong, her gaze like that of a venomous snake. Shadow, you are indeed formidable. To infiltrate this heavily defended base silently, eliminate its armed forces. You live up to your reputation as the world's #1 ascendant. But I tell you, the commander will definitely seek revenge. Just you wait. Not even the title of world's #1 can save you. I'd actually like to chat more about this commander. As Guan Tong spoke, he intended to retrieve the shelter that had been returned to the wordless book, planning to use its properties to take Hanling away for a thorough interrogation later. However, Hanling suddenly laughed maniacally. Ha ha! Dream on if you think I'll betray the commander. Shadow, we'll meet again. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. Ha 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 ha. The laughter cut off abruptly. A bluish-black hue spread across Hanling's face. Sensing something wrong, Guan Tong hurried forward to check. Hanling's head hung limply. She was no longer breathing. He lifted her chin and saw a bluish-purple liquid trickling from the corner of her mouth. Poison? Hidden in her mouth? No, in her teeth? Guan Tong frowned. He had heard that some agents hid poison in specially made false teeth. When needed, they could use their tongue to open them or simply bite down to shatter them, allowing for rapid suicide to avoid leaking crucial information under brutal interrogation. Hanling actually had something like this in her mouth, too? This organization, that commander, demanded this level of commitment from her? Sister Hanling. Chenna looked at Hanling, who had died from poison, her small face deathly pale. Even though Hanling had just hurled so many vicious words at her, seeing Hanling die before her eyes still made her feel deeply uncomfortable. Guan Tong could do nothing about it either. No matter how powerful his shadow abilities were, he didn't possess the power to resurrect the dead. Failing to obtain more information about the true mastermind, Big Sister, was a pity in Guan Tong's view. But this operation, which had consumed a vast amount of his mind power, wasn't entirely in vain. Let this go, Chenna. At the very least, this base is finished. You're safe now, and those imprisoned ascendants have been rescued. Captain, what's the mission this time that's so urgent? After First Squad boarded the plane, team member Black Shark was the first to speak up and ask. See for yourselves. Dragon Soul handed the tablet in his hand to the four of them. It contained the mission details sent by Dr. Zhang. The four of them started off looking quite relaxed, but after reading for just a few seconds, their expressions all became extremely serious. After finishing, Black Shark was simply incredulous. 2,000 victims? And the stronghold location is in the Yongzhou mountain range, just over 100 kilometers from the capital. Captain, what organization is this, daring to be so audacious? You're asking me? Who should I ask? Dragon Soul said. This is also something we need to focus on investigating at the scene, in addition to rescuing people. Night Owl, the on-site intelligence gathering work is handed over to you. Yes. The taciturn Night Owl replied once, and then fell silent. Everyone was used to his personality. Compared to humans, Night Owl preferred dealing with electronic equipment. He was previously an expert in the electronic warfare department in the military. Black Shark, Flying Eagle, and Silver Fox will each lead an armed unit to complete the cleanup of personnel inside the base as quickly as possible. Yes, Captain. The plane carrying Dragon Soul's team arrived at the target location at the fastest possible speed. After they landed, they waited for the other armed units to arrive before acting together. However, just as they approached the base from a distance, they saw many people wearing gray uniforms scattered and walking out. When these people saw Dragon Soul and the others, their first reaction was shock and fear. Thinking they were reinforcements from the base, many collapsed to the ground. Dragon Soul hurried forward to help one person up, saying, "Don't be afraid, we are officials sent to rescue you. Are you all people imprisoned in the base?" Yes, yes. The young man who was helped up, hearing Dragon Soul say they were officials, immediately teared up. Finally saved. Half a year. I've been locked up for a full half a year. Half a year? Dragon Soul's heart sank. It was now January 2041. The first Doomsday Rule descended in April 2040 last year. That meant this young man was captured and brought here not long after the Doomsday Rules began. How did you escape? He continued to ask. Did something happen at the organization's stronghold that was imprisoning you? The young man shook his head. No, don't know. It seemed like someone broke in, a lot of people died, the guards all died. No one was in charge, we all escaped. Looking at the young man who was speaking somewhat incoherently, Dragon Soul knew now was not a good time for questioning. He arranged for some people to receive and care for these escaped individuals, while his own team hurried to the stronghold location as quickly as possible. It would circumflex newbie section. When they arrived at the entrance of the base inside the mountain, they couldn't help but feel shocked. A heavy, several-meter-high blast-proof door was embedded within the mountain body. It was now completely opened inward, revealing a long vehicle runway inside, as well as parked armored vehicles and more. Captain, how could this possibly be a stronghold that civilians could create? Black Shark looked utterly bewildered. Dragon Soul also realized there was a big story behind this base. His face darkened. Go in. Everyone poured into the base. Meanwhile, somewhere far in the distance of the mountain range, Guan Tong, who had restored his original form, was fully covered in shadow armor, watching the situation over there. It's official personnel. In that case, the follow-up probably doesn't require my handling anymore. After eliminating the people inside the base, the surveillance shadow placed outside the base detected the arrival of official personnel. Therefore, Guan Tong immediately withdrew from the base. However, he did not use the shelter to take Chenna away. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he felt doing so would have a consequence. It would not be easy for Chenna to return to normal life afterward. Because there were a lot of surveillance cameras in the base, the official investigation afterward would definitely trace Chenna. If Guan Tong took her away, the officials would definitely continue to pursue her whereabouts. That way, if she wanted to meet her mother, she would be taken away, and it would be difficult to explain clearly. So Guan Tong left her inside the base. This way, after the officials found her, she only needed to tell the truth and explain everything clearly. Guan Tong believed that with her ability and potential, plus the fact that she was previously unaware of the base's evil nature and tried to notify the outside world immediately after learning about it. Once the officials investigated all this clearly, they would absolutely treat her well. As for his own identity, Guan Tong wasn't worried about exposure either. All his actions inside the base, while exposing the fact that he was the shadow, his appearance was maintained throughout as the image transformed by the passerby transformation device, so there was no need to worry about being traced. After the official investigation, aside from knowing that the shadow eliminated the base personnel, they wouldn't learn much more in other aspects. Guan Tong watched for a moment, then silently used body swap. The next moment, he had vanished without a trace. Only a swiftly retracting black shadow appeared in his original spot. Late that same night, at 3 a.m., the preliminary investigation work concluded. Relevant personnel returned to the underground base where the countermeasures research office was located, bringing the collected materials and some important video data. The captain of First Squad, Dragon Soul, served as the representative and was questioned. After he entered the room, besides Gao Yangwei and Dr. Zhang from the research office, there were two other people inside. One was a young man in his 30s wearing a crisp uniform and a tie. The other was a middle-aged man wearing glasses who looked refined and scholarly. Gao Yongwei said, "Let me introduce them first. These two are both from the capital. This is investigator Wu Zheng, sent by the higher-ups to collect information related to this incident." The man wearing the tie nodded. "This is Li Ming, the deputy leader of the team responsible for investigating the Ascendant kidnapping cases." The middle-aged man wearing glasses smiled slightly. Dragon's Soul acknowledged each with a glance, then sat down. Gao Yongwei said, "First, report the overall investigation results." "Yes," Dragon's Soul said. "After we arrived at the target location, we discovered a large number of imprisoned Ascendants escaping. The target organization's stronghold had been swept clean by someone in advance. The armed personnel inside the stronghold were completely wiped out. Only a few organization members hiding in the underground drainage channels and a girl named Chenna survived. Based on questioning and reviewing the surveillance records inside the base, we learned that the one who swept through the organization was none other than the famous Shadow among the Ascendants." As soon as Dragon's Soul said this, the other four people's expressions shifted. Dr. Zhang asked in surprise, "The Shadow? Did the surveillance capture the Shadow's appearance?" "Yes. According to the surveillance footage, the Shadow is a woman in her 20s. The four fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Gao Yongwei said, "It's unlikely the Shadow is a woman. Based on previous intelligence, he should be a man." "That's correct. However, the abilities used by the woman captured on surveillance are all those possessed by the Shadow. It might be someone else with similar abilities, or it might be that the Shadow used an item to change his appearance. This point is currently unclear." Dragon's Soul paused, then added, "However, we found a mobile phone at the scene. The phone recorded words spoken by the Shadow. The content was, 'The Shadow is never just one person. The Shadow is a group. Everyone in the group is the Shadow. The Shadow is a group.'" "That's quite interesting." Dr. Zhang pondered. Li Ming then asked, "Captain Dragon's Soul, may I ask, were those Ascendants you rescued at the scene all captured from various cities? Compared to whether the Shadow was male or female, one person or a group, Li Ming was more concerned about the major serial kidnapping case he had been following since Yanhua. "Yes, and many were captured early in the Rules period," Dragon's Soul replied. "It seems it was them," Li Ming said excitedly. "The major serial kidnapping case, spanning multiple cities, targeting high mind power individuals that our team has been chasing, was done by this organization. We finally found them." The investigator named Wu Zheng then asked, "May I ask, did you investigate the identity of the organization's controller at the base?" Dragon Soul shook his head. "We only know that a woman named Han Ling was the base manager. Based on the examination of her body, she was not killed by the Shadow, but died by self-administered poison." "What about her communication device?" "It was examined. There were no relevant call records inside. It's possible the device was changed after each call or other secure communication methods were used." Wu Zheng nodded. "So we still don't know who founded this organization." Dragon Soul said, "We also discovered the bodies of several well-known entrepreneurs at the scene. Their death locations were all in the management offices. Therefore, we speculate that the base's creator might be related to business circles." Dr. Zhang said, puzzled, "Business circles? Could it be they were dissatisfied with the officials taking over factories and not giving them special privileges, so they joined together to do this sort of thing?" Gao Yongwei, however, denied this. "I don't think so. That base absolutely couldn't have been handled by any business person. Investigator Wu, if you want to investigate the organization founder's identity, I think you should start by investigating the origin of this mountain base and its usage records." Dr. Zhang and Li Ming exchanged a glance. Both vaguely sensed that Gao Yongwei's attitude toward Wu Zheng, the investigator sent by the higher-ups, seemed somewhat displeased. Wu Zheng, however, appeared completely unaware. His expression unchanged, he nodded. "That point is currently under investigation. We are waiting for results. Captain Dragon's Soul, please transmit a copy of the materials to me." This, Dragon's Soul looked at Gao Yongwei. Seeing the latter nod, he agreed. "All right, I'll transmit it to you after the meeting concludes." "Good. Then I'll go organize things first." After saying this, Wu Zheng left the meeting room. Li Ming then said, "On behalf of the kidnapping case investigation team, I'd like to talk with those victims." That should be acceptable, right? Acceptable. Facing Li Ming, Gao Yangwei's attitude improved significantly. "I've heard you say these people specifically kidnapped those with mind power upper limits exceeding 80 points. Yes. What a bunch of bastards. Involved with issues concerning ascendance, Dr. Zhang couldn't help but curse. In the early rules period, those with mind power upper limits exceeding 80 were all promising talents with potential. Yet this bunch of bastards wasted several precious months of their development period. Indeed. However, wasting the development period isn't even the main issue now. The most important thing is to first let these victims undergo psychological treatment and return to normal life." After saying this, Li Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. "Speaking of which, with one rule after another now, what normal life is there left?" "That's true too, Sai." Dr. Zhang sighed, feeling pity for these victims. Gao Yangwei then said, "This time, the shadow alone eliminated all the armed personnel in the base. Has his strength already become this powerful? Are there any among our people who could achieve this?" Dr. Zhang and Dragon Soul exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads. Not likely. What the shadow eliminated wasn't just several hundred armed personnel, but also several powerful ascendants. What's terrifying about this person isn't just his ability, but also his mind power. If other ascendants used abilities like the shadow does, their mind power would probably be depleted long ago. So, the shadow possesses a very high mind power upper limit. Unless his ability consumption is extremely low, but that's unlikely. The more powerful the ability, the more mind power it consumes. This is almost an ironclad rule. At the countermeasures research office base, Chenna stayed in a room, staring blankly at the ceiling. A whole day had already passed since she was found by the official personnel and brought here. During this time, someone had questioned her twice, asking about her background, relatives, the reason for joining that mysterious organization, her understanding of that organization, and the process of contacting Shadow, among other things. She had told the complete truth about everything. Afterwards, the officials told her everything was fine, that they would bring her mother to meet her later, and she waited with great anticipation. Click! A sound came from the door. Chenna looked over and the next moment saw her mother, Wong Yin, entering the room. She was instantly overcome with excitement. "Mom! Nana!" Wong Yin immediately ran over and hugged her daughter. Dr. Zhang at the door gently closed it and left temporarily. Only after about half an hour did he return. "How are you two doing?" Dr. Zhang asked with a smile after entering. By this time, both Wong Yin and Chenna had calmed down from the joy of their reunion. Wong Yin gratefully and firmly shook Dr. Zhang's hand. Thank you. Thank you all for saving my daughter. Please don't mention it." "Have a seat," Dr. Zhang said. "Actually, the ones who saved your daughter were her friend, of course, along with the administrator of that website, and Shadow. I think Chenna has already told you all this, right?" Wong Yin nodded. In the past half hour, her daughter had told her everything. If it weren't for your daughter's great sense of righteousness, notifying the outside world about the situation of this evil organization, who knows how many more people that organization would have harmed, it can be said that your daughter has performed a great service. Upon hearing this, Wong Yin shook her head. "What service or not, I'm just completely satisfied that this child is safe and sound." Dr. Zhang asked, "I wonder what your plans are going forward." "I just plan to go back with my girl and live a good life. I don't want to think about anything else," Wong Yin said, tightening her grip on her daughter, Chenna's hand. Chenna also nodded vigorously. "Yeah, I won't leave Mom's side again either." Hearing this, Dr. Zhang's expression turned somewhat awkward. Wong Yin noticed it, and her heart skipped a beat. She tentatively asked, "What's wrong, Dr. Zhang? Does my girl still have some trouble?" "It's like this," Dr. Zhang explained. "Your daughter herself is fine. The main issue is that while this base has been destroyed, the founder of the organization hasn't been identified yet. We cannot rule out the possibility that this person may harbor thoughts of revenge. In that case, if you and your daughter go back, there's a very high personal risk." This. Wong Yin hadn't thought about this aspect before, but now hearing Dr. Zhang say this, she became very worried. "Dr. Zhang, what should we do then? I'm not afraid, but my girl, I have a proposal," Dr. Zhang said. "Your daughter's ability is very special and very powerful. I am the person in charge of the official Ascendant Squad training program. I would like to invite your daughter to join the official training plan. B. As for you, Ms. Wong, if you are willing to stay here with us, I can also arrange a job for you. This way, you and your daughter can still stay together, and your personal safety can also be guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Wong Yin immediately wanted to agree, but she still looked at Chenna. Nana, what do you think? However, a trace of resistance appeared on Chenna's young face. Do we have to start training again? Dr. Zhang knew that the organization's forced, accelerated training must have left a certain psychological shadow on a child like Chenna. He said gently, Chenna, don't worry. Our place won't make you undergo training similar to that organization's. Well, then, I'm willing to stay with Mom. Excellent, Dr. Zhang said with a smile. I'll go file the paperwork now. Ms. Wong, regarding your resignation from the Yinhua Police Department, I'll handle that as well. Well, that would be a great trouble for you, Dr. Zhang. After Dr. Zhang left, Chenna said somewhat reluctantly, Mom, I actually don't want to participate in training anymore. It feels so tiring. I wish I could just go to school like before. Silly girl. Wong Yin rubbed her daughter's hair. In today's society, where is there any school to go to? This place is at least an officially established base, relatively proper in all aspects. If you get tired, just tell Mom. That Dr. Zhang seems quite reasonable. He definitely won't force the training. Oh, right? Wong Yin remembered something. Later, when everything is settled, we need to call your brother Guan. He was also very concerned about you. And you lied to your brother Guan that time. You need to apologize. You know that, right? I know. I will apologize. Chenna nodded sheepishly. Just thinking about lying to Guan Tong on the phone back then made her feel very guilty. In a hospital room, two people stood by the bed. Lying on the bed was a young man in a deep sleep with thick bandages wrapped around the roots of his legs, the space below them empty. It was precisely Jang Ming, whose legs had been severed by Guan Tong just before the teleportation. The two people by the hospital bed were a young woman with short hair wearing a suit and an old woman with gray hair dressed in handmade cloth clothes. Commander, his life is saved, the young woman said. But so far, we haven't been able to purchase any recovery items or drugs that can regenerate severed limbs. Also, we haven't found any ascendant with similar recovery abilities yet. The commander listened expressionlessly. The young woman continued. The destruction of the Yongzhou base has been confirmed to be the work of the Ascendant Shadow. Furthermore, according to internal information, the reason Shadow discovered that base was because a member inside the base leaked its location. The leaker was precisely Chenna, one of the squad members. Chenna, that little girl with the perception ability, the commander slowly spoke. Yes, such a large Yongzhou base, actually destroyed by a child's hand, the commander sighed. Han Ling, you have disappointed me greatly. Upon hearing this, a flash of pride appeared in the young woman's eyes. She thought that if the commander had let her manage the Yongzhou base back then, instead of Han Ling, the result would definitely not be what it was now. However, Han Ling didn't say anything she shouldn't have until her death, so she did fulfill her duty. But Commander, after all, it was due to her poor management that the Yongzhou base was destroyed. The commander said calmly, it was Shadow who destroyed the Yongzhou base. Don't mistake who the enemy is. The young woman felt a chill in her heart. Yes, now we already have video of Shadow. Whether it's a disguise or not, search for him. We must find this person. Also, we must find a way to restore Jang Ming's legs as soon as possible. His ability is of great use. He can't be wasted like this. I will make the arrangements. Please rest assured, Commander, the young woman paused. Regarding the informant Chenna, how does the commander intend to deal with her? According to the latest news, she has been kept at the Countermeasures Research Office base by Zhang Minglu. I'm afraid it won't be easy to act lightly. Traitors must of course be punished, the commander said calmly. Even if she can join the official team, it doesn't mean she can escape. I will arrange an opportunity in the future. You may go and attend to your duties. Yes. After the young woman left, the commander looked at the sleeping Jiang Ming and raised a hand to touch his face. Poor child, your parents left so tragically to protect you. As your grandmother, I will definitely make you the most powerful ascendant in the world. On the Ascendant Home website, over the past few days, one post had skyrocketed in popularity. The post was titled, "A Mysterious Organization's Base in the Yongzhou Mountain Range Destroyed. The one who took action was actually Shadow God." The poster wrote in the main text, "Let me clarify the source of information first. I'm just an insignificant foot soldier. Not long ago, I participated in a special operation ordered to eliminate a large provider organization located in the Yongzhou Mountains. After arriving, we discovered that all the guards inside the organization's base had been eliminated, the thousands of victimized providers had all been released, and the one who eliminated the many guards was suspected to be Shadow God." The post content was written vaguely, but it attracted a lot of attention because of hot keywords like shadow and thousands of providers. However, most of the comments held a skeptical attitude. No photos, no videos, just empty words wouldn't easily make others believe. What truly ignited the popularity was the administrator replying to the post. The reply content was just 2 words, "It is." The poster lacked credibility, but the administrator's credibility went without saying. His reply immediately triggered numerous comments. "The administrator knows the details? Please elaborate. Yongzhou Mountains, so close to the capital. What organization dared to cause trouble there? Did Shadow God really take action? What exactly is the relationship between the administrator and Shadow God?" Recently, the authorities have indeed been vigorously sweeping the wilderness. Our camp was almost wiped out as a gang of thugs. But for an organization to have thousands of providers is truly terrifying. In the small house on Mingdao Mountain, Guan Tong sat in front of the computer browsing the website. After the Yongzhou incident, he hadn't done anything else these past few days except continuously participating in challenge events to obtain more first-place finishes. Time passed quickly like this. Tomorrow would be the 15th, the day the 8th rule ended. Because people figured out a countermeasure for this rule early on, relying on team alliances for mutual protection, not allowing others to challenge. Many weaker individuals successfully defended their first place. Those who had their first place snatched away were mostly wilderness ascendants and those forced into the provider organization system with customized events. The latter, after vigorous official sweeps, saw many destroyed, at least within Beijing country. They no longer dared to show their heads. Focusing attacks on these people had already become a consensus formed in every citizen's heart. But outside Beijing country, the situation was vastly different. In some small countries without strong official control, the provider system erupted on a large scale. In some small countries, even the official authorities themselves established the largest provider organizations. However, this set of practices triggered massive resistance in the era of the Doomsday Rules. Especially in the Tulip Federation, this alliance formed by dozens of warlords erupted into civil war during the midterm of the 8th rule. A large number of warlords were dissatisfied that all resources went to the Alpha Wolf, demanding that their own factions also have their own Alpha Wolves. This triggered suppression by the largest warlord, eventually evolving into civil war. Some people living there posted their experiences in the casual chat section of Ascendant Home. Various Ascendant battles, along with cold weapons and hot weapons, emerged one after another. The situation was so brutal, it was truly horrifying. Guan Tong read some of it himself and couldn't help but feel sympathy for the ordinary people there. Some people living there posted their experiences in the casual chat section of Ascendant Home. Various Ascendant battles, cold weapons, and hot weapons were endless. The situation was so brutal, it was truly horrifying. Amidst such a complex situation, the 8th Doomsday Rule, which was only in effect for half a month but brought countless chaos, was finally declared over by the Fire Thief at 9 a.m. on January 15th. Rule time has ended. Rule time has ended. Congratulations, you have passed the test of the 8th Doomsday Rule. Rewards have been delivered to your storage box. The Ascension Store has stocked more items. Check via your personal terminal. The 9th Doomsday Rule will be released in 15 days. Guan Tong sat in the small courtyard. As the Fire Thief's voice finished, he immediately opened his personal terminal. Name, Guan Tong. Nickname, Administrator. Title, Victor. Mind Power, 309, 2410. Ascension Coins, 765,220. Overall biometric rating, excellent. When Guan Tong saw his mind power value, he felt momentarily stunned. Although he had already learned the content of the hidden rule, seeing the results in person after the rule ended still made it hard to believe. During the 8th rule, he had gotten 33 first-place finishes in total, which added 160 points to his mind power upper limit, all clearly reflected on the terminal panel. Guan Tong was delighted, but he also had some worries. On one hand, he realized some small foreign states had set up large-scale official support systems. Certain ascendants there might obtain a huge number of first-place finishes, and after final accounting, many could raise their upper limit to 500 points, producing a batch of high-end combatants. What worried him more, though, was whether vastly raising the mind power upper limit this way came with some unknown cost. He had already discovered that hidden rules didn't reveal everything. Like the first Doomsday Rules hidden rule, Plunder Clarity, which only said you could obtain an alertness mint by knocking someone unconscious, but didn't explain that those who ate the mint would generally have a lower upper limit when they later activated mind power. Anomaly, nor did it say that those who knocked others unconscious would later open chests and obtain the rule breaker title. These kinds of truly hidden costs made Guan Tong uneasy, but for now he pushed those thoughts aside and continued checking the panel. Through selling intelligence, his Ascension coins had reached 760,000, roughly comparable to the total amount a mid-sized group of several hundred people could mobilize. With so many coins to himself, he could buy needed items on the market instead of only ogling pricey goods like before. He also noticed his personal information rating at the bottom of the panel had changed from good to excellent. A mind power upper limit below 80 is poor, 80 or above is average, reaching 100 is good. Now, after breaking 300 points, the rating had advanced further to excellent. Guan Tong didn't know if this rating had any concrete use or was just a summary of an ascendant's overall strength. He closed the terminal for the moment and checked his body condition. After mind power surged by over 100 points, there was no immediate, obvious change. Like before, the increased mind power would likely subtly transform and strengthen his physiology. Guan Tong opened his storage box. It listed all his items. Wordless book, corpse whistle, basic food box bronze tier, 1, multifunctional lockpick, 2, small reconnaissance drone, 3, multifunctional protective suit, communication scroll, 9, communication scroll, tradable, asterisk 3, passerby transformation device, burning defense shield, mind power stimulus syringe, plus several items already worn. Constant temperature tech underwear, worn. Multi-terrain marching boots, worn. Greytax warrior hoodie, worn. Storage ring, worn. This time there were no chest rewards. The 2 new items he had were traded to him by Liu Yuqiang before his suicide. Burning defense shield. Creates a flame shield in front of the user that can block up to 3 attacks not exceeding the user's mind power upper limit. Single-use item, tradable. Mind power stimulus syringe. After use, the user's mind power recovery rate increases by 100% for 30 seconds. Single-use item, tradable. Both items were decent. They weren't game-changing for Guan Tong, but something was better than nothing. He then opened the Ascension store on his terminal to see the new arrivals. After the 7th rule ended, the store hadn't been restocked, which led many to make wild guesses. When the 8th rule finished, everyone realized each person creating their own challenge didn't require the store to refresh anything. This time a store had listed 1 new item. Biological signal detector detects large biological signals within a 200-meter radius. Price, 30 Ascension coins. Purchase limit, 20. Detect large biological beings. Guan Tong found the detector's description a bit odd. Could the 9th rule involve some kind of large creature? There wasn't enough information to be sure, so he spent 600 Ascension coins to buy 20 of them and set them aside. After handling the terminal matters, Guan Tong stretched, then took out his wordless book. With a 309-point mind power upper limit, I should definitely be able to write on page 5 now. He flipped to the book's 5th page and stared at the blankness, unsure what to write. Maybe wait a bit. Guan Tong didn't want to waste the opportunity by rushing or write something unnecessary. The wordless book had one particular feature. Once something is written and activated, it cannot be erased, except for one-time effects that must be rewritten every use. Like the early Ascension coins entry he had written, non-one-time content, once written, couldn't be deleted or altered. So he needed to think carefully about what to put down, especially since writing on later pages required progressively higher mind power upper limits. He He couldn't scribble whatever popped into his head. Guan Tong thought for a while and couldn't identify any immediate, indispensable need, so he left it unwritten for now. But when he flipped back to page 4 and saw the existing, fully functional shelter, an idea occurred to him. When I originally manifested that shelter, I happened to spend all my mind power. The result was a neutered version, probably like the early shadow. It must have been due to insufficient upper limit. What if I try again now? He acted on the thought and retracted the small wooden cabin back into the book. This startled the black cat cold ball crouched beside him. For some reason, its bed suddenly vanished. Guan Tong recalled it and summoned again. He opened the panel and watched his full mind power of 309 drop instantly to just a remainder of 9. The summon cost 300 points? Guan Tong was surprised. He looked up, and his eyes brightened. The previous wooden cabin had become a sturdy stone house, looking solid and durable. Its overall volume had also increased by roughly half, and new rooms were visible from the outside. Guan Tong couldn't wait and scooped up Cold Ball. Come on, let's go see the renovated new home. Meow. The man and cat entered. The former one-room with bath layout had become a brand new 2-bedroom layout with a small hall and a bathroom, a serious expansion. Guan Tong had wanted a dedicated storage room for odds and ends so the bedroom wouldn't be cluttered. Now his wish was granted. Using the storage ring's stow and retrieve function, he quickly moved some miscellaneous items over, leaving only a large bed and a desk holding his computer in the bedroom. In the newly added small hall, Guan Tong noticed a built-in little fireplace with eternally burning logs. Strangely, he hadn't seen a chimney from the outside. It was probably another piece of the shelter's black tech. All that's missing is a comfy sofa and a big TV. Guan Tong loved the expanded shelter. The only sting was that its mind power cost had more than doubled, but it was still acceptable. The biggest improvement he felt was defense. He didn't know what stone material the shelter used now, but it was definitely much sturdier than wood. If it were attacked, it would hold out far longer. Guan Tong didn't imagine his shelter being besieged. If that ever happened, he'd either eliminate the attacker or retract the shelter back into the book and use body swap to escape. There was no need to die fighting. After his excitement subsided, Guan Tong returned to the bedroom and turned on his computer. He wanted to check the outside situation. As soon as he logged into the Ascendant Home website, he saw many private messages. Hello, Administrator. We'd like to pre-order hidden intelligence regarding the next rule. Administrator of Ascendant Home, greetings. I am an instructor from the Tulip Nation's chosen team. I hope to have an in-depth discussion with you. Our Majesty wishes to cooperate further with the Administrator and is willing to provide full compensation for you to act as a foreign consultant. Are you interested? Payment is negotiable. Does the Administrator's intelligence withhold details? Why didn't it mention the mind power upper limit cap? Looking at those messages, Guan Tong already understood what was happening. After the rule ended, these people found the intelligence came true, and some discovered the maximum 500-point increase. The 11 accounts that had bought intelligence from him all messaged him, signaling they wanted to continue cooperation for the next rule. They had personally verified his intel's reliability. That meant specific ascendants cultivated within their organizations had also received large mind power upper limit increases. Ecstatic, they would certainly want more rule-related intelligence. Beyond those 11 accounts, many large organizations and groups that had been observing without buying previously also sent private messages requesting cooperation. Some didn't just want to buy intelligence. They wanted deeper partnerships. People appearing to be from the Suroma Empire's official ranks wished to hire Guan Tong as a consultant. That kind of offer couldn't be paid off with a few 10,000 Ascension coins. Guan Tong refused to be dazzled by those snowballing invitations. He understood one key reason his website and intelligence sold well was independence. If he announced joining an organization or even cooperating closely with one, word would spread and his independence would be questioned, a loss that outweighed the benefits. From the beginning, his intention in creating the site was to build a platform where individual ascendants could speak freely, exchange, and accept commissions, while he made some profit along the way. That was his original intention. He would not abandon it now for some financial gain. Silently, he closed the messages that sought deep cooperation. As for those asking to pre-order 9th Rule Hidden Intelligence, he didn't reply either. The 9th Rule didn't exist yet, and whether he would sell anything depended on what the Hidden Rule was and whether it could be sold. He wasn't in a hurry to make money for something half a month away. He opened the casual chat board and found the entire section debating the mind power upper limit. One poster claimed the Tula Federation's Alpha Wolf had used this opportunity to push past 600 points, but no source was provided, so authenticity was uncertain. What concerned Guan Tong more was a prophetic post whose title hit his hidden worry squarely. All gifts fate bestows have their price secretly marked. I have foreseen, those who seize others' mind power will suffer the mind's punishment. Mind's punishment? Guan Tong felt the poster might know something, and clicked into the thread to read more. The poster's nickname was Moon Key, and just like the post title, the content inside was written in a confusing, cryptic way. I have seen through the crystal ball the strong of today, the hysterical of tomorrow. The punishment of the mind will make people understand that the price of rushing for quick success is an unbearable cost. What nonsense is this? Guan Tong didn't see any effective content and could only vaguely guess. This Moon Key was likely an ascendant who possessed some kind of prophetic ability or item, and through that ability or item, they saw some future where those who used this hidden rule would suffer bad consequences. Below the post, some people commented teasingly, while others expressed belief. Good. Someone has finally come to occupy the niche of a mystic. I was curious before, with so many people in the world, so many studying the occult, someone must have obtained a prophecy-type ability, right? Good person, poster, can you help predict which rule I'll live until? The poster's prophecy makes sense. I've studied the rules quite a bit. If it's a rule about people plundering from each other, the plunderers will all pay a price. Getting such a big increase in mind power upper limit is something you'd beg for. What price could there possibly be? Look at those leaving messages for the administrator urging for updates. They don't seem to think there's any price. After reading a few pages, Guan Tong felt a bit uneasy inside. If there really was some kind of hidden cost, then he would definitely be hit by it, because he had genuinely taken away more than 30 first places. But he also doubted if the hidden cost was so great, then what was the point of this hidden rule? Forget it. Regardless of whether there's a hidden cost or not, there's no need to worry excessively before it manifests. Guan Tong didn't want to scare himself. After learning about some social situations, he turned off the computer and rested on his own. Although the 8th rule only lasted half a month, in that short half month, he had traveled to many places and experienced the most combat within the rule, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. What he wanted most now was to rest properly for a few days. Compared to others, he was probably one of the few who paid extra attention to his own mental state, often using methods like blocking out external information and self-questioning to conduct mental self-care. Because since the Doomsday Rules descended, a large number of people, including many seen as strong by ordinary people, didn't die from external forces but chose to end themselves. Many of these people were due to excessive pressure, developing psychological issues they couldn't resolve, leading to extreme actions in the end. Guan Tong himself had lived alone for a long time, which made him prone to depression. Add the pressure of the rules, including eliminating those people at the base this time. Even if it was doing good by removing evil, it still affected his psyche somewhat. So, for the next period of time, Guan Tong didn't pay attention to the outside world, focusing on resting, taking walks, playing with coal ball, and continuing his mind power flow cultivation. Anobis. At first, Guan Tong didn't feel anything wrong. On the contrary, he clearly felt his body changing for the better every day, stronger, more energetic, better spirits. This was undoubtedly the strengthening effect after the substantial increase in mind power. But by the 8th day, when he casually opened the terminal panel to check, he discovered a clue. The problem was with mind power. Mind power, 309, 2570. Guan Tong remembered very clearly that on the day the 8th rule ended, his mind power upper limit was 309. According to his previous average speed of naturally increasing his upper limit by 1 point every 7 to 8 days, his upper limit should now be 310. Why is it still 309? I haven't slacked off in my cultivation this week. Guan Tong found it a bit strange, but he didn't pay too much attention, thinking he might have relaxed a little these past few days. But another day passed, and on the 9th day, he found his upper limit still hadn't increased. This immediately made him unable to sit still, and a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Could the cessation of natural mind power upper limit growth be the cost of using the eighth hidden rule? If true, that would be too terrifying. Although natural growth was slow, averaging only about 4 points per month, its growth rate would increase. And accumulating day by day, considering it by the year, the growth was still considerable. But if the price was the stagnation of natural growth in exchange for a one-time surge, was it worth it or not? No, the surge was only relative. For ascendants who seized the most first places, it was a surge, but what about those who only seized a few extra, or even just one? After realizing this, Guan Tong immediately turned on the computer and logged into the Ascendant Home website. Sure enough, many organizations and individuals had already discovered this, and the casual chat section was flooded with posts discussing the matter. Why hasn't my mind power upper limit been increasing? I've been following the official advice, repeating the process of exhausting and recovering every drop every day. I heard that ascendants who seized others' first places have all stopped natural mind power upper limit growth. Is this true or false? True? If so, that's great. Serves them right for stealing others' first places. The mind power others lost should be counted against them. Ha 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 ha. No other reason, just feel like laughing. They're not at a loss either. Natural growth is so slow. How long would it take to catch up to this one-time surge? I heard the highest increase can be hundreds of points. Even if natural growth stops, it's acceptable. I think so too. Those who seize a lot aren't at a loss. The most unlucky are those who only seized 1 or 2 first places, right? What are you all talking about? Natural growth stopping isn't a loss. Don't forget the natural growth rate increases. Even if you gained a few hundred points this time, if you never grow again later, you'll eventually be overtaken. It feels like the fire thief is pulling the rug out from under everyone. The official just updated the white paper, mentioning the situation, preliminarily naming it mindlock. They said they're currently looking for ways to lift the restriction. Seeing these posts, Guan Tong found that, just as he had judged, everyone who used the 8th hidden rule had experienced the situation where their mind power upper limit could no longer increase naturally. The authorities had even specifically given this situation the name mindlock. Some people on the website felt that if you seized enough first places and the mind power upper limit increased enough this time, then even if you couldn't grow naturally afterward, it wasn't a loss. But Guan Tong would never think that way, because this was like the relationship between savings and cash flow. Without cash flow, only outgoings, no matter how much savings you have, you'll eventually run out. Moreover, mind power upper limit isn't even comparable to savings. This thing doesn't generate interest. Now, just after the 8th rule, if the mind power upper limit is locked from here on out, major problems will definitely arise later. For the first time, Guan Tong's mood was this heavy. At this point, he certainly wouldn't regret it, because that was meaningless. The key was how to solve the problem, how to unlock this mind lock. Currently, besides the official authorities of various countries, major groups and forces are definitely researching this issue. These smart people won't be satisfied with their increased upper limits stagnating. But if this is the fire thief setting, breaking through probably won't be easy. The fire thief setting? Guan Tong suddenly remembered back during the 6th rule. Not long after that, fatal blood plague rule was announced. He had an idea then. Relying on his wordless book, could he try to contend with the fire thief's rules? So, back then, he had the idea of writing serum on a page, but because his mind power upper limit was insufficient, he couldn't write on the 5th page and ultimately gave up. But that determination to resist was imprinted in his heart. Now my mind power upper limit is enough to write on the 5th page of the wordless book. I must try to resist the rules. Guan Tong had no other choice. He couldn't accept that his mind power upper limit maxed out at 309 points. He had to find a way to break through the mind lock restriction. Also, having not been online these past few days, he saw his private messages had piled up again. Many were from groups and organizations that had previously said they wanted to continue cooperating with him, now sending private messages to question him, asking if he had deliberately concealed information about the mind lock. Guan Tong naturally found it ridiculous. He didn't know himself, so how could he conceal it? But he could understand these people. They paid for intelligence. It was useful, but it had hidden negative effects. Feeling angry was only natural. As for these private messages, Guan Tong didn't plan to reply. Whether these people would become suspicious of him and stop buying intelligence in the future, he didn't particularly care either. To be honest, what he was thinking about now was only how to quickly remove the mind lock restriction. Although not fatal in the short term, even having little impact, it gave him an indescribably uncomfortable feeling. It was like looking up and seeing his upper limit locked there, unable to advance any further. For Guan Tong, who was determined to pass all 49 rules and reach the end, this was unacceptable. After making his decision, he immediately turned off the computer and took out the wordless book. A few days ago, he didn't know what to write, so he hadn't written anything on the 5th page. Now, looking at the blank page, he felt a wave of retrospective fear. Fortunately, I didn't write hastily back then, otherwise the consequences would have been unthinkable. Because what's written can't be erased or modified. If the mind power upper limit requirement for writing on the 6th page later exceeded 309 points, then unless he found another method, Guan Tong would be completely stuck here. Like a dead save file in a game, no matter how much the player struggles, if the character can't win, they just can't win. In the end, you can only load an old save or delete the character and start over. However, real life doesn't have loading an old save. Well, can't say that absolutely. Perhaps someone in the world really has an ability similar to rewinding, but Guan Tong certainly doesn't have that skill. He looked at the blank page, thought for a moment, then started writing, planning to first write the character for open on this 5th page. This open meant to open to unlock. He planned to use the wordless book as characteristic of fulfilling fuzzy requirements to try if it could take effect and remove his mind lock. If not, then he would add more characters and try again. With the first horizontal stroke down, Guan Tong instantly felt dizzy and his vision blurred. Opening the panel to check, his 309 points of mind power were completely exhausted, and an additional 200+ points of reserve mind power were consumed. The consumption for writing on the 5th page is this huge. Guan Tong wanted to continue using reserve mind power to write, but hesitated for a moment. During the 8th rule period, because he alone eliminated the enemies at that base in the Yongzhou mountain range, he had expended a large amount of reserve mind power. Especially when dealing with Jang Ming, he spent 500 points at once to summon the Great Axe Warrior. Originally, he had over 3,000 points of reserve mind power. Now, only a little over 2,000 remained. Judging by the consumption speed on the 5th page, to finish writing this open character, he would probably have to throw in all of his remaining 2,000+. In 5 more days, the 9th Doomsday Rule would be announced. Exhausting his reserves at this time was undoubtedly an unwise choice. No, can't continue writing. Guan Tong decisively put down the pen. Even though he urgently wanted to remove the mind lock, he couldn't throw all his resources into it. To be safe, it was better to wait for his mind power to recover and then use that to write, which was more cost-effective. Using 10 points of reserve mind power to exchange for the effect of 1 point of regular mind power to write was just too wasteful. Guan Tong calculated. There are still 5 days until the 9th rule is announced. 5 days of naturally recovered mind power should be enough to finish writing a single open character. I don't know if it will have any effect then. If not, I'll have to find another way. At the Countermeasures Research Office, the 3rd follow-up discussion meeting regarding the 8th Doomsday Rule was being held. The meeting was discussing the mind lock issue. Unlike the usual meetings attended only by internal research office personnel, this meeting also included 3 external individuals. They were precisely the 3 main lecturers from the Mind Power Development Academy: Ouyang Shanyue, Zheng Kaxue, and Shi Jingyi. Gao Yangwei said, "The purpose of inviting the 3 lecturer professors from the academy this time is still to discuss solutions regarding the mind lock. Please speak, all 3 of you." Ouyang Shanyue said, "The mind lock restriction is indeed a major problem. The consequences haven't fully manifested yet, but as time passes, just like how mind power recovery speed will continuously increase, the natural growth rate of the mind power upper limit will also keep increasing. I was among the earliest group to research the essence of mind power and even establish the world's first civilian research association. As early as the initial period when the rules first descended, our research association discovered that the mind power upper limit would naturally grow. In the beginning, it could only increase by 1 to 2 points per month, later 3 points, 4 points, and it will continue to accelerate in the future. It's clear that if the mind lock cannot be removed, ascendants who are currently leading in benefits will all fall into a stagnant predicament in the future. Professor Ouyang, this isn't a classroom, and now is not the time for lengthy lectures. What we need right now is a solution. Gao Yongwei said, "You are an expert in researching the essence of mind power. I wonder if you have any countermeasures." Ouyang Shanhua pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Unfortunately, I haven't found an effective solution method yet. But I firmly believe that this mind lock can definitely be broken through by the ascendants themselves, because I have always believed that the essence of mind power is the individual's spiritual will of the ascendant. Nothing can forever lock away a person's spiritual will." Brother Ouyang might be a bit too optimistic. Another lecturer, Zhang Kashua, said seriously, "Mind power, after all, was brought and unlocked by the fire thief. If this mind lock was set by the fire thief, how can human power break it by themselves? I believe we must start from items." Gao Yongwei asked, "Professor Zheng is an expert in mind power abilities and items. Do you know of any lock opening methods?" Zheng Kashue frowned. "I believe to open the lock, we must fight poison with poison. Only abilities or items obtained from the fire thief can unlock the mind lock set by the fire thief. It's just that currently, after checking the statistical database, there are temporarily no items or abilities directly related to this. However, there are some peculiar abilities and items that might be worth trying. For example, the database records individuals possessing special abilities like prophesy, concept modification, personal time reversal, etc. Perhaps these special abilities could be effective. If the database coverage could expand to the entire population, there would definitely be more options. Currently, Beijing country's ability/item database was most complete for the approximately 100 million people residing in shelters. Next, preliminary statistics had been made for personnel at various gathering points within cities. Only the data for tens of millions of people living outside cities was largely missing. As the lecturer for the course Research on Mind Power Items, what Zheng Kashua most desired was complete data. If given the opportunity, forget just the data information of all citizens of Beijing country. Establishing a database covering the abilities/items of all ascendants worldwide was what he truly wanted. Of course, that was certainly impossible at this stage. Even with the appearance of the fire thief as a common enemy of humanity, countries around the world still couldn't fully unite, nor did they share intelligence resources with each other. In Omicron S, Gao Yongwei said, "A new batch of shelters is still under emergency construction. It's estimated that before the 9th rule is released, over 30 million more people can be accommodated. The data will be further improved by then. However, regarding the special abilities Professor Zheng mentioned, we have already found several individuals to attempt them before." "Oh, what were the results?" Gao Yongwei looked at Dr. Zhang Ming, who spoke up. "Not very good. For example, we found that Ascendant who can modify concepts. Although his ability is strong, he simply cannot exert it at this stage. The concepts he can modify are only those with extremely low public consensus. According to our research, if the total mind power of the people who share consensus on a concept exceeds his, he cannot modify it. So that's how it is. It seems this ability is difficult to utilize, but such extremely harsh usage restrictions are also common characteristics of many special abilities." Zheng Kashue understood Zhang Minglu's meaning. If this person wanted to modify the concept of apple, but hundreds of millions of ascendants worldwide have established consensus on the concept of apple in their minds, this person's mind power could never exceed the sum total of hundreds of millions of ascendants, so he simply couldn't modify it. Gao Yongwei then looked at Shi Jingyi. "I heard that among the 3 lecturers, only Professor Shi did not seize others' first place and is not restricted by the mind lock." Everyone's gaze shifted to Shi Jingyi, looking at her with surprise and also admiration. They clearly understood that with Shi Jingyi's status and abilities, seizing multiple first places wouldn't be difficult. That she didn't seize them meant it wasn't that she couldn't, but that she didn't want to. "That's correct," Shi Jingyi said. "My school of thought advocates that one's inherent nature is self-sufficient. Therefore, for me, passing the Doomsday Rules is enough. I won't pursue fulfilling some hidden conditions. Truly worthy of a cultivation master. Dr. Zhang said with a face full of admiration. To resist the temptation of hidden rule rewards and remain true to one's original heart. No wonder Professor Shi, despite her young age, has mastered a special usage method of mind power like mind power flow. Zhang Ming had also studied Shi Jingyi's mind power flow and even practiced it for a while, but he simply couldn't get started and eventually chose to give up. He believed the reason might be that he couldn't truly calm his mind and enter that state of forgetting both self and external things. As the person in charge of the Ascendant Training Project at the Countermeasures Research Office, he had far too many things to attend to every day. His mind was running from morning till night. Calming down to cultivate was simply impossible. I wonder if Professor Shi has any methods to break through the mind lock. Gao Yongwei asked. Shi Jingyi thought for a moment and said, in my view, mind power is a type of qi condensed from spirit. As long as the spirit continuously strives, qi should be generated endlessly. I myself haven't felt the restriction of a lock, so I don't know what that feeling is like. But just speculating, I believe to break through the restriction, one still needs to achieve a breakthrough at the level of self-spirit. You mean by cultivating your mind power flow, it could help in breaking through the mind lock? I think it's possible, Shi Jingyi said, because once she completes a full circulation, it stimulates the generation of more qi. Sounds like the Echo Valley effect, an expert interjected, initially providing only one sound, but continuously circulating within the Echo Valley causes the sound to continuously amplify and expand. Shi Jingyi nodded slightly. Perhaps, but this is my speculation. Dr. Zhang then asked, may I be so bold as to ask, what is Professor Shi's current natural growth rate of the mind power upper limit? Me? Shi Jingyi said calmly. I currently naturally increase by 1 point on average every 2 days. As soon as she said this, everyone present was greatly shocked. 1 point every 2 days, that's 15 points per month for natural growth alone. That's far too much. Using the hidden intelligence this time could only increase the upper limit by 500 points at most. 1 point naturally every 2 days, 500 points would take 1,000 days, less than 3 years. But considering the subsequent natural increase speed will further rise, it would actually take far less than 3 years. Possibly 1 year, or even less than a year, the increase would exceed 500. No wonder Professor Shi doesn't need to snatch first place. What's there to snatch? Just relying on her own natural growth is fast enough. Upon hearing this, Gao Liangwei said solemnly, Professor Shi's method is very worth trying. From now on, we must closely monitor those students at the academy who have been consistently practicing Professor Shi's courses and are restricted by the mind lock. If they can successfully break through, it will prove Professor Shi's speculation is correct. Everyone nodded, then fell silent, still stunned by Shi Jingyi's natural growth rate of the mind power upper limit. After a moment, someone suddenly brought up, speaking of that famously renowned shadow, he must have seized quite a few first places in this rule, right? I wonder if he's restricted by the mind lock. Hearing someone mention shadow, Shi Jingyi's heart stirred. She also wanted to know if Guan Tong was restricted by the mind lock. Since the 8th rule began, she hadn't contacted Guan Tong yet. Who knows? Now it's not even certain whether Shadow is a single individual or some organization. The intelligence about this person is too chaotic. At least when ranking results at Holy Grail Island, Shadow is one person. But even if this person is formidable, he's just a stronger ascendant and would similarly be restricted by the rules. Now I'm more suspicious of that administrator of the Ascendant Home website. That guy might have known about this consequence long ago and only sold part of the information. This can't be proven. And even if there was concealment, the intelligence he sold was correct. Just based on that, if he sells again next time, we'd still have to buy. Everyone's faces showed helplessness. That's right. Regardless of whether that administrator concealed the cost of using the intelligence, the part he sold has been verified as correct. Next time he sells, they'd still have to buy. After the meeting ended, the 3 main lecturers took a dedicated car back to the academy. Since the underground base of the Countermeasures Research Office wasn't far from the capital, in less than an hour, all 3 returned to the academy. After Shi Jingyi returned to her lecturer dormitory, she took out her phone and sent a message to Guan Tong. Got time to chat? Guan Tong was sitting on his bed. He had just exhausted today's recovered mind power writing in the wordless book when he saw the message from Shi Jingyi. He replied, "Sure." The latter immediately called. As soon as Guan Tong answered, Shi Jingyi's clear voice came from the receiver. "Long time no contact. How have you been lately?" "All right. You doing okay there too?" "Not bad. After the 8th rule, are you restricted by the mind lock?" Hearing this, Guan Tong wasn't surprised. Since Shi Jingyi knew he was Shadow, she must have guessed he definitely seized more first places. "I am. Currently looking for a way to solve it. What about you? You probably aren't, right?" Although Guan Tong hadn't interacted much with Shi Jingyi, he just felt she probably wouldn't snatch others' first places. "I'm not," Shi Jingyi said. "Just as I thought. Just as you thought." Shi Jingyi's tone held a hint of curiosity. "You guessed I didn't seize more first places?" That's not your style." "Huh." Shi Jingyi laughed once. "Indeed. So, have you found any unlocking methods?" "Not sure yet. Trying some things." "Is that so? If your method doesn't work, you can continue focusing on cultivating mind power flow. Perhaps there's a chance to break through the restriction by yourself." Guan Tong's heart stirred. He asked, "Really? Are there any successful examples yet?" "None at present. But your cultivation progress is faster than other students. Maybe you'll be the first." "All right, I'll give it a try." After hanging up, Guan Tong thought about what Shi Jingyi had said. Since cultivating mind power flow, he indeed felt himself becoming increasingly proficient with mind power. Perhaps reaching a high level of mastery could truly break through the restriction, but when would that be? Guan Tong looked down at his wordless book. The 2 horizontal strokes of the character for open were already written, still missing 1 left falling stroke and 1 vertical stroke. In the following short 3 or 4 days, Guan Tong didn't do anything else, just repeated the cycle of consuming mind power to write, recovering, then writing again. While waiting for his mind power to recover, he also kept browsing information online, seeing if anyone in the world had unlocked the mind lock restriction. But he didn't find the content he wanted to see. What he saw were many people criticizing, condemning the mind lock, even hating the house along with its crow, attacking the Beijing country officials who publicly released the intelligence, and attacking Guan Tong, the administrator who sold the intelligence. He ignored the posts with less intense wording, only deleting some posts with personal attacks and insults. However, these posts weren't very high in popularity. The truly high-heat posts were mostly related to the current situation abroad. Guan Tong skimmed through them. The content was all related to those ascendants who obtained multiple first places and greatly increased their mind power upper limits. It seemed these people had begun demanding more power, triggering a series of chaotic conflicts. No one cares. The president of the small country Mecca was just taken out by an ascendant. Most people probably haven't heard of that little country, right? Population only a few million. The thread starter used to work there for a few years, married a Mecca woman, and settled down. You wouldn't believe it. Just yesterday, the president was taken out by an ascendant who brought a group of people. The presidential guards are gone too. Right now, that ascendant is announcing on live stream that he's going to be the new president. That post blew up because although foreign affairs have been chaotic lately, it was the first time anyone had seen an ascendant actually take out a president. Really? The Mecca government is that incompetent? Can't be that bad. Even if someone greatly increases their mind power upper limit, that doesn't automatically make them invincible, right? Skills and items have no cooldowns. At this stage, no matter how much mind power an ascendant has, can they withstand a military missile? That's seriously underestimating the power of conventional weapons. Isn't the Tulip Federation embroiled in civil war right now? I saw news a few days ago that a warlord used hundreds of rocket launchers to kill dozens of pack ascendants. Megoki's still a tiny country. Their armed forces probably aren't great. This sets a terrible precedent. If ascendants resort to violence to seize power whenever they want, won't everyone start copying them, and it becomes chaos? We don't need to worry here. No matter how strong an ascendant is, they won't be able to run wild. Guan Tong scrolled through the posts and felt some sadness. So many people who had struggled to survive past the Doomsday Rules were now dying in human conflicts. This situation wasn't limited to Megoki. Similar clashes had broken out in other small countries. Newly risen groups of powerful young ascendants clashing with established old capital holders in power. Those contradictions were hard to reconcile. Without external interference, they would quickly escalate into real, deadly fights. But in this era, just keeping yourself safe was hard enough. No nation had the spare capacity to intervene or mediate internal disputes elsewhere. So from the middle of the 8th rule until now, more than 10 days after its end, these local conflicts continued. Rather than calming, they were escalating. Guan Tong read for a while, quietly thankful that he was in relatively stable Baishan country. If he were in those small nations, he probably would have been swallowed by the chaos. Days passed in a blur. By the evening of January 29th, with only a few hours left until the 9th Doomsday Rule was released, Guan Tong finally finished drawing the last stroke of the character Kai on the 5th page of the wordless book. Staring at the characters centered on the page, Guan Tong silently repeated in his mind, "Unlock the mind lock, remove the mind power upper limit restriction." Then he held the book and poured mind power into it continuously. As mind power flowed in, the character Kai started to glow, then warped and transformed. Like a conversion of reserve mind power, it condensed into a data stream that slammed into Guan Tong's body. Empty. Guan Tong shuddered all over, feeling some imprisonment deep in his mind, getting jolted. Before this, he had never sensed the existence of that imprisonment itself. If not for this shock, he would never have realized why there was a seal buried deep in his mind. It was hard to describe the sensation, like a unique color or smell that you have no concept of until you actually see or smell it. Only by encountering it do you become aware it exists. So that's the mind lock. Guan Tong was certain. The mind lock was hidden deep inside his mind. If he had to pinpoint it, it seemed to be near the amygdala. Beyond that, he could confirm one more thing. The attempt to unlock it failed. Yes, although an impact had been generated, it had not destroyed the confinement. It only allowed him to perceive the seal's existence. Was it because the converted mind power wasn't enough? Guan Tong glanced at his status panel. He had just spent about 100 mind power injecting into the page, which was about what he had left under normal circumstances. Oh yes, if he fully recovered and poured in all 309 points, would the converted shock have been enough to break the mind lock? He couldn't be sure. All he knew was that the 9th rule would be announced at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Without knowing what the new rule would be or how to pass it, he couldn't risk consuming his reserve mind power. Guan Tong breathed deeply. Just being able to confirm the existence of the mind lock is a big step. The first step to solving a problem is discovering it. Now that he had found the mind lock and confirmed that writing Kai on the wordless book's 5th page had some effect, he could wait until he was confident he could pass the 9th rule before coming back to deal with the mind lock. Hopefully the 9th rule won't be survival-based. That would at least reduce the pressure, he thought. On the morning of February 1st, exactly at 9 o'clock, the voice of the fire thief sounded on schedule. That mechanical, cold announcer's voice was a nightmare to survivors worldwide. Every time a new rule was released, it meant another round of human struggle. The 9th Doomsday Rule has been published. Doomsday Rule 9, Beasts in the Mist. Rule description. From the time of publication, a mist from an alien world will shroud Tianshui's star. Nightmarish beasts hiding within it will hunt humans. This rule lasts for 30 days. Success reward. 400 Ascension coins, survival chest silver grade, invitation to the 2nd Ascendant Challenge Tournament. Failure penalty, none. Note, if you decide to explore the depths of the mist, remember, in the mist trust your biological instincts more than your ears. When your hair stands on end, immediately hide or prepare to fight. When the fire thief finished announcing Rule 9, ascendants around the globe wailed in unison. A survival rule again? Why is it always survival rules? The 2nd Ascendant Challenge Tournament? Is the tournament back? I'd rather someone else take first place than face monsters again. Damn you, fire thief. Always like this. Not survival rules give us short breaks, but survival rules last so long. Nightmarish beasts sounds terrifying. I feel like I'm going to puke. Fear spread rapidly. People had every reason to be afraid. Every survival rule claimed many lives. Friends made during the previous rule could easily die in the next survival rule. Repeat that pain a few times, and people would go insane or become coldly numb. Fear of survival rules far outweighed interest in the tournament. Outside of those who had participated in the first tournament, most people had little enthusiasm and only wanted to survive. Right after the fire thief released the rule, vast mist began to appear on Tinshui's star without warning. The fog had a faint, strange purplish-green hue and looked very odd. It spread quickly, covering the land. Many ascendants who were outdoors immediately sheltered inside sealed buildings, afraid of the beast the fire thief had described lurking in the mist. But a few ascendants, driven by despair or psychological collapse, did the opposite and deliberately walked into the fog. Soon their screams echoed out, some a short, shocked cry, others long, ghastly screams that made those outside shiver, not knowing what exactly was happening within the haze. Without exception, those who entered were devoured by the fog and never came back out. A research briefing on Rule 9 convened in the Countermeasures Research Office 10 minutes after the rule's publication. A data officer quickly summarized. After Rule 9's release, all city shelters immediately sealed, their internal circulation systems activated to block out external mist. Aside from shelters, gathering points have been sealing doors and windows as much as possible to prevent fog intrusion. Yang Ming asked, "Any reports on the beasts?" "None so far," the data officer replied. "Aside from the deaths of those who entered the mist and were suspected to be attacked by beasts, there's been no report of beasts leaving the fog to attack people. So, as long as we don't go into the mist, we'll be safe," someone asked, relieved. "I don't think it's that simple. If only it were that easy. Then staying in sealed locations for a month would pass the rule." "The situation is indeed more complicated," the data officer continued. 2 minutes ago, the detection department reported new findings. The mist is corrosive and neurotoxic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. An expert said, "Corrosive? Then doors and windows at gathering points outside shelters could be corroded away." "Yes, and the mist also has neurotoxic effects. Although there are no complete experimental results yet, researchers speculate that without protective gear, exposure can cause skin ulcers and hallucinations." The officer's tablet chimed again. "New data incoming. Tests show the mist disrupts electronic navigation devices. Once such equipment enters the mist, it quickly malfunctions and cannot perform reconnaissance." "Which damn planet did this fog come from?" "Don't panic," a Xenostudies expert said, oddly cheerful compared to the others. "This is the first time the fire thief explicitly mentioned an alien world in a rule. That proves the fire thief is indeed extraterrestrial in origin. This is the first confirmation of its source. We should celebrate." The room fell into silence. With humanity facing catastrophe, there is little cause for joy. Yang Ming said, "Now is not the time for that. The immediate task is to quickly propose countermeasures for this rule." Experts spoke up. "Factories must immediately produce protective equipment targeted to the fog's properties. Although the mist disrupts electronic navigation, gunpowder shouldn't be affected. We should deploy armed forces to try to confront the beasts in the fog. Gathering points need emergency reinforcement. If doors and windows are corroded, people exposed to the mist, the consequences are unimaginable. One more thing to consider, head of the meeting. Could the administrator of Ascend and Home be selling hidden intelligence related to this rule? The mist is spreading this fast." Guan Tong was in the small room of his shelter, looking outside through the window. When the 9th rule was announced, he was still outside. Immediately after the announcement, he ran back to the stone house and closed the door. Less than a minute later, the dense fog began to spread up the mountain. Looking out now, Guan Tong's visibility was less than 5 meters. Moreover, the fog was mixed with faint shades of purple and green, giving off a deeply unsettling feeling. This rule already stated that there would be monsters called nightmare beasts in the mist, hunting humans. I wonder how strong these monsters are, and what are their methods of attack. Also, the rewards for this rule include an invitation to the second Ascendant Challenge Tournament. Anyone who survives can get one. Guan Tong had won the championship reward and the hidden reward in the first tournament, making him the one with the greatest gains. Although the format of the second tournament would likely change, he would definitely still participate. However, based on the experience of the first one, after receiving the invitation, the tournament usually doesn't start until several rules later. It's still too early to think too much about it now. The most urgent matter is to get through the current rule first. Guan Tong glanced at the thick fog outside again, opened his terminal panel, and checked this time's hidden rule. Hidden Rule 9, Source of the Mist. Hidden rule content. By following the traces of the nightmare beasts, you might find one of the sources of the Great Mist. A fragment exists there. If you wish to piece together the puzzle behind the Doomsday Rules, go find this fragment. Note: venturing deep into the mist requires ample preparation, exceptional strength, and fearless courage. But the most important question is it worth taking the risk for the unknown? This was the first time Guan Tong had seen a hidden rule like this. No definite reward, no special mechanics, just a puzzle fragment behind the Doomsday Rules. What is that? Guan Tong pondered deeply. What does puzzle refer to? Could it mean the secret behind the Doomsday Rules? The information was too scarce. He couldn't even make a proper guess. But he knew that venturing deep into the mist would definitely be very dangerous. So the question arose, just as the note said, is it worth taking the risk for the unknown? Guan Tong had an answer in his heart, but he didn't act rashly. This rule's effective period is as long as a month. There's no need to take action immediately. Observing the situation first wouldn't hurt. Hiss! Guan Tong suddenly heard a sound. Turning his head, he saw a cold ball crouched on the head of the bed, back arched, hissing towards the door. He was somewhat surprised. Since adopting Cold Ball, this was the first time he had seen him hiss. Scratch, creak, creak. A series of noises came from the door. Guan Tong slowly stood up, staring at the door. It sounded like something was scratching at the door from outside. Scratch, scratch. The sound came again. Cold Ball shrank back a little, seemingly very afraid of whatever was outside the door. Guan Tong just stared at the door without a word. After a moment, the sound didn't recur. The thing outside seemed to have left. Guan Tong knew that while the shelter door was closed, it couldn't be opened from the outside, unless someone used brute force to destroy the entire house. But his current shelter was a reinforced one summoned for 300 points of mind power, with significantly improved defensive capabilities. It was no longer the wooden hut that could be easily destroyed before. Yes, but even so, Guan Tong's heart was beating much faster. That sound, bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the window, startling both Guan Tong and Cold Ball. Turning to look, he saw something in the thick fog covering the outside of the window seem to extend out and then retract. The window that suffered the blow wasn't damaged. Its strength was consistent with the rest of the shelter. If the thing hidden in the fog couldn't break the door, it couldn't break the window either. What was that just now? In that instant, he turned. Guan Tong vaguely saw something resembling a jointed limb. He sat down on the bed, comforting Cold Ball, and thought to himself, my shelter should still be safe for now, but because of the biological signal detector previously listed in the Ascension store, and judging from its effect of detecting large biological signals, this rule would definitely involve some kind of large-sized monster. If one of those came up the mountain, Guan Tong really wasn't sure if his shelter could withstand it. He picked up his computer, wanted to go online, and check the situation outside. As soon as he opened Ascendant Home, he saw his private messages continuously increasing. Opening them, they were all private messages asking him about hidden intelligence regarding this rule. Due to the successful verifications in the past few times, everyone now believed that he, the administrator, could obtain hidden intelligence after a rule was announced. So, less than half an hour after the rule's announcement, they were all eager to get information from him. Administrator, can we trade now? We hope to buy the latest intelligence as soon as possible. Has the hidden intelligence for the 9th rule started being sold? Administrator, didn't you see our reservation message? Is the new intelligence going to increase in price? We can afford it. Looking at these messages, Guan Tong thought for a moment and decided not to sell this hidden rule for now. The first reason was that this hidden rule was quite special, and he himself currently had no leads. If he sold the information as is, buyers would also find it baffling. The second reason was that Guan Tong wanted to obtain that puzzle fragment himself this time, so he didn't want too many competitors. That's right. After reading the hidden rule content, he had already preliminarily decided to venture deep into the mist, find the source of the fog, and obtain the fragment. Because from the very beginning of the rule's descent, he had wanted to figure out the secret behind them. The Fire Thief, the Ascension Plan, the Doomsday Operations, he wanted to know where humanity would ultimately end up. He remembered talking about this with Fong Qian back then, saying he was very curious and interested in these things. This feeling hadn't changed even now at the 9th rule. If it weren't for this curiosity supporting him, he might have long felt life was meaningless. Simply surviving for the sake of survival. That kind of life seemed like living as a walking corpse to him, something he couldn't persist in for long. Therefore, he was determined to explore the depths of the mist and trace the source of the fog. The reason he wasn't setting off immediately was just that he wanted to learn more about the mist, nightmare beasts, and other situations based on external intelligence, and to prepare before acting. He opened a casual chat section and found that someone had already reposted the latest official notice. The mist in this rule is corrosive and contains neurotoxins. Remember to take shelter in sturdy, sealed environments. Do not expose yourself to the mist. If the building you are currently in is not sturdy enough or has too many entrances or exits/windows, please contact your local emergency management bureau as soon as possible to transfer to a safer location. If forced to be exposed to the mist, immediately cover your skin and wear an oxygen mask. The mist will corrode and harm the human body, and inhalation may cause hallucinations. Please be extremely careful. The mist is actually this dangerous. Seeing the official message, Guan Tong's heart sank. He originally thought the danger of the great mist lay only in the nightmare beasts lurking within. He didn't expect the mist itself to be so hazardous. If that's the case, then if I want to go out, without professional protective equipment, I can only rely on covering my entire body with shadow armor. That might work, but it would consume mind power in real time at a significant rate. Or perhaps, Guan Tong thought of a safer exploration method with much lower consumption. That was like when he sent his shadow to investigate the Yongzhou mountain range base before, first let the shadow enter the mist to scout. Once the source's location is found, he could then use body swap to go there. It would be even better if he could retrieve the map fragment without needing his main body to go. Thinking this, he continued reading. Besides advice for the public, the authorities also announced upcoming action plans. Currently, relevant factories are coordinating the production of professional-grade anti-corrosion suits for distribution. Furthermore, we will mobilize armed forces. Once preparations are complete, we will launch exploration operations into the mist. We will attempt to use human-made thermal weapons to eliminate the nightmare beast monsters in the mist. If successful, armed operations will be rapidly carried out in various cities to eliminate nightmare beasts within the urban mist. However, we strongly advise against personal or group exploration of the mist by civilians at this time. This is extremely dangerous behavior. Additionally, for people outside cities, we suggest you quickly seek enclosed outdoor locations to shelter from the mist, although we consider it very dangerous. But if you decide to return to the city for refuge, please note that the mist interferes with electronic navigation devices. You can only rely on maps or your memory of the roads to return. If you're sure you know the way, please keep car windows tightly closed while driving. But we repeat, driving in the mist is very dangerous. You may be attacked by nightmare beasts at any time. Please be extremely careful. Finally, we will issue a latest situation bulletin every 6 hours. Please be sure to pay attention to obtain the latest information and increase your chances of survival. After reading the officially updated information, Guan Tong had a preliminary understanding of the mist situation. And this rule is indeed not very friendly to those who previously chose to leave the city for the wilderness. Inside cities, there are completely sealed official shelters. Some gathering points can also be sealed shut. But in the wilderness, although there are villages, uninhabited county towns, etc., that can provide shelter, their sealing is generally inferior. The most unfortunate are definitely those who set up camps in the wilderness. The mist came so suddenly and densely, leaving very little reaction time. Even if they drove away immediately upon the rules announcement, they might not avoid the mist's encroachment. This is probably also why the authorities specifically mentioned returning to the city for refuge. It must be because after this rule was announced, many people in the wilderness felt it was too dangerous and had no choice but to contact the authorities hoping to return to the city. Clearly, when it comes to life and death, many people will give up that unbound freedom and choose to save their lives. I wonder about those two at the foot of the mountain. Guan Tong couldn't help but think of Yu Hong and Zhao Yu, who were camping at the mountain foot. After the rule was announced, those two would definitely need to quickly find a sealed location. Otherwise, they'd be in grave danger. I wonder if they'll try to come up the mountain to find me? Guan Tong thought about it and felt it was unlikely. Less than a minute after the rule was announced, the mountain was already filled with dense fog. Mingdao Mountain was an undeveloped wild mountain to begin with, without even a proper mountain path. It would be very difficult to ascend under the pervading mist. Guan Tong shook his head. Now is not the time to worry about others. I should prepare for my own exploration operation. Although the authorities strongly advise against personal exploration of the mist by civilians, he is not an ordinary person. He is the shadow. If even he cannot explore it, then other ascendants would find it even more difficult. Even as a forerunner, Guan Tong must first give it a try to see what those nightmare beasts in the mist really are. At the foot of Mingdao Mountain, Yu Hong and Zhao Yu, who had originally been camping and surviving here, saw the thick fog surge after the ninth rule was announced and immediately dove into a jeep, locking the doors and windows tightly. They weren't foolish enough to hide in a tent. That canvas material would definitely be no match for monsters. But the vehicle didn't seem much better either. Zhao Yu stared with wide eyes, nervously looking around in all directions. Sister Yu, what should we do? Hiding in the car like this definitely won't work, right? The rules had already stated that a monster called nightmare beasts existed within the thick fog. The fact that it hunted humans showed it was extremely dangerous. How about we go to the nearest city to take shelter? Yu Hong suggested. I'll listen to you, Sister Yu. Zhao Yu was completely at a loss now and couldn't come up with any ideas. Yu Hong started the vehicle and took out her phone to try and navigate with a map, but the function was completely non-functional. She thought it was a problem with her own phone and asked Zhao Yu to try with his phone, but the result was the same. This is bad. It seems navigation can't be used in the fog. Then what should we do? The fog is so thick, we can't see any roads, and it's hard to tell directions. Without navigation, we can't get to the city at all. Yu Hong and Zhao Yu didn't know the surrounding roads well. It was impossible for them to drive to the city under the cover of thick fog without navigation. Even if they didn't die halfway from a nightmare beast attack, they would most likely get lost and end up dying a violent death. Sister Yu, I don't want to die. Can you think of a way, please? Zhao Yu said, his voice trembling. His personality was weak to begin with, and he wasn't an ascendant. He had no abilities or items, making him even more powerless in the face of the Doomsday Rules. Seeing Zhao Yu like this, Yu Hong knew that if this went on for long, he would definitely break down. Gritting her teeth, she said, "It seems we can only go up the mountain and ask the camp on the mountain for help." From the beginning until now, Yu Hong had never seen what the camp on the mountain looked like, but from several contacts with the people on the mountain, she had a general impression. The camp on the mountain had strong and young people, formidable strength, and abundant resources. But Yu Hong also knew that the mountain camp held a certain degree of exclusion towards outsiders. That's precisely why she and Zhao Yu, apart from once buying food, had never gone up the mountain or disturbed the people on the mountain. They were worried about causing dissatisfaction with the mountain camp and getting themselves driven away. But now, with their lives at stake, Yu Hong had no choice but to hope the mountain camp could help the two of them survive. That's right. Zhao Yu's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing Yu Hong's words. I forgot there's a powerful base on the mountain. The people there are so strong, they'll definitely help us. Sister Yu, let's go up right now. Yu Hong nodded, glanced outside, and said, "When we get out of the car later, follow me. Watch your step. If you accidentally slip in this thick fog, you could fall to your death, understand?" "I know, Sister Yu." The car door opened, and the two of them got out, their bodies immediately immersed in the mist. In an instant, both of them felt a stinging pain on the exposed skin of their bodies. It was February now, and the weather was cold. Both were wearing thick winter clothes, with only their palms and faces exposed. The pain came from there. "It hurts." Zhao Yu looked down at his palm and saw faint red marks had already appeared on the back of his hand, similar to burn marks. "The fog is poisonous. Put on gloves quickly. Don't leave any skin exposed." Yu Hong immediately shouted a reminder, quickly putting on her own gloves and then wrapping her face tightly with a hat and scarf. Zhao Yu imitated her, and the two of them quickly walked towards a mountain. With visibility of only a few meters, even though Mingdao Mountain was close by, they could only see the outline of the nearby foothills. Yu Hong walked in front, each step extremely cautious. Mingdao Mountain had no mountain path to begin with, making it hard to climb. Add to that the frozen, slippery mountain surface in winter, and slipping and falling down was no joke. Zhao Yu followed behind her. The two of them walked up step by step, praying in their hearts that they wouldn't encounter a nightmare beast attack before finding the mountain camp. It seemed as if the fire thief had heard their prayers. During their arduous climb, they actually weren't attacked and successfully reached the mountainside. Zhao Yu looked. Yu Hong suddenly discovered something, her face showing surprise. The trees ahead are only stumps left. Someone must have cut down the trunks to build something. This means the camp's location isn't far from us. After Yu Hong finished speaking, she didn't hear Zhao Yu's response, and her heart suddenly sank. She sharply turned her head to look and saw Zhao Yu standing frozen about 2 or 3 meters away from her. Zhao Yu, what's wrong? Yu Hong walked over and heard Zhao Yu muttering to himself. Home isn't in that direction. It's in the other direction. The other direction is the way home. Zhao Yu muttered, then suddenly turned and started walking towards the other direction. But there was no home over there, only a cliff. Seeing this, Yu Hong hurriedly stopped him, grabbing his arm. Are you crazy? That's a cliff over there. Home is in that direction. Zhao Yu's eyes were firm, making Yu Hong feel an indescribable fear well up inside her. The next moment, Zhao Yu shoved her away violently. Don't stop me from going home. Caught off guard by his push, Yu Hong staggered and nearly fell. By the time she steadied herself and looked up, she saw Zhao Yu had already run to the edge of the cliff. Zhao Yu, I'm going home. Zhao Yu took a leaping step off the cliff. Yu Hong, who had rushed over in a panic, couldn't stop him. She watched helplessly as he fell and was quickly swallowed by the fog. No. This. Zhao Yu must have gone crazy or had a hallucination. Yu Hong retreated a few steps in terror, trying her best to calm down. She didn't know why Zhao Yu had jumped off the cliff like a madman. If it was the fog's influence, then why was she fine? Why could she still stay clear-headed? Yu Hong shook her head hard. She knew this wasn't the time for thinking. She was still in the fog and could be attacked by nightmare beasts at any time. Zhao Yu was already dead. She couldn't just give up like this. She turned and continued walking in the original direction. Since she had discovered the artificially felled trees, it meant the mountain camp was nearby. Finding it meant hope for survival. Yu Hong jogged along, discovering the path becoming increasingly flat. Soon, she spotted a courtyard ahead enclosed by a fence made of wooden stakes, exactly like a camp. As she got closer to the courtyard, she also saw a building inside that looked like it was constructed from stone, tightly fitted together. She was completely stunned, not knowing how such a stone house could be built on a mountain. Building a house by piling stones might be easy, but to have not a single gap between the stones where they connected required all sorts of professional polishing and construction equipment. How could those be on the mountain? Was a house built using some kind of mind power item or special ability? After just a fleeting thought, she quickly ran to the front of the stone house and knocked hard on the door. Thump, thump, thump. Help! I'm Yu Hong from the camp at the foot of the mountain. Please help me. Guan Tong was in the room researching and exploring matters related to the thick fog when he suddenly heard the banging on the door and Yu Hong's cry for help. He looked up in surprise towards the door. Because he had closed the door tightly for fear of the thick fog invading the shelter, the shadow surveillance eyes he had originally deployed on the mountain had all become ineffective, so he hadn't discovered that Yu Hong had actually come up the mountain. He had originally thought Yu Hong and Zhao Yu wouldn't risk coming up with the thick fog plus the cold and slippery mountain, but they had actually come. However, from the sound, it seemed only Yu Hong had come. Thump, thump, thump. The banging on the door sounded again. Guan Tong hesitated for a second, then stood up and walked towards the door. Please help and open the door. My friend Zhao Yu already. Just as Guan Tong's hand was already on the door handle, Yu Hong's voice outside abruptly stopped. Guan Tong's wrist, which had been about to turn the door handle, also froze. Yu Hong, he asked aloud. Outside, there was a deathly silence. Guan Tong took 2 steps back. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. No more sound from Yu Hong came from outside the door. Alpha 8 Combat Team 1, fully equipped and ready. At an armed base somewhere in the outskirts of Yong'an, in the indoor preparation area, over 80 fully armed soldiers stood ready. They wore specially made fully enclosed combat suits, and nearby were parked armored combat vehicles, tanks, and other mobile armed vehicles. After hearing the captain's report, the commander said, "We of Alpha A Combat Team 1 are soldiers who have been on the battlefield, tested by iron and blood, with experiences that other Beta-class combat units have never had. On this battlefield, the enemy we face is not human, but a monster called nightmare beasts. But no matter what the enemy is, we will achieve victory. Victory is certain. Victory is certain." Everyone shouted in unison. "Board the vehicles." At the commander's order, everyone entered the sealed, armored vehicles, tanks, and others. Immediately after, the preparation area's large doors opened, and the fog from outside instantly seeped in. This mission: proceed along the designated route to Zone K31, conduct firepower reconnaissance along the way, engage with the nightmare beasts in the thick fog, and obtain effective information on the enemy. Move out. A convoy of over 20 armored vehicles and tanks drove out from the preparation area warehouse and into the thick fog, soon being swallowed by the mist. The convoy was in combat formation, with all machine guns and cannons ready to fire at any moment. Combat was inevitable. Every soldier knew this deeply, because one of their tasks was firepower reconnaissance, to figure out the combat capabilities of the nightmare beasts. After the convoy entered the fog, navigation equipment quickly all failed, but radio communication was not affected. The commander constantly confirmed the situation ahead and behind through communication. About 10 minutes later, a message came from the forward team. Report: Team 1 has encountered a nightmare beast attack. We are currently engaging the nightmare beasts. Tot. Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire and artillery sounds erupted densely, accompanied by a thundering noise, as if an armored vehicle had been overturned. Those at the rear of the convoy, though they didn't know what kind of attack the forward team had encountered, still followed the command and immediately flanked from both sides. A light armored vehicle quickly approached the forward team from the left flank. As it entered visual range, the armed personnel on the vehicle immediately saw some indescribably strange creatures attacking the forward team's vehicles. These creatures varied in shape. Some had streamlined bodies, while others had multiple segmented limbs like centipedes. But these monsters, called nightmare beasts in the rules, shared the commonality of being covered in a shell-like textured skin, colored the same pale purple-green as the fog, allowing them to hide their forms well within the mist. What made humans feel most uncomfortable was that these nightmare beasts all lacked organs like eyes, mouths, or noses, completely different from creatures on Earth. Just as mentioned in the rules, they were definitely creatures from another planet. These nightmare beasts varied in size, but most were quite bulky. Their speed wasn't fast, but their strength was great, enough to overturn tanks weighing over 10 tons. Fire! Fire! The human counterattack poured out in the form of thermal weapons. A large number of bullets, artillery shells, and even high-temperature flames shot out, landing on those nightmare beasts. Their shell-like textured skin also cracked and splintered, and their method of death was like a balloon. They exploded and dissipated into the fog. This discovery immediately sent the soldiers into ecstatic joy. The nightmare beasts in this rule weren't like the previous sound hunters. They could be eliminated by human thermal weapons. This meant that for the first time in the Doomsday Rules, the weapons humanity had developed over many years had a sufficient role to play. This rule didn't need to rely on any powerful ascendants, any flashy mind power items or skills. Relying only on humanity's own creations, they could slaughter these monsters in the fog. Intelligence about elite soldiers fighting nightmare beasts was quickly laid out on the Countermeasures Research Office's meeting table. The reality that thermal weapons could kill the nightmare beasts exhilarated everyone in the room. Great! Finally, our human weapons get to shine. Exactly. With this rule, humanity finally has a full offensive capability. If the armed forces in each city are mobilized, driving back, or even completely eliminating the beasts in the fog doesn't seem impossible. Compared to everyone else's excitement, Director Gao Yongwei remained relatively calm. He said, "Don't be hasty in celebrating. Don't forget our soldiers have suffered casualties too." At those words, everyone's expressions turned serious. Gao Yongwei looked to the analyst. "Report the conclusions from the compiled intelligence." "Yes," the analyst said. "Based on the reports, While thermal weapons can inflict casualties on the nightmare beasts, different beasts possess different characteristics that still pose great threats to humans. One type, a gigantic centipede-like arthropod nightmare beast, is extremely strong and can flip tanks. But these beasts appear to lack digestive organs. Their attacks on humans seem aimed at exposing people to the fog. Exposing people to the fog. The fog has corrosive properties and neurotoxins. Humans exposed to it face a kind of slow death. An expert said, "Do the beasts have any other traits?" The analyst replied, "Yes. When a nightmare beast is killed, it explodes like a balloon. Its fragments vanish into the fog, leaving no corpse behind for recovery or study. Any attempts to capture them alive? Attempted, but after losing several soldiers' lives, the attempts failed. However, one conclusion has been reached. The beasts cannot survive outside the fog. If they are attacked and promptly leave the fog's range, they can escape." Another expert stroked his chin and speculated, "It seems the beasts and the fog have a symbiotic relationship. Could we disperse the fog with blowers or similar devices and thus eliminate the beasts inside?" "Not a bad idea," someone agreed. "If it works, placing large, powerful fans throughout the city could solve the beast threat." That approach was tried when the rule was first released, and it didn't work. The fog is unusual, seemingly light but very heavy. Ordinary strong winds cannot disperse it. Gao Yongwei said, "After the meeting, declassify the intelligence. Notify shelter and gathering point residents, reassure them, and tell them the authorities will deploy armed forces to eliminate the nightmare beasts in the city fog as quickly as possible." Everyone nodded, and Gao Yongwei continued, "Then we need to prepare to carry out exploration of the thick fog." At that, some people were surprised. Explore. If the fog only contains nightmare beasts, is there anything of value to explore? "I understand the director's meaning," someone caught on. "It's because the rules notes mentioned if you decide to explore the depths of the mist." "Exactly," Gao Yongwei nodded. "I don't think the fire thief speaks without reason. Since the notes warn to be cautious during exploration, that implies there's something in the deep fog worth investigating. We must not ignore that." "No, excellent. Reasonable. Since conventional thermal weapons can kill the beasts, can't we just assign elite soldiers to the exploration task and not deploy ascendant teams?" Dr. Zhang immediately replied in the negative. "No, I believe it's still necessary to dispatch an ascendant squad. We don't know what the fire thief meant by exploration. If we encounter something that only powerful ascendants can handle, soldiers alone won't suffice." Dr. Zhang is right. Decide which squad to send. Understand, I plan to send the most elite first squad to participate in the operation, plus one backup member. "A backup member?" Gao Yongwei asked. "Any special ability?" "Yes. The little girl, named Chenna, we brought from the Yongzhou base of the caregiving organization during the last rule. Her perception ability might be very useful in the fog, so I plan to temporarily attach her to the first squad for the operation." "Then do it." After the meeting, the authorities immediately released intelligence about the nightmare beasts. When people learned conventional weapons could kill the beasts, they cheered, especially ordinary people whose terminal panels had been closed. Because every rule required ascendants to act, they had increasingly felt excluded, but the 9th rule made them feel useful again. Although they cannot use mind power, once they enlist and receive training, they can use guns and artillery and will still contribute to eradicating the monsters. At that moment, Guan Tong, who was still inside a shelter and saw the official news, was genuinely surprised. Guns and artillery can destroy the nightmare beasts? Then, what need is there for ascendants? With the current level of ascendants, they simply couldn't match the destructive power of modern weapons developed over centuries. If guns and artillery were effective this time, human armies would no longer fear these monsters. But that meant, Guan Tong had initially assumed, by inertia, that the beasts in this rule could only be eliminated by ascendants, which was why he chose not to sell intelligence earlier to avoid too much competition. But now that firearms work, Guan Tong could not be sure about other countries. Based on Beijing country's usual official style, they certainly would not remain purely defensive. The government would deploy large numbers of soldiers to sweep the fog for monsters while trying to conduct explorations. The public note in the rule explicitly mentioned exploring the missed steps. With the countermeasures research office's capabilities, they could not overlook this. That turned the competition from being between ascendants into competition with official elite forces. Guan Tong did not believe his efficiency could surpass hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of soldiers. Forget it, I'll stick to my own pace. Guan Tong's original plan was to use the shadow to scout and try to find the fog source. But when Yu Hong knocked and then suddenly fell silent earlier, and he used the shadow to check, a troublesome issue occurred to him. Inside the shelter, he could not materialize a shadow that had shifted outside, unless he opened the door. This was related to the shelter's properties. It is a completely sealed form, driven by mind power. Although inside and outside the shelter looked separated only by a door, they were effectively two different spaces. Only when the door was open did the shelter and the outside exist in the same space. That's why once he closed the main door, his shadow surveillance eyes deployed outside would fail. But now thick fog covered the outside. If he opened the door and the spaces connected, the fog would spill in, and the safe place would become unsafe. Looks like I have to go out, but I should buy some equipment first. Guan Tong opened the terminal market and searched the keywords anti-corrosion and full-body protection. He couldn't get government-produced protective gear right now, so he looked to see if the market offered anything. If he could buy some, he could avoid spending shadow resources to cover his body. Search results appeared fast, filling several pages. There were various gear items and medicines. Guan Tong first looked at medicines. Anti-corrosion solvent. After ingestion, the user will not suffer any type of corrosion for 12 hours. Price, 6,000 ascension coins. The effect was acceptable, but the duration was too short, so he dismissed it. He scrolled through several pages and finally found what he wanted. Class A biochemical full-body protective suit. When equipped, effectively resists various corrosives, chemical gases, and similar harm. Equipped with a breathing circulation helmet that supplies harmless oxygen continuously for over 72 hours. Recharge required in a safe air area afterward. This item is tradable. Price, 80,000 ascension coins. 80,000 ascension coins for a protective suit was expensive for ordinary ascendants. The seller was likely taking advantage of the rule's timeliness to raise prices for groups. That it hadn't been bought by organizations suggested others thought it of limited use. Because with the hidden rule unknown, few would risk venturing into the deep fog for exploration. Most ordinary people hid in sealed places, and the government could deploy troops to clear the beasts. These factors kept the price from being snapped up. Since Guan Tong needed it, he did not overthink it and purchased it. He equipped it immediately. A set of dark protective gear appeared from head to toe, looking very professional. The helmet displayed the remaining oxygen amount, 72 hours, recharging. It seems the interior of this shelter counts as a safe air area. The helmet can recharge here. That's convenient. Guan Tong had planned to recall the shelter when he left. Now, if his oxygen was low outside, he could summon the shelter to recharge instead of finding a location outside the fog. Very handy. He then searched the store for attack warning to see if any similar items existed, but the search returned no results. Seems items like that are in high demand. Guan Tong wanted one to guard against beast ambushes and save shadow consumption. Many organizations' key figures likely feared surprise attacks and would scoop up such devices. So when similar items appeared on the market, teams buyers would clear them out. He thought of Jang Ming from the Yongzhou base battle. Jang Ming undoubtedly had attack warning tools and valuable teleportation items, which cost many ascension coins to obtain, but their effectiveness saved him. Without those two item types, Jang Ming would have died in Guan Tong's hands. Since the market lacked what he wanted, Guan Tong let it go. He checked his status to make sure everything was fine, then walked to the door and opened it. The moment his feet stepped outside into the fog, Guan Tong felt danger signals rise from his core. Though he knew much of it was psychological from leaving a protected environment, he chose to be safe. He summoned his shadow immediately, activated its vision, and split several surveillance eyes. One on his back, one on his chest, and one above his head. This way, no matter which direction a beast struck, it would be detected. Guan Tong held his silver hunter in his hands, the multi-function firearm that had accompanied him through many battles, and it would not be absent this time. Since the authorities had verified firearms and artillery could harm the nightmare beasts, his silver hunt was sure to be useful in this rule. According to the hidden rule information, to find the fog source, we need to trace the beast's tracks. That trace should be where they came from, right? How do we track that? Chenna, wearing protective gear specially tailored to her height and build, rode the elevator upward with 5 other tall, imposing individuals. Because she wasn't very familiar with the 5 of them, she stood somewhat awkwardly in the corner. But this situation didn't last more than a few seconds. Soon, the only woman among the 5 walked over, bent down, and smiled at her. Little sister Chenna, can I call you Xiaona from now on? Chenna nodded. Okay. May I ask how I should address you, sister? My code name is Silver Fox. You can call me Sister Silver Fox. Understood, Sister Silver Fox. So well behaved. Silver Fox gently patted Chenna's head and said with a laugh, Don't be nervous. Sister and those 4 scary-looking uncles are all good people will protect you when we're on the mission. Hey, Silver Fox, that's enough, Black Shark said unhappily. You call yourself sister, but call the 4 of us uncles. Silver Fox laughed. What? You 4 rough guys want a little girl to call you big brothers. Black Shark looked speechless. Flying Eagle chuckled and interjected. Night Owl is younger than you, Silver Fox. If you're a sister, then he's definitely a brother. Night Owl, wearing thin-rimmed glasses, glanced up before burying his head again to fiddle with the electronic device in his hands, clearly not wanting to get involved in such a pointless argument. Captain Dragon Soul spoke up at this point. Silver Fox will be operating alongside elite troops this time. Don't make inappropriate jokes then. The troop commander definitely won't be happy. Silver Fox shrugged. Understood. Dragon Soul then turned to Chenna. Little sister Chenna, when the time comes, stay with your sister Silver Fox. She'll protect you if there's danger. Absolutely do not run off on your own. Chenna nodded. Although the others still saw her as a child who needed looking after, in reality, after experiencing so much, her mentality was now far more mature than her peers. She knew she was going on a mission this time and might need to use her abilities, so she would take it seriously. Even though she was still young, she already understood the principle of equivalent exchange. If Dr. Jang Ming hadn't valued her abilities, he wouldn't have kept her and arranged a job for her mother in a base of this level, something countless people outside couldn't even dream of obtaining. Precisely because she understood this, she had agreed without hesitation when Dr. Zhang asked for her opinion, consenting to join this operation with First Squad to provide assistance. The 6 of them took the elevator up to a massive preparation room on the ground level. Here, large groups of soldiers were already lined up in formation, fully equipped and ready to go. Alpha, yes. This was the first time Chenna had seen so many soldiers outside of television, and she was quite shocked. Even Black Shark from the Dragon Soul team was surprised. Looking at the several neat rows of troops, he muttered to Dragon Soul, Captain, this many people for this operation? That's the strength of a reinforced armored battalion, right? Whoa, there's even anti-air firepower. Have flying nightmare beasts been confirmed now? Keep your comments to yourself, Black Shark. Don't forget our mission this time, Dragon Soul said. We're going deep into the fog for investigation. Having more personnel is appropriate. After saying this, Dragon Soul went to briefly communicate with the troop commander. Afterwards, everyone boarded vehicles and, under the commander's orders, officially set off. Somewhere in the Saroma Empire, 4 women with high noses and deep-set eyes pushed open a door and entered a room. The walls and floor of the room were filled with all sorts of mystical props, tarot cards, turtle shells, bells, ritual knives, the list went on. Behind a long table sat a woman, curled up in a chair, her entire body shrouded in a long blanket embroidered with starry patterns. Only her overly pale face dotted with a few freckles visible. When the 4 women entered, this woman merely lifted her eyelids for a glance before immediately lowering her gaze to continue staring at a crystal ball on the table. Inside it was a deep blue, moon-shaped key. Adam, one of the 4 women called softly toward the door. Guan, it's indeed that diviner, moon, key. Apologies for disturbing your peace. Adam, with shoulder-length golden hair and a slender build, entered the room, showing a very respectful attitude toward the woman behind the long table. This displeased the 4 women. They believed Adam was the strongest ascendant in this country and had no need to be overly humble to some charlatan. The woman behind the long table glanced at Adam upon hearing this and spoke. "What is the matter?" Her voice was very hoarse, and her speech was oddly stilted, as if she was unpracticed from not speaking for a long time. Adam said, "I've come to ask you, the renowned diviner Moon Key, for help in prophesying the situation regarding the ninth mode rule. It's strange. Somehow, ever since this rule was announced, my mind has been restless. Prophecy requires consuming a lot of mind power. I have not recovered yet." The woman called Moon Key stammered. "I've already considered that." Adam took out 2 bottles of medicinal items and placed them on the table. One bottle's effect is to temporarily increase the upper limit of mind power. The other instantly restores all mind power. The woman nodded, accepted the potions, and used them. Then she stared at the crystal ball in her hands, murmuring something under her breath. Before long, the deep blue key inside the crystal ball she held emitted a faint light and began to rotate. The woman closed her eyes, seemingly receiving guidance from the key. This process lasted a full 5 minutes. As the key stopped rotating, the woman opened her eyes. She looked at Adam, but her pupils seemed unfocused, as if staring into emptiness. I saw a door. An open door hidden deep within the fog. Inside the door leads to a terrifying world. Monsters, countless monsters are emerging. A door? The 4 women exchanged glances, not understanding the specific meaning. Adam, however, nodded seriously. "Thank you for the prophecy." Having said that, he took out several more precious items and placed them on the table as a token of gratitude. Then he left the room, and the 4 women immediately followed. "Adam, is that fortune teller's nonsense really useful? She's not just spouting nonsense, is she?" "Yeah. Those items you gave are worth hundreds of thousands of ascension coins. Is it really worth it?" "Worth it," Adam said noncommittally. "Make preparations. I'm going deep into the fog." "Adam, you're going to explore the fog? That's too dangerous. Will His Majesty permit it?" "Adam similid genti. Do I need the king's permission for what I do? Have you forgotten?" "Understood, Adam. We'll make the preparations immediately." Guan Tong walked through the fog. He had no leads for now on where the fog's origin was. He simply walked on his own while simultaneously releasing several shadow lines. These shadow lines spread out in all directions from him as the center point. Their purpose was singular, to find clues about the fog's origin. Before long, he heard a strange sound coming from the fog to his left. He immediately realized the sound was coming from above. Whoosh! A nightmare beast that almost blended with the fog suddenly descended from the sky, its sharp claws aiming for Guan Tong's chest. Guan Tong reacted quickly enough, his finger pulling the trigger. A single Type 2 slug shot out. Thump! Crack! There wasn't one explosion, but 2. The first was the sound of the slug hitting the nightmare beast. The second was the sound of the nightmare beast exploding on its own. Guan Tong witnessed with his own eyes how that headless nightmare beast, with only a pair of wings and a cylindrical body with 4 sharp claws, self-destructed like a balloon after being shot. No flesh, no blood, no fur. After exploding, the nightmare beast seemed to be swallowed by the fog, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Witnessing such a bizarre creature up close, even knowing it was from an alien planet, Guan Tong still felt extremely unsettled inside. Such creatures that defy common sense and human cognition create an indescribable sense of psychological dislocation upon close contact. Fortunately, its defenses weren't great. A single Type 2 slug resolved it smoothly, which gave him some confidence. He made his way down the mountain and discovered the campsite that originally belonged to Yu Hong and Zhao Yu at the foot of the mountain. Those 2, thump, thump. Suddenly, a series of powerful ground-shaking sounds rang out, interrupting Guan Tong's train of thought. Hearing the sound, he immediately looked toward its source and transferred the shadow's vision from that direction to himself. He immediately saw a giant nightmare beast walking through the thick fog. It had a full 5 legs. It seemed to have no feet. The end of each leg was just a flat, circular surface of a cylinder. Looking up along the legs, he couldn't see the top. Just the height of a few legs exceeded several meters, the limit of visibility. The rest of its body was completely hidden in the dense fog, impossible to discern. Guan Tong recalled the biological signal detector sold in the Ascension store. What must be detecting is precisely this kind of giant nightmare beast. Should he avoid such a monster? Guan Tong didn't have much desire to fight. Within the visible range, just 5 legs were 2 or 3 stories tall. Its true size was utterly impossible to estimate. If such an enemy noticed him and attacked, Guan Tong felt running was the only option. He instinctively wanted to distance himself from such a colossal nightmare beast. But then, upon second thought, listening to the thump, stomping sounds of the giant beast, he suddenly realized something. He manipulated the shadow in that direction to look down. Sure enough, he discovered footprints left by the nightmare beast on the ground. This immediately gave Guan Tong an idea. The origin of the fog should be the place where nightmare beasts appear. So, as long as he followed the footprints left by this giant nightmare beast backward, walking to the end of the footprints should lead him to the fog's origin. Having thought of this, he immediately changed direction. To avoid attracting the giant nightmare beast's attention, he deliberately took a wide detour to reach the side of the footprints. Then he began walking along the direction of the footprints. He recalled the shadow lines from other directions, focusing on extending them in this single direction, hoping the shadow could discover the location of the fog's origin faster than he could. However, hoping for the shadow to provide early warning was impossible, because he had already discovered that the outer skin of nightmare beasts seemed like soft armor, and its color was almost identical to the color of the fog. This resulted in humans having extreme difficulty distinguishing or seeing the existence of nightmare beasts within the fog unless they moved. The shadow's 5 senses didn't possess special abilities. They were identical to Guan Tong's own. What Guan Tong couldn't discover, the shadow couldn't discover either. He followed the footprints forward, remaining vigilant at all times against potential attacks from nightmare beasts. As for which direction he was heading, he had no idea. He had been completely disoriented since entering the fog. After walking like this for about 7 or 8 minutes, Guan Tong heard another faint noise coming from behind him. He immediately turned around and saw a bizarre, humanoid nightmare beast with a head, torso, and limbs charging toward him. Bang! Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger of Silverhunt. This time, he used Type 1 buckshot. With one shot, several pellets struck the humanoid nightmare beast, forcing it back 2 steps before its body exploded and dissolved into the fog. The moment the nightmare beast exploded, Guan Tong clearly saw its face. Although it was mostly corroded, he still recognized it. A violent wave of nausea almost made him retch. It was Yu Hong's face. Yu Hong? How could it be her? Guan Tong couldn't believe his eyes, but he was certain he hadn't misseen in that instant. That face, mostly corroded by the fog, leaving only a mutilated remnant, was indeed Yu Hong's. Does a human become a nightmare beast after being killed by one, or does this fog itself transform humans into nightmare beasts? This information wasn't included in the official release. Is it because they haven't discovered it yet? Moreover, the rules clearly mention that nightmare beasts are creatures from an alien planet. Yu Hong is a native of Tianshui Star through and through. So when did she become an alien creature? Guan Tong couldn't figure it out, but his impression of Yu Hong was actually quite good. He thought she was a very measured person in her actions. Now, seeing her transformed into a monster and dying miserably, he felt very uncomfortable inside. But this is the kind of tragedy that happens who knows how many times every day under the Doomsday Rules. He took a deep breath, forcing his emotions to calm down as quickly as possible, and continued forward. He knew that since he had chosen to come out and explore, there was no reason to give up halfway. However, he had to be careful. Without knowing why humans were being turned into nightmare beasts, he had to ensure he didn't inhale even a trace of fog as much as possible. Guided by the footprints of the giant nightmare beast, the further Guan Tong walked, the more he felt the fog gradually thickening. Previously near Mingdao Mountain, visibility in the fog was about 4 or 5 meters, but now it had shortened to 2 or 3 meters, a direct indication of the increasing fog density. And as the fog grew thicker, attacks from nightmare beasts became much more dangerous, placing higher demands on Guan Tong's reaction speed. For safety's sake, he had to slow his pace considerably while also pricking up his ears, listening carefully to the nearby movements. He had encountered ordinary small nightmare beasts several times already, easily dealing with them using Silver Hunt. They were nothing to fear. What truly frightened him were those massive nightmare beasts. In such dense fog, a sudden encounter would make combat extremely dangerous. Because Guan Tong had currently discovered that although these nightmare beasts would explode into fragments like balloons after dying, seeming very light in mass, before death, they possessed strength matching or even exceeding their size. This was another phenomenon that struck him as strange and counterintuitive. A creature having significant mass while alive, yet all that mass disappearing at the moment of death, going from as heavy as Mount Tai to as light as a feather in an instant. Should he say this is what makes them alien planet creatures? It's hard to imagine such a phenomenon existing in Tianshui Star's biosphere. Carrying a heart full of unanswered questions, Guan Tong pressed on. He believed these questions would find answers once he located the fog's source. But the fog's source seemed extremely distant. Guan Tong walked for several hours, and besides the fog getting thicker and nightmare beast attacks increasing, there were no other significant changes. Driving might be faster, but ordinary vehicles moving through the fog were too dangerous. It would be hard to fight back if attacked inside a car. And as for those heavily armored vehicles and tanks with strong defensive capabilities, he couldn't get his hands on them now, so he had to rely on walking for the time being. I set out in the afternoon, and now it's already. Guan Tong glanced at his phone. It was 8 p.m. During the day, the thick fog already made visibility extremely poor. At night, combined with the darkness, it was pure torture. Guan Tong could now barely see just over a meter in front of him, and that was with his headlamp on and strong light shining. Without the headlamp, it would probably be pitch black. In Nipsidon, however, the fog illuminated by the headlamp's beam, with the intense white light mixing with the fog's faint purplish-green hue, created an extremely psychedelic color atmosphere. Guan Tong would get headaches and lose focus from looking at it for too long. This made him realize he couldn't continue like this. If his mind wasn't focused enough in the fog, he might be unable to handle a sudden attack. Frankly, he wasn't afraid of getting injured himself. He was afraid those nightmare beasts would damage his protective gear, exposing his skin to the fog. That's right. After experiencing multiple nightmare beast attacks, Guan Tong had discovered that these beasts had no mouths, no facial features. They didn't eat people or kill people. To be precise, they didn't have the subjective concept of killing. Their purpose in attacking seemed to be to expose their target's skin to the fog. This gave Guan Tong a feeling that in this hunting game, the nightmare beasts were merely supporting characters, only responsible for the prelude. The real main character, responsible for the main event, was this thick, bizarre fog itself. The nightmare beasts don't kill people. The fog is what kills people. Guan Tong hesitated no longer. He took out the wordless book from his storage box, summoned his all-purpose shelter, and used the body swap ability to teleport inside. He glanced at the remaining oxygen level inside his helmet. 67 hours, recharging. Guan Tong took off his helmet and took a deep breath. Coal Ball, who had been staying indoors, scurried over and meowed a few times. Guan Tong fed it some food, deciding not to leave the shelter again before daybreak. After feeding Coal Ball, he went to the bathroom to take a shower and relieve his fatigue. Although he had only walked in the fog for a few hours, during those hours his entire being was in a state of high tension and alertness. His muscles couldn't relax, and the accumulated fatigue from both psychological and physical strain was significant, needing release. After showering, he sat at the table, turned on his computer, and checked for any latest news. Since the official release of the intelligence about thermal weapons being able to eliminate nightmare beasts, there had been no further updates during this period. Guan Tong thought for a moment, then entered the intelligence section of his Ascendant Home website and posted a thread. Intelligence regarding the 9th Doomsday Rule. In the post, he clearly described the situation where humans, once exposed to the fog for a period, would transform into nightmare beasts. He also listed the characteristics of the several different nightmare beasts he had encountered. Most users on the site had set him, the administrator, as a special follow, so as soon as his post went up, the number of replies immediately skyrocketed. An administrator who shares free intelligence is a good administrator. The administrator has finally surfaced. Judging by the post content, has the administrator gone into the fog? Daring to explore in the fog when it's so dangerous? That's our administrator for you. The rest of us are all hiding in sealed places. This intelligence doesn't seem very useful. We're not going into the fog. It's too dangerous. Now that thermal weapons can eliminate nightmare beasts this time, official agencies from various countries will definitely send out fog exploration teams, right? User above, definitely. I bet the official agencies of various countries are all holding their breath. The previous rules left a ton of modern weapons with no use for them. This time, they can finally show their strength and are sure to make a move. It seems some famous ascendants have also taken the initiative to risk exploring the fog. Are there good things in the fog? The rules footnote mentions something about exploring the fog. There might be gains. But I don't want to take the risk anyway. I'll wait for official news. Now that thermal weapons are usable, any gains should probably be obtained by the officials. Although Guan Tong's intelligence had some value, unfortunately, most ascendants had no intention of exploring the fog, so it wasn't useful to them. The few explorers who might want to see it probably couldn't anyway. After all, not every ascendant was like Guan Tong, carrying a fully functional shelter with internet, showers, and a place to sleep. After posting, Guan Tong checked his private messages. Those contact from major organizations and groups who had previously been urgently requesting to purchase hidden intelligence about the new rules had all quieted down, probably related to the discovery that thermal weapons could harm nightmare beasts. These contacts represented organizations and groups with significant power. How many of them wouldn't have channels to acquire some modern firearms? Thus, the demand for hidden intelligence from these organizations wasn't as great anymore. Only a few contacts sent new private messages, not to buy intelligence, but to seek deeper cooperation with Guan Tong, like the private message from the person claiming to be a Suroma Empire contact, who had sent several messages hoping Guan Tong would become an imperial advisor. For this, any price could be negotiated. Gold and beauties were not worth mentioning, and even granting a large fiefdom was no problem. Guan Tong knew that the Suroma Empire still had the concept of fiefdoms. The king was the supreme monarch, ruling over a total of 59 major fiefdoms, each controlled by a local lord family. Before the Doomsday Rules, each lord family was considered illustrious and overbearing. But after entering the Doomsday Rules era, they were undoubtedly not doing well. Now, this contact could even offer the hereditary private fiefdoms of other families as hiring incentives, showing that the Suroma Empire was willing to spare no expense to gain a leading position in the Doomsday Rules era. These conditions might be extremely tempting to others, but unfortunately, Guan Tong had no plans to become a lord. Besides, in the Doomsday Rules era, it often happened that one rule brought boundless glory while the next brought sudden death. No one could guarantee their tomorrow would come. Therefore, the most enticing power and status of stable times held little importance for many people in this era. Guan Tong closed the webpage and lay on the bed, turning his head to look out the window. Apart from the pervasive fog, he could see nothing. Time to rest. Guan Tong didn't want to think too much. Getting enough sleep and maintaining abundant energy tomorrow morning to continue exploring deeper was important. He closed his eyes. Thanks to the shelter's safety, he quickly fell into a peaceful sleep. However, noises that came from time to time would occasionally startle him awake. Those impact sounds, slapping sounds, friction sounds would come from the door or outer walls at regular intervals. But the destructive power of these nightmare beasts wasn't enough to breach the shelter made of special sturdy stone material. So their actions, aside from occasionally waking Guan Tong and making him roll over to sleep again, had no other effect on him. He slept until after 5 a.m. the next day. Getting up, he inadvertently glanced at the window, and his heart skipped a beat. Several blood-red handprints were smeared on the window, and in the middle of those handprints, a blurred red human face imprint remained. It seemed that at some point while he was asleep, someone or some nightmare beast had pressed against the window, watching him. For the first time, Guan Tong felt that the windows newly appearing after the shelter upgrade weren't all benefits. At least the original wooden hut, with only one door, didn't have to worry about external peeping issues. Forget it. Whatever demons or ghosts, if I encounter them, I'll send them all off with a single shot. Guan Tong wasn't about to be scared by a few bloody prints on the window. He got up, washed up, ate something, and after brightening outside, he put on his oxygen-filled protective gear, left the shelter, and continued following the nightmare beast footprints on the ground, advancing toward the direction of the fog's source. Boom, rumble, rumble. The convoy of armored vehicles and tanks moved with heavy, noisy sounds, forming a continuous low rumble within the fog. Squad Dragon Soul and Chenna sat inside an armored vehicle, all looking somewhat weary. They had set out yesterday afternoon, and it had been nearly 20 hours by now. They had been constantly attacked by nightmare beasts along the way, making it difficult to get proper rest. It was commendable that this reinforced armored battalion had ample firepower. Every nightmare beast that initiated an attack was completely eliminated by heavy firepower, and the 100-strong force had yet to suffer a single casualty. But if they kept advancing like this, no one knew when it would end. "Captain, is that kid leading the way really reliable?" Black Shark couldn't help but speak up. "What if he leads us the wrong way?" Dragon Soul replied, "It should be fine. After all, he possesses the coordinates ability." The person responsible for leading the way was someone the authorities had specifically found in the ability/item database. He possessed an ability called coordinates. When activated, he just needed to silently recite the location he wanted to go to in his mind. By consuming mind power, he could obtain route guidance to the target location. After the authorities found this person, they incorporated him into this mission. By having him silently recite the source of fog transmission in his mind and using his coordinates ability, they obtained the corresponding route guidance. This person was currently in the commander's command vehicle with the troops. He provided the route, and the commander directed the troops forward based on the information. "I still don't think it's very reliable," Black Shark muttered. "It's not even certain if this fog has a transmission source. Maybe it's like that blizzard incident. That snow was all conjured out of thin air by the fire thief. Where was there any source? If we don't rely on him, should we rely on you?" Silver Fox teased. "If you have that skill, why don't you lead the way for everyone?" "Humph, I don't have those weird and wonderful abilities, but if it comes to a fight, I'm worth 10 of him." Without others' weird and wonderful abilities, our operation this time would just be running around like headless flies. After all, navigation devices and such are completely unusable in this fog. "Right, Night Owl." Flying Eagle looked at the bespectacled young man sitting in the corner. The latter nodded and said, "It's not just electronic navigation that's unusable." As he spoke, he pulled an old-fashioned compass from his pocket. The needle on it kept spinning in circles. "This fog is interfering with the magnetic field." "Damn, this is seriously spooky." Black Shark cursed. Who knows what kind of crap from some other planet was brought to Tinshue's star. "Look on the bright side." Flying Eagle patted Black Shark's shoulder. "Didn't the experts say this is the first confirmation of the existence of extraterrestrial life? Most likely, the fire thief is also some kind of alien intelligent life form, not the god many people keep talking about. Knowing that is something worth celebrating." "Celebrate my ass, I think." A serious command suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. "Detected a giant nightmare beast nearby. All vehicles stop immediately." As soon as the voice sounded, the many vehicles in the convoy immediately stopped moving. Everyone fell silent, so quiet you could almost hear your own heartbeat. This wasn't the first time the troops had encountered a giant nightmare beast. They had encountered one before, a nightmare beast that looked like an arthropod. Just a small segment of its limb was over 20 meters long. Its total body length was simply impossible to estimate. It could be said that when that nightmare beast swam past the convoy, no one wanted to open fire on it. Perhaps the armor battalion's firepower could kill such a giant beast, but would most likely come at a cost. The commander was very clear that their core mission this time was exploration, not clearing out every nightmare beast they encountered in the fog. So he ordered complete silence when encountering giant nightmare beasts, hoping to let them pass if possible, and only opening fire if absolutely unavoidable. Hundreds of people, each with 10 biological signal detectors, each effective for about 5 minutes. Using them in rotation during the march was enough to continuously monitor the traces of giant nightmare beasts over a long period. Now all vehicles stopped. Chenna closed her eyes and silently activated her perception domain ability. With the domain deployed, she clearly sensed a nightmare beast of enormous size, moving slowly about 170 meters away. But what surprised her was that the beast wasn't moving on the ground. It was moving suspended in the air. She exclaimed in surprise, "It's flying." Hearing this, Dragon Soul looked at Chenna. "You used your ability? Is it a flying-type nightmare beast?" Chenna, eyes still closed, nodded. Then she suddenly paused, sensing some moving creatures several hundred meters away. Those seemed to be humans. Guan Tong walked through the fog, feeling somewhat strange. For a full hour now, no nightmare beast had attacked him. This was definitely abnormal. Based on his previous experience, the nightmare beasts in the fog, while not densely packed, were still numerous. He encountered an attack roughly every 7 or 8 minutes on average. Now, with no activity for a full hour, there must be some reason, especially since the environment he was in now had denser fog than before. It was now 12:30 p.m., the brightest time of day, but visibility was only a little over half a meter. The fog had thickened to such an extent that he was forced to summon some living dead to walk around in front of him. This way, if a nightmare beast launched a surprise attack, the living dead could still block for him, creating some buffer space. But it was impossible for there to be no nightmare beasts in a place with such dense fog. Could there be some special circumstance? Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded from not far away. Guan Tong was startled and instinctively looked in the direction of the sound, but his view was blocked by the thick fog. It was artillery fire. He definitely didn't miss here. That was the sound of human artillery. Are there armed forces near me? That first artillery blast seemed like an opening statement, followed by the continuous sound of intense gunfire. Yes, armed forces, and on a large scale. Did they encounter some troublesome nightmare beast? Otherwise, why such a huge commotion? Guan Tong immediately manipulated several shadow lines to quickly approach the location of the commotion. Sure enough, he discovered an armored tank convoy, which immediately confirmed to him that these were troops dispatched by the authorities. And the weapons mounted on these vehicles were all firing at the sky at that moment, as if the enemy was coming from above. Guan Tong manipulated his shadow to look upward. Due to the thick fog, he could only see a short distance. Within that short distance, a large number of bat-like nightmare beasts were descending from the sky, smashing down towards the armored vehicles. Compared to the defensive capabilities of the armored vehicles and tanks, these nightmare beasts were essentially committing suicide attacks, which shouldn't be a concern. But the next moment, a giant wing descended from the sky, piercing through an armored vehicle with a loud clang. A giant nightmare beast. Guan Tong knew that only a giant nightmare beast could possess such immense power. This official force must have realized this too, which was why they were firing so fiercely at the sky. Get away. That was his first thought. Both the giant nightmare beast and the artillery fire from the official armored forces were dangerous to him. If he rashly approached and accidentally took a hit from a large caliber shell, that wouldn't be a joke. Guan Tong immediately manipulated his shadow to transform into shadow armor, covering his entire body, then quickly sprinted forward, moving away from the vicinity of the battlefield. As he ran like this, he suddenly noticed the fog ahead was thinning. Was he getting close to the source of the fog? Guan Tong increased his running speed. With no nightmare beasts coming to stop him, he gradually realized, perhaps the closer to the edge, the fewer nightmare beasts there were. Or maybe this was the territory of that nightmare beast currently engaged with the official armor convoy, and other nightmare beasts were scared away. Nightmare beasts had no concept of eating, so whether a food chain existed among them, Guan Tong didn't know either. He only knew the fog ahead of him was getting thinner and thinner, thinner and thinner. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. About 20-something meters ahead, a tall fog gate hung, suspended in the air, about 30 centimeters off the ground. That gate, is it one of the sources of the fog? Guan Tong looked at the suspended fog gate and walked towards it step by step. The puzzle fragment mentioned in the hidden rule, the one that could piece together the Doomsday Rules puzzle. Would it be here? His heart raced. As the fog gate drew closer, several figures suddenly rushed out from the other side, standing in confrontation with him. Guan Tong halted and looked at the 5 people. They were all wearing unified, bright yellow protective gear, clearly a squad. The five of them glanced at the fog gate suspended in the air, exchanged looks with each other, and the tall man at the forefront spoke to Guan Tong. You're a civilian expert, right? We're an official ascended squad. It seems that gate is the source of the fog. Guan Tong's mind stirred. He thought that armored force might be responsible for holding off the nightmare beasts, thereby creating an opportunity for this squad to complete the exploration. Yes, Guan Tong said. We need to explore first. Please stay here for now. After we finish, if you need it, we can escort you back. Why do you get to explore first? Hearing this, Dragon's soul paused. Black Shark beside him spoke up. Listen, kid. It was our soldier brothers fighting to the death against that giant bird nightmare beast that created the chance to get close to this gate. Of course, we should explore first. Guan Tong didn't agree. That's not a reasonable justification. Without you, I would have found a way to lure away the nightmare beasts and explore myself. As he spoke, he manipulated a shadow line to approach the fog gate. However, the shadow line, barely noticeable to the naked eye even in normal conditions, was detected by Night Owl, the bespectacled one among the five. Night Owl said, he's using a mind power ability to approach the fog gate. You little punk, playing dirty. Black Shark roared, pulling the rifle from his back, but he was stopped by Captain Dragonsoul. Black Shark, don't be impulsive. Captain, let me handle it. Silver Fox finished speaking, and her figure flickered, disappearing without a trace. Teleportation ability? No, just speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Guan Tong saw a blurry afterimage left by Silver Fox's movement, then immediately felt a gust of powerful wind attacking from behind. With a thud, Silver Fox's high roundhouse kick landed on his shadow armor. The thick shadow armor absorbed the force of the kick. Guan Tong wasn't harmed. He immediately manipulated shadow lines to entangle Silver Fox, while simultaneously firing the grappling hook from his silver hunt toward the spot on the ground far in the direction of the fog gate. This is a shadow. Silver Fox saw the black objects winding towards her, her figure rapidly retreating to dodge, her face showing surprise. Your shadow. The other four squad members had initially seen Guan Tong clad in black armor and thought it was his special protective gear, not connecting it to shadow. But now, seeing the signature shadow-manipulating method of shadow, they suddenly realized this person's identity. Guan Tong paid no attention. His target was the puzzle fragment. After the grappling hook arced and embedded itself in the ground, it immediately pulled his body rapidly towards it. Seeing this, the five members of Squad Dragon Soul concluded there must be some secret at the fog gate. Otherwise, Shadow wouldn't be so urgent. Go over. At Dragon Soul's command, all five rushed over. The fastest Silver Fox and Flying Eagle caught up to Guan Tong's side first, but were immediately blocked by shadow walls rising from the ground. It really is Shadow. If the five couldn't be completely sure before, the appearance of these shadow walls proved 100% that this person was Shadow. Because in the battle at Holy Grail Island, what everyone discussed the most was the black walls formed by Shadow, which blocked countless people's escape routes, leaving an extremely deep impression. I'll handle it. Black Shark swung his right fist. A red light erupted from his fist, and with one punch, he shattered the shadow wall blocking their path. By this time, Guan Tong had already reached the edge of the fog gate. He saw with his own eyes that the fog was spilling out from inside the gate, but he didn't find anything resembling a fragment. Moreover, this fog gate had no physical form. The shadow line he had released earlier passed right through it upon contact. Eliminating the impossible, the only remaining possibility was that the fragment wasn't outside the fog gate, but inside it. Guan Tong took a step into it, and his body was instantly swallowed by the fog. The five members of Squad Dragon Soul, who had chased after him, stopped at the fog gate. They didn't immediately follow him in. Instead, they hesitated, their faces showing uncertainty to the fog gate. Dragon Soul and his four teammates hesitated, unable to move forward. They couldn't determine what was inside the gate, nor why Shadow had entered without the slightest hesitation. Wasn't he worried about the risks within? Captain, let's go in, Black Shark said. If that guy Shadow isn't afraid, what do we have to fear? I think it will be very dangerous inside. Captain, Flying Eagle said calmly. This fog is emanating from this gate. There's likely even more fog and nightmare beasts inside. Most importantly, we can't guarantee we'll be able to come back out after entering. Flying Eagle is right. We can't act recklessly, Dragon Soul stated. In truth, he had a personal desire to enter. If he were alone, he wouldn't hesitate for a second and would immediately follow Shadow inside. But he wasn't alone. He had 4 teammates. If he led them in and something happened, he couldn't bear that responsibility. Moreover, the 5 of them didn't just represent themselves. They represented the official investment. A massive amount of Ascension coins had been poured into them. Since they had chosen to accept it back then, it meant their lives were no longer solely their own, but also belonged to the official side. Captain, I also disagree with entering. But still your decision, Silver Fox said. Fall back, Dragon Soul ordered. Regroup with the armored unit and deal with the giant bird nightmare beast together. We can't afford the risk of the team being wiped out. Yes, sir. All 4 obeyed Dragon Soul's command. They had also already guessed Dragon Soul would make this decision, as he had always been very conservative regarding team decisions. Just like that time on Holy Grail Island, it was Dragon Soul, as captain, who made the decision not to participate in the Holy Grail competition. That decision ultimately earned their team 3rd place, a very good result. So now, Dragon Soul once again made a conservative decision. However, Dragon Soul added, after eliminating the nightmare beasts, we need to return and guard this fog gate. If Shadow later emerges from here, we must detain him immediately. Did those official team members not follow him in? After entering the fog gate, Guan Tong noticed no one had followed, realizing they must have chosen not to enter the fog gate. This was actually a prudent choice, as no one knew what lay beyond the gate. With no one pursuing him, Guan Tong could also set his mind at ease and focus on what was inside the gate. He found himself in a cave. To his surprise, there was no fog inside the cave. If the place connected by the fog gate has no fog, then where does the fog come from? In the blink of an eye, Guan Tong discovered the fog gate he came through had disappeared. Did this mean it was a one-way trip? Or was there another way back? The reason he wasn't particularly worried and could enter the fog gate without hesitation was actually related to his possession of the body swap ability. Here in the cave, he could feel that his connection to his mind power-related objects had not been severed. This meant if necessary, he could use body swap to return at any time. This cave seems to have only one path forward. Then let's go. Guan Tong proceeded along the narrow path inside the cave. Perhaps because there was no fog, there were also no nightmare beasts in the cave. He walked the entire way without encountering any attacks from enemies or monsters. After about 10 minutes, reaching the cavern chamber at the end of the tunnel, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He saw a wall covered in murals. These murals mostly depicted bizarre and varied forms of creatures, inexplicably giving Guan Tong a feeling similar to reading the classic of mountains and seas before his transmigration. At first, he couldn't make much sense of it, but after looking for a while, he actually noticed that several of the creature images resembled some of the nightmare beasts that had attacked him in the fog before. If there was a difference, it was that these creatures in the murals possessed organs that the nightmare beasts lacked. One painting depicted a 4-armed creature with wings, very similar to the nightmare beast that attacked Guan Tong just after he descended the mountain. But that nightmare beast only had a tubular body besides its arms and wings. However, the mural's image also depicted a head with an eye and a mouth. Guan Tong frowned. Could it be that the creatures in the murals are their original forms, and they became nightmare beasts because they were corroded by the fog? He arrived at this speculation because he had personally witnessed Yu Hong transforming into a nightmare beast. At that time, more than half of Yu Hong's face had already been corroded. If it continued, her entire face would certainly be dissolved by the fog. What monstrous form she would ultimately become, no one could know. Furthermore, Guan Tong also noticed that among these murals, some creatures were depicted as extremely large. The largest ones stretched from the bottom of the wall all the way to the top, their expansive forms filling the space. One painting of a 5-legged creature strongly matched the giant nightmare beast Guan Tong had encountered by chance not long after descending the mountain, the one where he could only see its legs. The number of these creature murals was immense. Guan Tong roughly counted thousands, large and small. This made him think of Tianshui's star, the planet he was on, and an idea formed in his mind. Could these nightmare beasts, all be the original inhabitants of some planet? Then, somehow, they were eroded and transformed into nightmare beasts by that strange fog? But why were they incorporated into one of the Doomsday Rules and then transported to Tianshui's star through some method? What was the fire thief's purpose in doing this? Merely using them as monsters to reduce the human population? Just as Guan Tong was pondering this, the murals carved on the wall suddenly began to emit a faint glow, bit by bit. He took a few steps back, watching cautiously. The glow started as just a point, then slowly expanded to cover the entire wall, before rapidly contracting again. After the light contracted, the wall became completely empty. Those murals had vanished without a trace, leaving only a single, small puzzle fragment lying quietly on a stone on the ground. So this mural was the puzzle fragment? Guan Tong looked at the fragment and stepped forward to pick it up. Immediately, he heard the fire thief's voice resound in his mind. You have obtained Chemo's Star Chronicle Fragment 3. Chemo's Star Chronicle. Guan Tong immediately opened his storage box and selected that puzzle fragment. Chemo's Star Chronicle Fragment 3. A partial mural recording the past events of Chemo's star. There are a total of 5 puzzle fragments. Assembling them completely yields the complete Chemo's Star Chronicle. The fragment holder can sense the location of other fragments. This item cannot be destroyed and can be traded. So that's how it is. After reading the item details, Guan Tong finally understood the meaning of the puzzle fragments. 5 fragments combined would yield the complete Chemo's Star Chronicle, which should be the complete set of murals. And the content of the complete murals should be the recorded history of this planet named Chemo's Star. Perhaps it would explain why the creatures on this planet were all turned into nightmare beasts. Guan Tong remembered the Hidden Rules content mentioned that this fragment was a piece of the puzzle behind the Doomsday Rules. In other words, the events that occurred on the planet Chemo's Star might also have some relationship with the Doomsday Rules. To understand the complete picture, I must obtain the other 4 puzzle fragments, Guan Tong resolved. I have to get them. He wasn't particularly interested in power, wealth, or beauty. For him, curiosity alone was the strongest driving force that kept him going. So, for him, being able to learn more about the Doomsday Rules, about alien planets, about the Fire Thief, was the greatest reward. The fragment holder can sense the location of other fragments. This is very important. It can help me find other holders. For a moment, Guan Tong felt a surge of excitement, eagerly wanting to collect all 5 fragments as soon as possible to understand what exactly happened on the planet Chemo's Star and what its connection was to the Doomsday Rules and the Fire Thief. At that moment, a new fog gate appeared before him. Guan Tong put away his terminal and walked into it. Fire! Boom! 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 The armored battalion continuously bombarded the giant bird nightmare beast for over 5 minutes, but still couldn't kill it. This creature was different from ordinary nightmare beasts. Its enormous size brought not only increased strength, but also terrifying defensive capability. Even tank, main cannon fire couldn't bring it down, which greatly troubled the commander. Unable to breach the monster's defenses, their own side had already lost 7 or 8 armored vehicles, destroyed or overturned. Although the soldiers inside had preserved their lives by evacuating in time and taking shelter in other vehicles, continuing like this was definitely not viable. Dragon Soul, can you and your team figure out a way to deal with this thing? The commander had no choice but to seek help from the Ascendant Squad. Dragon Soul's team of 5 had just returned. Seeing the current situation, they weren't optimistic. Although all 5 of them had received massive increases to their mind power upper limits from the 8th rule, and were also bound by the mind lock. In terms of destructive power, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't compare to an entire armored battalion. If the armored battalion's firepower couldn't kill that giant bird nightmare beast, then with their 5-person team's abilities and items, they similarly couldn't kill it either. Dragon Soul, leaning towards stability, wanted to propose a temporary retreat, but then a sudden change occurred. A sharp, shrill cry sounded from high above, followed by the intense sound of flapping wings. The wing beats were so powerful that they even dispersed much of the surrounding fog. People could look up and see the gigantic bird, its size almost blotting out half the sky, rapidly flying into the distance. It had actively left. Everyone watched, mesmerized. Chenna then said, "That's strange. That big bird actually has a mouth and can make sounds. Hearing this, Dragon Soul and the others were stunned. She was right. They had all been awed by the giant bird's terrifying size, but had forgotten this point. It must be remembered that all the nightmare beasts encountered in the fog lacked facial features like mouth, nose, eyes, ears, or eyebrows. They didn't make sounds, only producing some airflow noises when moving or attacking. But that giant bird could let out a screech. Why was that? Could it be that it wasn't a nightmare beast? What exactly was going on? No one knew the answer. Only Dragon's Soul shuddered all over. Quick, let's return to the fog gate. He immediately led the other team members back to the previously marked spot where the fog gate had disappeared. A new fog gate had appeared at some point, but no one was seen entering or exiting. Dragon Soul said, I suspect Shadow probably came out and left. That giant bird cried out and flew away, perhaps related to something inside the fog gate. Captain, let me go in and take a look. Black Shark finally couldn't hold back. I know you prioritize stability, Captain. I'll go in alone. If something happens, I'll bear the responsibility myself. Dragon Soul remained silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Black Shark immediately charged through the gate. Less than 10 minutes later, he walked back out, looking bewildered. Silver Fox asked, What's it like inside? It's just a cave, Black Shark scratched his head. A cave with nothing in it. There's only one path. I ran to the end, and it was just an empty cavern chamber. There was also a fog gate. I walked into it and came back out. There should have been something in the chamber, but Shadow probably took it, Night Owl said. Flying Eagle sighed. Sigh, Dragon Soul said. This matter is my responsibility. I will take responsibility for it. Captain, don't joke about that, Silver Fox shrugged. We all agreed not to enter before. Besides, if Shadow took it, he took it. Judging from his previous action of eliminating the Yongzhou base,
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.